President Harden, before you begin today's meeting, I would like to read a few announcements. Good afternoon. Welcome to the May 29th, 2025 board meeting. Before we start the meeting, I would like to share a few safety points and next meeting announcements. Please note that the primary exit and entrance to the boardroom is the door which you used to enter this afternoon. If you're leaving the room, please use this door. The restrooms are outside the boardroom doors to your left. During the meeting, we ask that you keep all aisles and exits clear. If you need any assistance during the meeting, please waive the attention of one of our security officers. Please mark your calendars for the upcoming meetings. The next Agenda Review Committee meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, June 11th, 2025 at 10:30 a.m. The next board meeting is scheduled for Thursday, June 26th, 2025 at 3:00 p.m. and will be held at 42 West Madison Street Garden Level Boardroom. For details on how to register to speak or observe at the meetings and to learn about the speaker lottery process, please visit the Chicago Board of Education website at cpsboe.org. If you have any questions about registration or public participation, please contact the board office for assistance. Thank you for joining us today. President Harden, we are now ready for you to begin the meeting.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Chicago Board of Education meeting. Today is May 29th, 2025. We're holding today's board meeting in the boardroom at CPS Loop Office, 42 West Madison Street, Garden Level. I'd like to note that board members, honorary student board member, and senior leadership are physically present in the boardroom. Registered speakers may join us in person or virtually if they've opted to do so. I'm President Sean B. Harden. On behalf of my fellow board members, thank you for joining us. The regular meeting of Thursday, May 29th, 2025 is hereby called to order. Board Secretary, please call the roll.
Member Lozano, who's joining us virtually via Zoom.
Present.
Member Smith.
Present.
Member Thomas.
Present.
Member Boyle.
Present.
Member Wallace.
Present.
Member Custer, who is joining us virtually via Zoom.
Present.
Member Pope.
Present.
Member Rosenfeld.
Present.
Member Rivas.
Present.
Member Rio Sierra.
Present.
Member Brown.
Present.
Vice President Bautista.
Present.
Member Gutierrez.
Present.
Member Biggs.
Present.
Member Thodakura.
Present.
Member Blaze.
Present.
Member Zakor.
Present.
President Harden.
Present.
$18 members present. We do have a quorum. I'd also like to recognize Pedro Martinez, Chief Executive Officer, Ruchi Verma, General Counsel, Charles Mayfield, Chief Operating Officer, and Carolina Carci, our honorary student board member.
The order of the meeting will be as follows: CEO remarks, committee updates, public participation, recess. We'll reconvene from recess, presentations including progress monitoring, early learning, charter school renewals, discussion of public agenda items, vote on public agenda items, closed session, reconvene from closed session, vote on executive session items, then adjourn. So today is Carolina Carci's last board meeting. As our honorary student board member, I want to commend you, Carolina, for your service to the board, Chicago Public Schools student body. You've been incredible. You've represented yourself with grace and professionalism, a firm handshake. I believe she's done a marvelous job representing and elevating voices of all CPS students. We're fortunate to have you. You set the bar very high, and you've been an amazing student representative. To show you our appreciation, we have a resolution on the agenda and a copy of the resolution and a small gift. You've been fantastic. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you on behalf of all the board members for all your work this school year. We wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. I have no doubt that she will excel wherever she goes. We would like to say a few words. If you would like to say a few words about your experience, and as I've already said, I'm going to send you my resume so I can work with you wherever you go. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, President Hardin, for those wonderful, kind words. And it's been a tremendous honor to serve all of the students of Chicago as the honorary student board member this year. And in this bittersweet moment, I just want to take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of the board members across the 3 boards I've had the privilege to serve on this year. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being part of my journey. Each of you has been an inspiration to me in your own way, and I'm grateful for the wisdom and encouragement you've shared. As I prepare to graduate and begin a new chapter at Northwestern University this fall, I want to thank Chicago Public Schools for enriching my life. I want to thank Chicago Public Schools for enriching my life with a solid education and meaningful experiences that have truly shaped my character. Now, as I move forward, I will carry with me these lessons I've learned through this role, and more importantly, the lessons I've gained from the personal conversations I've had with each and every one of you. Buenas tardes a todos. Ha sido un gran honor a servir a todos los estudiantes de Chicago como miembro estudiantil honorario de la Junta de Educación. En este momento agridulce, quiero tomar un momento grande para expresar mi más profundo agradecimiento a todos los miembros de la Junta a lo largo de las 3 juntas en las que he tenido el privilegio de servir este año. Gracias realmente por ser parte de mi camino. Cada uno de ustedes ha sido una inspiración para mí y estoy muy, muy agradecida por la sabiduría y el apoyo que me han brindado. Ahora que me preparo para graduarme y comenzar una nueva etapa en la Universidad de Northwestern este otoño, quiero dar las gracias de mi corazón a las escuelas públicas de Chicago por haber enriquecido mi vida con una educación sólida, experiencias significativas que han formado mi carácter como ser. Mientras avanzo, llevaré conmigo todas las lecciones que he aprendido en esta junta, aún más las que aprendí en las conversaciones individuales que tuve con ustedes. Thank you for everything. It has been the honor of a lifetime. Gracias por todo. Ha sido el honor de una vida. Thank you.
I now want to thank everyone who has participated in the board's in-person community gatherings. These events were created to engage the public in shaping the future of CPS and selecting its next leader. An event was scheduled in each of the 10 CPS elected school board districts. These gatherings are among several opportunities for CPS stakeholders, including students, families, educators, and community members, to provide input during the search process. There's still time to participate, and if you haven't done so already, or if you care to do so again, the next in-person event is scheduled for Monday, June 2nd at the Nettle Horse School. Our last in-person event is scheduled for Thursday, June 5th at Marsh Elementary. Each event will be held from 6:30 to 8 p.m. Doors will open promptly at 6 p.m. For people who've been unable to attend an in-person event, the board will host a virtual community gathering, and the details will be shared once they are finalized. To RSVP for any of these events and to take our community survey, please visit the board's website, cpsboe.org, and select Superintendent/CEO Search in the top navigation. You'll be directed to our search landing page. Once on the search page, scroll to the Schedule of Community Gatherings and click the RSVP link for your preferred event. Attendees are welcome to attend any gathering that fits their schedule. The Superintendent CEO search page will be used to share news and updates throughout the search, so please bookmark it and visit it regularly. At this time, I'd like to have Board Member Brown introduce Dyett High School and Kenwood High School for their recent accomplishments. Member Brown.
Thank you very much, President Hardin. want to see and appreciate this moment. I think it's really important that we celebrate our young people when they make accomplishments that go above and beyond normal expectations. So I want to share in full transparency that I have connection to both of these schools, but I'm committed to making sure that neighborhood schools, charter schools, when our young people in our neighborhoods accomplish great things, I think it's incumbent upon this board to recognize them. There are too many people telling our young people what they cannot do, what they cannot accomplish. For too many years in places like this, all we heard were our schools were failing. And this was a place that was trauma for people in our community. And I want to make sure that young people who come from our neighborhoods, or as we know, the hood, that shine, that we recognize them and we honor them. So is the Kenwood girls basketball team here, the Lady Broncos. Please come up to the podium. Please come up to the podium, all right. So Kenwood Academy is located at 5015 South Blackstone Avenue, and I know because in the 1980s, I used to catch the bus there every day. I am a Bronco, but the reason I really want to recognize Kenwood is because it has been a premier high school, a neighborhood school with a magnet component that has been a top high school for over 50 years. And I think it's really important that not only do we celebrate Kenwood Academy, but we start to figure out how can we do this in other parts of the city? How can we do this in other parts of the city? So Lady Broncos, I was a graduate in 19, and I just want to honor you all. I am so proud of you all. Can we give them another round of applause, please? Now I'm gonna be quiet. Now back in the day, coach, we used to say B-R-O-N-C-O, Broncos. I know that's old school. I know y'all probably think that's lame, but thank you so much for being here, Lady Broncos. We are proud of you, and coach, the floor is yours.
Well, first and foremost, thank you for having us. My name is Andre Lewis. I'm the girls basketball head coach at Kenwood Academy. I'm proud to say that I've been there 13 years, and we've undergone drastic changes in athletics to accompany our academic reputation. And I have a few words that I want to say. First and foremost, thank you, Board Member Brown, for having us. It's truly an honor to be here, and we are truly excited about this opportunity to speak before you. Our team was successful this year because of four main principles. They were faith, family, communication, and accountability. As a veteran coach, I've learned that the best way to lead is by allowing our team to have a voice, and highly motivated individuals given opportunity to lead and express themselves. And so this team was successful this year because of their passion, their togetherness, they're willing to be held accountable, and they're willing to trust in the process and trust each other. It couldn't have been done without them, without their guidance and their compassion and their love for one another, as well as their ability to be able to communicate what we do and why we do for the betterment of the team. So it goes from, countless things that we did before the season, such as preseason dinners, nights where they went out and they actually went to the movies together. It was just as important what they did off the court, that their togetherness off the court showed on the court. And so it is because of this that we were successful this year. They were accountable to each other. I learned this year to get out the way when they lead.
That's right.
And I communicate with them. And one of the things that I always guarantee them is that I'm not going to lie to them, and I ask them not to lie to me, and we have honesty and transparency. So that resulted in a tremendous year this year, and they are a wonderful group, and I'm so proud of them because they were accountable to each other. They gave each other feedback. They held each other to a high standard. They understood that this year we were focused on the journey and not the destination. And because of that, we worked on getting better each day as individuals, as teammates, as coach, as player, and that resulted in the outcome this year. And this can be duplicated throughout the entire CPS. We are no different. We just had people that were dedicated to a mission and they wanted to see it through. It took a lot of pain. I won't lie to you. The city championship was not a good day. But I also think that without the disappointment on the city championship day, it placed a strong reason. Would you agree, Millie? It had a lot to do with our success downstate. We grew as a group and we got over our pain and we struggled for our ultimate goal. And so this group definitely can be a model for other groups. And I think if you talk to the coaching staff and the players from Diet, it's a similar thing. You go through some failures to reach your ultimate goal. And so we thank you for giving us this opportunity to come before you. And hopefully we'll be an inspiration to other groups that come after us. Thank you so much for having us. It was our
All right.
pleasure.
The 4A girls basketball champion, Kenwood Broncos. Hold on, little sister. Hold that trophy up. Hold that trophy up. Hold that trophy up. All right. Yeah. Thank you all so much. Could we please have Principal Butler and the 2A boys basketball champion, Diet Eagles, come to the front? So before they go, Coach Gill, all right, before they go, I just want to say this. This time, 10 years ago, Diet was closed. Diet was closed this time 10 years ago. And a group of parents on the south side of Chicago, at the end of a 4-year fight, and no citizen that believes and is invested in fixing their schools should have to go to these levels to be heard. But 10 years ago at this time, August 17th, 12 parents waged a hunger strike because we were so unheard, so ignored, that it was believed that our children did not deserve a world-class education. But I'm gonna say to all of you brothers on the basketball team, we loved you before we knew you. We loved the idea of you. We wanted you to go to a school where it was light in the building. We wanted you to go to a school where you can walk down the street and get what you needed. We wanted you to go to a well-resourced school. You deserve it. You deserve it. And it's no more complicated than that. If you pay taxes, whether you pay a mortgage or you buy a bag of potato chips, you got the right to walk down the street and have a school where you can stand on your parents' shoulders. And that's what we fought for. And Diet was reopened with $14 million in new investments, and it is filled to the rim today. So it says we were right. The community was right. So Principal Butler, I want to applaud you for being a light on 51st Street. To all you brothers, I'm going to tell you, me and Coach Gill go back, all right? And I want to tell you that watching you on TV, I know my brother Bennett was down there with y'all, but watching you all on TV and watching the grit and determination that you all played with brought tears to my eyes. You all would not be denied. They called you this little school on the south side of Chicago, but you all were, as we say in sports, a team full of dogs. And y'all went and y'all took it. So give them a round of applause. And I see you over there, Brother Cinque. I see you, brother. Internationally known gospel artist over there. I see you, brother. Much love. All right, so I'm going to be quiet, and the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Board of Education. My name is Dory Butler, and I am the proud principal of Diet Arts High School. On behalf of the entire Diet community, I speak just with a heartfelt gratitude for your recognition on today. Not only does it honor our efforts, but it also inspires us to continue to serve this community and this group of students. To you young kings, I'm so proud of you. Our school year, our theme was the year of the champion. And so from day one, from the beginning, they knew that they were champions. And so that positive affirmation to yourself on a daily basis about what you can do, you did it. You did that. And so we're truly proud of you. You're standing before young men, all of them headed off to college, and we're so proud of them.
Yes, sir.
Not only that, this school year, they have a record. I haven't even made this announcement yet though, but they coming from last school year, young people taking early college credit. This school year, this class has over 450 college credits. So we're so proud of them and what they're walking through. Every single senior that's up here have college credit. And so I want to thank Kenwood Oakland Community Organization. I want to thank the hunger strikers because we're here because of you. You paved the way for us, and you're always and forever just be a true testament of what it means to fight for young people. This is the work. This is our why. This is why I do the work along with my wonderful coaches, my wonderful APs, and my teachers and staff, and our whole community who champion these young men along the entire way, letting them know that we love them and we support them. I want to thank Coco because as my partner for Sustainable Community Schools, when we pour into these young men, this shows that we'll be able to keep this community sustained. And that's exactly the goal and the work that we're doing. So again, I'm so proud of you coaches. I know it's not easy. It's never easy coaching teams, but also coaching 10 seniors at the same time.
That's right.
And so just with your leadership, and also with the struggle and you fighting through and you pushing through on a daily basis and your own commitment outside of regular school hours. And I hope young people that you know that these coaches, they love you. They invested their time in you because they believed in you and they wanted the best for you. Your school community, your teachers and staff, and all of your peers, they love you and they believed in you the entire time. So again, to the Board of Education, thank you guys so much. To our CEO, we appreciate you. We appreciate Coco, and we all want to make sure that we continue to fight for diet. Thank you.
All right. All right. Before y'all go, I want to offer this, and I'm full right now, but I want to offer this to the brothers on the team. When I was 25 years old, I had some brothers mentoring me, and they taught us how to mentor young people in elementary schools. So we were at Fuller, we were at Revis, we were at Price, we were at Diet, we were at Jackie Robinson. And what happened for me is looking in the eyes of fourth graders, and they actually believed in me at a time in my life when my credit score was like 6. And these young people believed in me, and they made me get myself together. I want to say to you brothers, please hear me. Make it your mission to grab a younger brother. Make it your mission to grab young people and care about them. Y'all understand? Care about them. The way we're going to fix this thing is love. It's not numbers, it's love. And when you love, you can accomplish anything. People laughed at us when we said we were going to save Diet High School. They laughed at us. Who's laughing now? Who's laughing? The difficult we do right away, the impossible takes a little longer. So please, brothers, don't just be athletes, be men. Be men. Take responsibility for those little boys in your neighborhood. Whether you hooping with them, whether you're teaching them to read, whether you're teaching them about girls, whatever you're doing, whether you're teaching them their history, make it your mission. And don't be compromised on it. Because too often, when people throw trinkets our way, we let our values go. Be firm. Be firm. You come from giants. Are y'all hearing me? You come from giants. You stand on the shoulders of giants. So be giants. You all proved it. Be giants. I appreciate you all. And thank you all so much. Please give them another round of applause.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
President Harden, before we proceed, I do want to note for the record that Board Member Lopez joined the meeting at 3:07 p.m. and Board Member Bannon joined the meeting at 3:11 p.m. Thank you.
See you, Martinez. I don't know how you're going to follow that, but the floor is yours. We're ready for your remarks.
Thank you, Mr. President. May is a month of celebration, starting with the CPS class of 2025. All across Chicago, 12th graders are getting ready to walk across the stage to claim their high school diplomas, and many will be exiting with much more. More than 6,600 students of members of the class of 2025 are leaving CPS having already earned college credit. And I'm sorry, I know everybody's a sports fan, but if I'm geeky about something, it's about college credit. And you heard those Diet Boys, they also earn college credit. So again, I want to put that exclamation point on that. They're part of the 6,600. Over 1,000 of these students have earned at least 15 credits, which translates into a full semester of college. That's up 21.4% from last year. Another 320 earned a full year college credit, which represents an increase of almost 50%. And the number of students graduating with a 2-year degree, associate's degree, is at 211, up almost 47% from last school year. As a whole, this class has earned more than 66,000 college credits. Again, this class has earned more than 66,000 college credits while in high school. This translates conservatively, using even community college tuition rates, which are very low, to over $10 million in tuition savings. I am so proud of this graduating class and their academic success. I want to specifically commend also our graduates who are on the call, who answering the call for service upon their graduation, which is another 95 graduates of the Chicago Police and Fire Training Academy. Thanks to leadership training and work learning opportunities, these students have a great head start on their plans to pursue careers in public safety, law enforcement, criminal justice, and fire science. Next week, I look forward to addressing 98 graduates who successfully completed the Chicago Builds program, the highest number of graduates in this program's history. Each of these students will be leaving school with industry-recognized certifications in construction, in areas such as electrical, carpentry, HVAC, and welding. These graduates represent more than 14,000 CPS students currently enrolled in a recently expanded suite of career and technical education classes. Finally, I want to highlight the 110 students graduating that entered the 5th cohort of our Teach Chicago Tomorrow. These aspiring teachers will receive academic support while in college, along with career counseling and financial support to help them complete a bachelor's degree in education and ultimately receive a teaching position through the district early offer program. This innovative program was launched by our talent department in 2020 and has enrolled 200 CPS graduates so far. 90% of these students that identify as Black or Latinx, 66% are low-income students, and more than 2/3 are first-generation students. So we're not just providing a pathway to success for current students, we're ensuring that future students will have more instructors and role models who share their lived experience and understand where they're coming from. Teach Chicago Tomorrow reached an important milestone this year with students from the very first cohort currently completing their first student teaching in CPS. So think about that. They're right now being student teachers, almost ready to become teachers in CPS. That means by the start of the next school year, they will be hopefully taking charge of their own classrooms and shaping the lives the same way their CPS teachers shaped them. Speaking of these CPS teachers, we're proud to celebrate all of them earlier this month during Teacher Appreciation Week. More than 100 of these teachers recently earned or renewed their national board certification, which is widely considered the most prestigious teaching credential in our field of education. They joined 2,500 plus CPS teachers who've earned this certification since 1997, putting CPS among the top 3 school districts in the country for educators holding this elite credential. We're so proud to have another 3 educators join the ranks of CPS teachers to receive the highly sought-after Golden Apple Award for Excellence in Teaching. I want to congratulate Nicolas Anaya of Limblum Math and Science Academy, Victor Hurtado of Shores High School, and Kathleen Mahoney of Lakeview High School on this outstanding achievement. Our National Board Certified teachers and Golden Apple winners represent just a fraction of the talent and dedication I've seen during my many visits to our schools over the past several years. I know firsthand the power of our teachers, and that to shape the trajectory of students' lives, and I'm so happy that Chicago's children are the recipients of this extraordinary commitment. I'll now move to some exciting recognition our district recently received for our effort for making our schools more green. CPS is the first K-12 school district in the country to earn gold certifications from Healthy Green Schools and College programs, citing CPS as a model for the nation. This top-tier distinction recognizes the work we've done to create clean, safe, and environmentally sound learning spaces for all students and staff. It reflects our broader goal of expanding green infrastructure and innovation that will improve sustainability in our schools and will protect the health of our students and staff. Now, I want to talk about some important strides we made in the past month to advance high-quality, well-rounded education for our students, beginning with an updated arts education plan. CPS was the first major urban school district in the country to declare arts as a core subject, and we've worked hard to ensure that it's prioritized in our schools. At CPS, we believe in allowing all students from pre-K to 12 to engage deeply with the arts, not just as an extra, but as a vital part of well-rounded education. Now we're going beyond access, and we're bringing a renewed focus to the quality of arts education in our schools, ensuring that our students are getting the most out of their time in the classroom. I also want to discuss a critical update to our student literacy curriculum. In May, CPS launched an updated pre-K-12 vision for advanced literacy. This is the next chapter of our district's decades-long commitment to improving reading and writing proficiency at every grade level. It is carefully aligned to our district's 5-year strategic plan and builds on significant gains we made in literacy proficiency over the last few years. These include CPS leading large urban districts in reading recovery after the COVID-19 pandemic, and recent test data showing that CPS is increasing the number of students meeting or exceeding expectations in ELA and English language arts across all grade levels and racial groups. In fact, today, CPS's 8th graders are just 2 points off the national average when it comes to reading scores, a remarkable achievement when you factor in the barriers that many of our students face every day compared to their peers. We will continue to ensure that our students have access to high-quality, culturally relevant curriculum, doubling down on key practices, and providing our students with the support and interventions they need to be successful. Finally, I want to give a brief update on pre-K. We know that in early childhood education, it's so important that our students have a head start to the learning foundation, and that's why we've been working hard to expand pre-K to every neighborhood in Chicago. I am proud to report that current enrollment is over 19,000 students, the highest number of full-day enrollees in our district's history. This is more than a 53% increase since 2020. Families have recently received offers, and we still have thousands of slots available for families that are looking to enroll their students for the next school year. So I encourage all of our families to visit chicagoearly.org, again, chicagoearlylearning.org to learn more. We're also getting encouraging data from our diagnostic screener showing that our K-2 students are meeting and exceeding expectations, especially in reading, giving them a strong foundation in literacy throughout their time at CPS. You'll hear more about this from our early childhood education team later in the meeting. I want to thank all educators, partners, families who work together to increase both our updated arts and literacy plans and contribute to our citywide expansion of pre-K. I have no doubt that these initiatives will build on the incredible momentum our students have achieved, and they will move us closer to our overall goal of providing all students with a rigorous, joyful, and equitable daily learning experience. Next, I want to provide an update on an important clarification of our district's vaccine rate in regard to measles. Cases of measles have been on the rise in the country, with 2 cases so far in Cook County, which I know has many families concerned. I also know that the Illinois State Board of Education recently reported vaccination rates for school districts. However, the CPS vaccination rate reported by the state did not reflect our most updated data. So in order to provide clarity and comfort to parents and staff, I want to correct the record. As of the end of April 2025, more than 95% of CPS students are fully protected against measles. Again, everybody, as of the end of April 2025, more than 95% of CPS students are fully protected against measles. This vaccination rate is much higher than what was reported by the state, so let me explain the discrepancy. The state of Illinois collects immunization compliance data on November 15th of each school year, but it did not report our most recent current year data, which was updated through April 25. Because of this time lag, the data reported by the state does not reflect the work we've done so far over the past 6 months to bring up our vaccination rate. Many children come to school in need of vaccinations, including newly arriving families who are still trying to navigate their first weeks and months in a new place. To meet our students' need over the past year, CPS has provided many opportunities to obtain the measles vaccine and other critical vaccines. These have included regular hours and specialized vaccination events at our school-based health centers and mobile vaccination clinics. Between July 1, 2024 and May 1, 2025, CPS hosted nearly 550 vaccination school-based health centers and mobile vaccination clinics, providing 1,800 doses of the measles vaccine. Furthermore, over the course of the past year, CPS has continuously improved our internal data systems. We've also secured an agreement with the state to access iCare, the state's immunization registry, to supplement our internal records. This is a much-needed step after years of COVID chaos and after last year's high point of enrolling new arriving families. We know we still have work to do, especially in the environment where misinformation about vaccines is spreading. But I want families to know that we're at more than 95% coverage district-wide, which meets the scientific threshold of herd immunity. Our Office of Student Health and Wellness will continue to work with families, school leaders, and the Chicago healthcare providers to increase vaccination rates for our schools to ensure the health and safety of our school communities. And I want to move in an update to our budget process for fiscal year 2026. Our principals were presented with school budgets on May 15th and are now working with their local school councils and school communities to complete those budgets and return them to the district by Friday, June 6th. These budgets reflect the funding model we introduced this year, where all schools are provided a minimum number of positions and resources, no matter their size, location, and their school type. Additional resources are then allocated based primarily on student need. As they always do, individual school budgets will shift year to year due to changes in enrollment and programming, but the school budgets released to our principals do not reduce the overall amount of funding provided to schools next year. Again, even though school budgets can vary, the school budgets released to our principals do not reduce the overall amount of funding being provided to schools for next year. I've been transparent about the serious financial challenges facing our district and about the fact that our school budgets will require additional revenue. CPS is facing a structural deficit of $529 million going into next school year. I'm grateful that there's broad agreement between CPS leadership, the mayor, our Board of Education, and our stakeholders that cuts to schools should be avoided. We have a plan to make sure that we protect our school funding without raising taxes and without driving the district into further debt. It starts with CPS leaders making hard decisions at the district level. We've identified $229 million in cost savings next year within our central office operations, administrative functions, and vendor contracts. This is in addition to the $500 million in reductions our team already made to spare this year's school budgets from cuts. While every cut will be felt somewhere in our system, we're working to minimize the impact on students. The next step is to come together around a plan for $300 million in additional revenue. We have been pushing Illinois lawmakers to provide CPS students with the additional funding they deserve, and we will continue to do so. I thank all of the CPS students, educators, and community partners who traveled to Springfield late last month to join with other Illinois school districts to advocate for this funding. However, if this funding does not come through, there's another realistic and sustainable option. It is using existing revenue that is sitting in our city's bank accounts right now. I have long advocated for the use of tax increment financing, or TIF funds, as a solution to close our district's budget gap. These funds that would have been available to CPS and other taxing bodies if the TIF program had not existed. I know that TIFs go to fund economic development, which is important for our city, but there's more to economic development than tax breaks and subsidies for private projects. In my view, the cornerstone of any truly equitable and sustainable economic development strategy is a fully funded public education system to nurture our homegrown talent and to attract new families to our city. So I'm encouraging the mayor, the city council, our board, our partners, and everyone who's invested in fully funding our schools to unite around a two-part plan. First, to return enough TIF funding to the city schools so we can close our budget gap this year. And second, to reform the TIF system to provide our schools with sustainable revenue over the next school year and beyond. The city has more than $3 billion of available revenue right now in TIF coffers that is being replenished at an accelerating rate. The share of property taxes diverted to TIF coffers has increased by 47% in the last 5 years. It is now well over $1.2 billion in new annual revenue. So we know we know that there's room for reform, and we know that we have a severe funding challenge. I am counting on all of us to come together around this solution because at the end of the day, we all want the same things for CPS and our students. We want to fully fund our schools. And we want to protect the progress that our students have made, and we want to keep the momentum going into the future. It is a sacred responsibility that we all have as leaders to take the baton from those who came before, build on their progress, and carry it forward to the next generation of leaders, always striving to do better for our students and staff. I want to also just acknowledge, I know she's not here right now, but I want to acknowledge our Chief Education Officer. Our outgoing Chief Education Officer, Bogdana Chukwumuba, exemplifies this sacred responsibility. From one of the strongest post-pandemic recoveries among large urban school districts to record high literacy gains, graduation rates, college credits, and scholarships earned, CPS has made remarkable academic progress over the last several years. Much of this thanks to the academic vision put in place by our district's academic leadership. And the one person at the center of the work was always Bogdana Chukwumuba, our Chief Education Officer. After more than 24 years of service, Bogdana has now concluded her time with CPS. From her time as a special education teacher, to a principal, to a network chief, to a chief school officer, and finally to her role as a chief education officer, Bogdana always maintained a clear and encompassing vision that put students first. She was widely regarded as a tremendous advocate for our principals, network leaders, and was instrumental in accelerating much of our district's most critical academic work. This included a transformative shift in how we evaluate school quality, a funding formula that provides more resources to schools based on need rather than enrollment, and our 5-year strategic plan. Bogdana will be profoundly missed by all, from the principals she so passionately championed to the network and district leaders who were her partners in advancing positive change at CPS. I wish her well in her next chapter, and I know wherever she goes next in the education space, she will continue to be a tireless advocate for both students and educators. Finally, today, as I prepare to conclude my time leading this incredible district and hand the baton to another to continue the work, there are a few things I'd like to say. Getting the chance to lead the school district that shaped who I am has been the experience of a lifetime. This district welcomed me with open arms when I came to the United States from Mexico at age 5. I was at Walsh Elementary, where I learned how to speak English, where teachers began to see the potential in me that I did not see in myself. That trend continued at Benito Juarez, where teachers and counselors encouraged me to challenge myself and guide me towards being the first in my family to go to college at the University of Illinois. It was truly a world that opened up, and I would have never had that opportunity if it wasn't for the influence of those teachers. I returned to CPS in the fall of 2021, which is a challenging time in our district. Sorry, everybody. Thank you. Students were just returning from the pandemic, and some of them hadn't seen the inside of a classroom for more than 18 months. My priorities were keeping everyone healthy and safe, and getting students started on a long road to academic and emotional recovery. The road began with the careful investment of relief funds provided to us by the federal government, and I'm proud of the way we managed those funds over multiple years to sustain progress. I'm proud of the decision we made to invest largely in our people to meet the challenge of the moment. We hired lead coaches, we grew the capacity of our teachers, we created interventionists to support those students who were struggling. We also recruited adults to provide high-dosage tutoring while hiring more teachers, counselors, nurses, and support staff to help our children regain their confidence and skills. Also, because we knew what an emotional toll the pandemic had taken on our students, CPS invested in a universal social and emotional learning curriculum, as well as more behavioral health teams in our schools. As a result of these investments and our hard work for our students and educators, CPS is in a very different place today than when I arrived nearly 4 years ago. Our graduation rate has never been higher, over 84%. Nearly 7 out of 10 CPS graduates are enrolling in college. More than half of our CPS students are earning college credit, an industry certification, or another career credential while still in high school. At least in our last 2 graduating classes have earned more than $2 billion in scholarships to support the pursuit of a college degree. I'm proud of the steps we took to get there. I'm proud that we're able to complete the work of bringing free full-day pre-K to every community in Chicago. I'm proud that we prioritize the needs of our special education students, our students facing homelessness, and our English learners, which have grown by more than 10,000 students over the past 2 years. I'm proud that we were able to successfully negotiate a fair and financially responsible labor contract that rewards the hard work of our teachers while protecting the investments that our students need to thrive. I'm also proud of how laser-focused our team has been on improving equity in our schools. We see this equity in the new budget model that allocates funds primarily based on need instead of enrollment. We see it in our expansion of dual language, early college, and career technical educational programs throughout the city. And we see it at the center of our new 5-year strategic plan, which prioritizes equity along the fundamental elements of rigor and joy in each child's daily learning experience. What began as a blueprint when I arrived has grown into an ambitious, student-centered roadmap for the future of our city's public schools. I can honestly say that seeing our strategic plan approved this last fall was one of my proudest moments as a leader of this district. As I prepare to close this chapter in my career, I'm overwhelmed with feelings of gratitude. First, to my amazing team, who worked so hard in and day out to execute my vision for our district. I'm also grateful to the school leaders who served as anchors for our CPS communities and the teachers and support staff who are their daily drivers of our success. I'm grateful to our families for their partnership and their trust as we work to improve the daily experience at CPS, putting every student on a path to success. Most of all, I'm grateful to our students who have always inspired me from pre-K all the way through high school. I've always said the best part of this job is visiting schools, and that reason is always our students. Their smiles, their excitement, and enthusiasm for learning always warms my heart and never fails to remind me why I do the work I do. I will soon begin a new opportunity to improve public education in the state of Massachusetts. I'm excited by this opportunity, but I want everybody to know that Chicago and CPS will always be in my heart. I will never stop advocating for our CPS students, and I thank the entire CPS community for the gift of the past 4 years. It's truly been an honor of a lifetime. Mr. President, this concludes my remarks.
Thank you, CEO Martinez, and your contributions to Chicago Public Schools. We appreciate it. Board members, do we have any comments or questions?
Pedro, thank you. I'm going to miss you. I think you'll be remembered for your integrity, for doing what was right, no matter what other people said. We will always be on my bench. If I have a question, it's you I'll reach out to. For everything you did for all of us, I am so grateful. You're going to be missed. Massachusetts' gain is no doubt Chicago Public Schools' loss. Thank you.
Thank you.
CEO Martinez, when I was first elected to the seat, you were the first person to reach out to me to have lunch. And when we had lunch, you didn't tell me what to do. You didn't tell me how to do it. What the advice you gave me was to lean into the complexity. Lean into the complexity, peel the layers of the onion until you get to evidence-based solutions, and use the evidence to center children and help children. That has been the best advice that I've gotten since I've been in this position. I want to thank you for that advice, and that is the center that I use to make decisions, evidence-based decisions that lead to helping children. Thank you so much for your reach out to me and for that advice.
Member Rivas.
Of course, I get to go after Member Smith. Pedro, I want to say thank you for everything you've done for this district. You came in at an incredibly difficult time right at the tail end of the COVID-19 pandemic. And as someone who was in the classroom during the pandemic, I understand the complexities and the difficulties that we faced as a district. And so I really applaud your steadfast support. We've had lots of challenges over the last few years, including, as you mentioned, now that we have an additional 10,000 students in our EL program. So I'm really grateful for the work that our teams are doing and have done under your leadership to support that new population. One of the questions that I got a lot last year during the campaign trail was whether I supported Pedro Martinez, and I always said yes. There is no doubt about that. To me, it's incredibly important that we have representation, and you are a son of Chicago. You are a Latino who's representing our communities. And something that I talk about so often is that we Latinos are over 50% of our school district, and it's so incredibly important to me and to our communities that we have leadership at every single level of the Chicago Public Schools that reflects our community and our community's values. So it's a really great loss to our district, but I'm really happy for you, and I really applaud your integrity. And I pray to God that I'm never attacked as badly as you have been attacked by people on this board, by people in this room, because I don't know how you did it. So I'm really proud of you, and I wish you the best.
CEO Martinez, I've known you for a long time. We've worked side by side back in our days at Catholic Charities. And the one thing that I think that I always take from Pedro is he has that ability of building teams. And so you'll see that in the infrastructure that you've built, right? So know that a lot of the work that you've done and the foundation that you've laid is really seen in those schools, in the administrative staff, in the people that you've paid stuff. So I too want to thank you for all you've done for the city of Chicago as its native son. So thank you.
CEO, thank you for your remarks and for your service. I had a question regarding the budgets that were released to schools and principals. I think there's some confusion about the budgets that were released, and if the plan that you outlined is a guarantee that there will be no cuts to the budgets that were released, or what the process is for making sure that schools have the funding that they need and that principals have the stability that they need based on the guidance that was outlined in the budgets that were released.
Again, we've been very transparent about our structural deficit. This has been really for a year. And we also been very transparent. There are solutions. There's been solutions in existence for more than a decade. We have never seen TIF balances in the bank accounts of the city to go below $1 billion, ever. So that's going back 10 years. If we would have received, if TIFs hadn't existed in the last 2 years, we'd have $1.2 billion in the bank today. We wouldn't be borrowing for payroll. And so I think for us to just request what our students deserve, what our district deserves, which is the appropriate TIF funding, is the responsible thing to do. It's what I urge all board members to do. That is your fiduciary duty. Look, I get it. I'm a Chicago kid. I know what the downtown looked like in the 70s and 80s. I get it. It doesn't look like that anymore. We don't need another Millennium Park. We don't need to be giving $1 million subsidies for affordable housing. I don't even know how you call that affordable housing. So again, the best economic investment always is our schools. Where families buy their homes is where schools are the strongest. So there is a solution there. Again, I urge this board to come together. The good news is everybody agrees. Mayor said it, board has said it, we have said it. We don't want to cut our schools. There's a solution there. Of course, we cannot leave Springfield off the hook, and that also that conversation has to continue, especially as Springfield's looking at longer term. But again, there's solutions that exist today.
Thank you. And, legislators are wrapping up legislative session in Springfield this week. Board members have gone down advocating for revenue, whether it's going down to Springfield or having in-district meetings. And I think if the solutions lied with the power that we have in this room, then we could close our own budget gap or make the decisions that we need to make to fully fund our schools. But unfortunately, we don't have that decision-making authority, and even the mayor alone doesn't have that decision-making authority. And it sounds like there has been no plan for engaging the people that do have that authority in city council to make sure that we can have the funds that we need to not make those cuts to schools or make any cuts to schools that affect students for the upcoming year. And time is really running out. And I think that that needs to be a priority for us to how we're going to engage people, because we can't keep talking about Springfield. Legislators will be leaving Springfield this week. So look forward to working with members of the board and the district to talking about what actual plans for closing this budget gap will be in the coming months.
We have any further comments? Member Lopez.
Thank you, President. I think going back acknowledgement, what some of my fellow board members said, I'll say, as probably is referred to in the community, El Don Pedro. Thank you for your service. Your story, aligns very with story also. Benito Juarez community grad, also grew up, in Pilsen. I think your story is a great reflection of what many families come into the city and to CPS, right? The embodiment of what's possible. You have shown grit, resistance. I will say not necessarily even myself, we might not always align in everything, but we always had an open conversation, and I appreciate that. I have had the opportunity of also working with another family of yours, a family member, your sister, in a whole different role. And when you always talk about your family, whether it be your kids, your sisters, I can see it in your eyes when you talk about their stories, many of them, whether it be in education or different fields. And for me, it was something that definitely, connected in a good representation of our community in what is possible, right? I've shared this before. The first day when I was here for swearing in, after I saw my dad, the first thing he said is like, I just saw Pedro que entró. Like right away, he recognized you, right? And that is not always something in our communities where our families get to acknowledge and respect and someone that looks like them. So thank you again. Best of luck. I'm sure many of us were still going to be bothering you. You might send us to the do not call list, but we are going to try. Thank you.
Thank you, board members. Moving along, we don't have any committee updates this month, so we'll proceed with today's public participation session. Thank you for joining to share your comments with the board in compliance with the Illinois Open Meetings Act. Public participation, sometimes referred to as public comment, is the portion of the board meeting or hearing that grants district stakeholders the opportunity to address the board with their concerns and comments. Note that public participation is the time for the board and CPS senior leadership to listen and hear from you, rather than a time for dialogue with board members during or after your remarks. While we can't discuss personnel matters, public participation is a key component of transparent governance, and it provides us as board members, as well as senior leadership, an opportunity to listen to everyone who has signed to speak. This board takes equity of voice seriously. While we may not address your comments directly during public participation, CPS leadership is always present at our meetings and are able to address concerns as follow-ups after the meeting. As a district and as a board, we also have many other spaces for authentic dialogue. For example, each and every one of our board members hosts board office hours so that we can have a conversation. Please use our website, cpsboe.org, if you want to meet with the board member during office hours. We encourage you to take advantage of the opportunity to meet with board members outside of a board meeting. Thank you for your attention and consideration. As a reminder, union representatives will be allotted 5 minutes to speak before public participation, and elected officials will be allotted 5 minutes to speak after the conclusion of public participation. Board Secretary, please share the rules of public participation.
Thank you, President Harden. Members of the public who registered to speak were given the option to attend in person or by an electronic format. For those who prefer to attend by an electronic format, they were given information to access this meeting by dialing a number and using their phone. Excuse me. We did this so that speakers with limited or no access to the internet or who may have weak internet connection could still participate using their phones. Also, members of the public may submit written comments for Board of Education meetings via the written comments form on the board's website at cpsboe.org or mail to 1 North Dearborn Suite 950. Written comments received between the day the public agenda was posted through 5 p.m. the day after the Board of Education meeting will be submitted to the board and published within 5 business days on our website at cpsboe.org. Speakers, please listen while I provide directions for public participation. I will call your name and number when it is your turn to speak. For speakers joining us virtually, as a reminder, to unmute, please enter *6. Once you hear your name, please state your name for the record. I will then start the 2-minute timer. When there are 30 seconds remaining, I will inform you so that you can proceed to conclude your remarks to allow for the next speaker to begin. For anyone standing with the speaker, please stand along the glass partitions to keep the aisles clear. Thank you. President Harden, before we begin calling registered speakers from the speakers list, we do have union reps who would like to address the board. We'll begin with Stacy Davis Gates, CTU President, who is here in person.
Good afternoon. Yeah, okay, I am a teacher. Good afternoon. It's good to see you all. So I've just been captivated by this quote. Understand that you're not just representing yourself. You are carrying the multiple stories and experiences of people who may never get the chance to speak in a room full of power, with influence, or in any setting that holds the power to shape the futures of upcoming generations. Thank you for your service to us. My only regret is that you did not get to cast a vote. And I would say that that is a board policy that I support changing. Your vote perhaps means more than any vote in this room. So I in service. I appreciate your ability to stand in the gap for your fellow students, both in this space and at your high school where there wasn't a science teacher. Thank you, and I wish you all of God's blessings. So today it's CTU who's going to talk to you all about how we stabilize a charter industry that is quickly coming off the rails. And the irony in that is just way too much to count, if we're honest. Because what is interesting is when Acero schools were closing, we were literally the only institution connected to Acero who said, wait a minute, this is harmful and this is why it's harmful. So this idea that there is some sort of adversarial back and forth about the sustainability of the futures of children, you can call them charter schools, you can call them CPS schools, but what I'm talking about is the sustainability of the futures of children. We have got to come correct. And what started in Chicago as a way to marginalize well-paying middle-class jobs for Black women has now blossomed into an entire industry that impacts children. And so I ask you today to prioritize those children, because now, after 30 years, we have evidence. There's increased discipline against Black children at these schools. The suspension rate is 5 to 7% higher than district schools. There's evidence of companies using the education funding as a portal to the real estate industry. There are places who penalize workers for wanting to form a union. You all have the ability to set standards that speak to the values of equity, values that speak to the needs of workers to organize in a state that codified it in the Constitution. But most importantly, you got to give some standard and benchmark for our young people. And I'm going to rest there for a second, because the Acero schools was given a renewal, and then next year they come to you with $40 million in the bank and they tell you that they can't educate kids. So it's not the process's fault, it's the fault of those who stamp that as something that's okay to do. So today, I am going to say that the parents that have spoken to you every day virtually since they closed their school deserve more in their investment in service than a rubber stamp renewal process that puts more mothers in the same position that they are in currently. You get to do that. And quite frankly, this is the first time in the history of this experiment where we have a hybrid board that has the opportunity to actually weigh facts, supported by evidence, supported by data, supported by now your real life experience of the lack of accountability and the potential harm that does, and the real harm that does to young people.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
So you guys have been getting it right. You've been deliberating. You've been working together, asking the right questions. So I'm going to trust that that level of deliberation will continue into this process as well, because it will be very necessary for that deliberation. Because we have children to protect. And listen to the irony of who's saying it. Lastly, CEO Pedro Martinez, I wish you Godspeed and the best of luck in your new endeavor. I also would suggest very strongly to you to get to know Jessica Tang and Max Page, two very honorable labor leaders who would love to partner with you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next union rep is Jen Conant, CTU Charter Division Chair, who is here in person.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Jen Conant, Chair of CTU's Charter Division. And over the last several months, I have stood alongside charter educators and parents who have been devastated by the closure of their schools, at board meetings and at rallies and at protests across the city. I've spoken repeatedly about the need for additional oversight, support, and accountability for charter operators and for protections for families and staff in charter schools. The CTU released a report last week, it's being passed around right now, that detailed 4 major issues in the charter space that need to change. The first issue is that charter operators can announce the closure of a school at any time without family input, leaving families in the lurch. We saw this with Acero in October, announcing the closure of 7 schools, and Aspira announcing the closure of Hagen the week before winter break. We've seen it before with Hope Learning Academy. In all of these scenarios, families and staff were blindsided. That is not okay. That needs to change. Families deserve more than a few months' notice. The second issue we addressed in our report is that the financial conflicts and stockpiles we sometimes see in the charter industry. Charter operators are able to set the management fees they pay to themselves and increase them at any time. Learn Charter Network increased their budget for management fees by 80% from 2021 to 2025. Operators often charge rent to the school for using buildings that the charter operator owns, and they can change that rental charge on a whim, such as at Instituto, which doubled rent on their Ishka campus from $900,000 to $1.8 million from 2020 to 2024. Operators use public funds to finance corporate ownership, activity, and interests unrelated to education. And they stockpile public funds as private reserves. Remember, Acero discussed their school closing plan with bondholders in detail before they had discussions with parents, teachers, or the Board of Education. Third, we named that many charter operators have under-delivered for students requiring special education services and for English language learners. They've implemented staffing models that have produced high turnover. Some have discriminatory discipline practices, and in worst cases, operators have allowed for situations of alleged abuse. None of this is in the best interest of students, families, or staff. Finally, whereas unionization is the norm in CPS or for CPS employees, and CPS has an official position of neutrality toward employees' right to organize, employees at privately run charter companies do not experience the same protections, transparency, or procedures to correct unfair treatment. At nearly all of the charter or contract schools in Chicago, where workers have sought to unionize, employers have waged an anti-union campaign. That's time, energy, resources, and public dollars spent fighting unionization when all of that should be going into supporting students in the classroom. This board has the power to change all of this. You all have the responsibility to ensure better oversight, support, accountability, including through union neutrality. And the resolution before this board about charter schools, authorization, and renewal does that. You all have the opportunity with this resolution to do something transformational. I'm sure there are naysayers who don't want charter operators to be accountable for serving the public instead of themselves, or who want to maintain the status quo at the cost of CPS resources and our students' educations. Don't let them hold you back. Step boldly into this board's leadership by approving this resolution as is. Like I said, this resolution can be transformational. This resolution is important because it provides more notice to families and staff of school closures. It ensures parent voice in closure and transition processes. It develops or directs CPS to develop criteria by which they would decide whether to transition a closing school into a district-run school, or whether to support families in finding new school homes for their students. And it holds operators accountable for the cost of closing schools. It also increases CPS's and this board's ability to provide oversight. It allows CPS to request whatever financial information you all need to properly assess an operator's financial viability, or whether it's stockpiling reserves. The resolution also provides something important to charter operators. It ensures that operators know how they are being evaluated, ensures they get regular
You have 30
feedback from
seconds remaining.
CPS about their performance, and ensures that board members are up to date as well. If operators know how they're being evaluated, know how they need to improve, know the services they need to provide to students, and still fail to do it, then there should be accountability. And this board has a responsibility to hold operators accountable for the promises they have made to students and families, and to steward public funds responsibly. Let's create a better school system. You all have the opportunity to do that today by approving the resolution on charter authorizations and renewals. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next union rep is Diane Palmer, SEIU Local 73 President, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Thank you. I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I'd like to first just thank President Hardin and the CPS board for hearing me. And I'd also like to talk a little bit about the tip dollars. Sorry, I just lost my place on my phone. I'm sorry, my phone jumped out of sync. Okay, I have it here. So SEIU Local 73 represents 12,000 members, primarily Black and brown women and men who work tirelessly across Chicago public schools. These dedicated individuals serve essential roles, including special education, classroom assistants, speakers, sub-seekers, custodians, security officers, bus monitors, parent workers, and crossing guards. Many of our members have dedicated years and even decades to supporting CPS students and the broader Chicago community. Despite being among the lowest paid workers and often the first to face layoffs during budget crisis, they return year after year, struggling to make ends meet. Lacking the safety net of unemployment income, they continue to show up because they love the work that they do and they love the students that they serve. The city of Chicago has entered a new chapter and transitioning toward a fully elected school board. 10 board members have been elected, 10 are appointed, including the school board chair. This shift reflects a growing demand for increased accountability, transparency, and equity in decision-making, marking a significant evolution in how our educational system is governed. As president of SEIU Local 73, I would be remiss if I did not strongly advocate for these often overlooked workers. Therefore, I urge the board to ensure that the processes for selecting an interim CEO and conducting all budget deliberations are fully transparent and open to public scrutiny. This is not about assigning blame or casting aspersions. It is about fairness, trust, and ensuring our members and taxpayers can see clearly how decisions are made and how the futures of students and school staff are being shaped. This transparency must also extend to the budget. Our members and the public deserve to know that thousands of CPS workers face layoffs to balance the budget, all while approximately $1.2 billion in TIF revenue is available, with $600 million belonging to the Chicago Public Schools. For far too long, the city has placed a stranglehold. The city has placed a stranglehold on our public institutions by siphoning off tax dollars that belong to Chicago Public Schools to appease real estate developers and their elites. This funding is now utilized to protect and uplift CPS students and frontline school workers. We deserve to know why. Our members' livelihoods and the quality of education hang in the balance. The city of Chicago isn't doing CPS a favor. This money rightfully belongs to CPS. If these TIF districts didn't exist, the funds would already go to the schools. This isn't a gift or a handout. It's a matter of restoring what's owed. Our members, students, and city deserve complete transparency from the Chicago Board of Education. And I'd like to say a couple words to CEO Martinez. CEO Martinez, I don't think you knew it, but you blessed SEIU Local 73 in the midst of our storm. And I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for all that you did for Chicago Public Schools, and I want to thank you for your strength and courage. Good luck in your future endeavors and Godspeed. Thank you all.
Thank you for your comments. The next union rep is Tim Drea, president of the Illinois AFL-CIO, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Yes, this is Tim Dre, president of the Illinois AFL-CIO. Good afternoon, President Hardin and all the members of the board. I'd first like to start out by congratulating the 2A and 4A basketball champs. That's a big deal, especially when you're downstate. And Carolina for doing such a great job on the board for the past year. I am sorry I can't be with the board today. I am in Springfield working with the Illinois General Assembly, but I appreciate your patience to hear me out over virtually. So I am no stranger to public-private partnerships. It's how some of our biggest projects get built. But I'm also no stranger to the responsibility of corporations who take public funds. They need to work in the public interest. That means high standards, respect for workers, and not cutting corners or raking in cash into their pockets. Our school systems ought to be no different. I know you're all familiar with vendors who have abused public trust when you're dealing with the district. It's one thing to do that when the product, when you're just making widgets, but it's a whole other thing when you're educating children, and that's inexcusable. We really appreciate the work of the board to educate kids and the children that you educate. You know, we want them to move into middle-class jobs with health care, secure retirement, and safe working conditions. That's our most valuable commodity. So thank you very, very much again for hearing me out, and good luck to CEO Martinez, and thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. The next union rep is Bob Ryder, president of the Chicago Federation of Labor, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, and I as well. Good luck, Superintendent, on your future endeavors. And I was also very struck by not only our high school championship teams, but also, you know, the words of support around those young people and the difference they can make in their community. My name is Bob Reiter. I am president of the Chicago Federation of Labor. The CFL represents 300 unions and in turn represent 500,000 working people in the hometown of the American labor movement, Chicago, Illinois. And this is the part where I usually say we represent everyone from airline pilots to zookeepers, and I go A to Z and try to work myself to the middle. But I think it's important for this conversation for me to highlight the fact that I represent our unionized teachers, both at CPS, in our unionized charter schools, and also teachers in higher education and suburban school districts. But those folks don't work in those buildings alone. I also represent our building engineers, our food service workers, and our custodians. I think it's important to highlight that, and I want to thank Chicago Teachers Union for helping to lead this neutrality resolution for the charter school industry. See, I've watched these charter schools over the years, and I've gone back and looked at the history of what the original intent around creating charter schools was surrounded by. And a lot of that thought around charter schools was about empowering teachers. Not giving teachers a fair shot at having a union doesn't empower teachers. But it also has an impact on everyone else who works in the building as well. Using public money to fund education at charter schools should not take labor costs and create a race to the bottom. It shouldn't mean that if you are a food service worker at CPS, that if you were to move over to a charter school, you get a cut in pay. Because charter schools do impact the enrollment and the students who attend CPS. If there's something that's happening with charter schools that furthers the education of students, that is one thing. But we should not be in a situation where we're looking at an economic race to the bottom for the people who deliver important services and keep our children safe in those buildings. The people who run the school's mechanicals at a charter school should be treated as fairly as our unionized building engineers who work at CPS. Our custodians, both our unionized private sector and public sector custodians are represented by two of my SEIU locals. The custodians who work at the charter schools should also have that same access to a union. I mean, this is really about fairness. And it's not. It cuts to the core of what we all do, but specifically the things that Tim Dre and I are down here in Springfield fighting for right now, and that is for fairness for working people as we deliver important public services to our communities. So I'm gonna end where I began, and that's first with our students, who, whether they're students at a CPS public school or a CPS
You have 30 seconds
supported
remaining.
charter school, we want to make sure that they're lifted up and that the people who support them are lifted up, but also that we are there to make sure that these institutions function to support all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. President Harden, we are now ready to call speakers from the speakers list. We'll begin with a few speakers from People's Response Network or regarding vaccines, starting with Ethel Walton, speaker number 1.
Good afternoon to the board and to our present CPS. I'm a little nervous. And also to everyone that is here and everyone that will be watching. This is my first time. I was hoping that at least one other speaker would go before me, but let's do this. My name is Ethel Walton. I like to use my middle initial L, and I am a participant of the PRN group, which is People's Network Response. We do have some other speakers that are also going to speak today. I am a nurse by trade, newly retired, thank you very much. And I am coming to talk a little bit about the importance of vaccinations. We really think that the vaccinations should be given in the public schools by the nurses, and that this would be a way to actually continue making sure that students are vaccinated, their parents are informed. That would also be a part of it, that they would not have so much misinformation and be worried about what the vaccinations include.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
We also would like to say that we want to continue to have nurses in the schools, and we also want to just make sure that vaccinations stay in the public schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Neil Resnikoff, speaker number 16.
Hi, my name is Neil Resnikoff. I stood with Gito Brown and others in support of the diet school and justice on other issues. And today I'd like to speak about the importance of having vaccines for students administered right in their schools wherever possible. Vaccination rates of CPS children for measles, meningitis, pneumococcal, tetanus, diphtheria, pertussis, and influenza type B are substantially below where they should be, according to the Illinois Department of Public Health School Vaccine Coverage Dashboard. And we're in the middle of a measles outbreak resulting in deaths, hospitalizations, and the possibilities of permanent brain damage, deafness, pneumonia, and more. Meningitis is an often fatal illness, and there's been an outbreak. So why not vaccinate students in their own schools where there's a trained nurse or other person who can administer the vaccines, avoiding their parents and guardians having to take them over to a pharmacy or clinic or a doctor's office. It will not cost the schools much. This used to be the way it was done. It was done when I was a kid. CPS school nurses have access to the database that includes all the vaccines all the CPS students need and that they're already required to get and have already gotten from any provider. Schools are an ideal vehicle for massive outreach and education to parents and children and taking care of this a serious health problem that can be dealt with the vaccinations. So I hope you'll take this up as soon as you can. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Joy Bunton, speaker number 23.
My name is Joy Bunton, 10th District Core Caucus Associate Member, Whitney Young alumni, daughter of my late father, Irving Bunton Sr., former Inglewood choral teacher, All City High School choir director, and CPS vocal music coordinator. I'm here to speak about Illinois Stakeholders for Air Quality in Schools State Bill HB 429, SB 2193, Clean Air for Healthy Equitable Schools. It would provide proper air filtration and ventilation through updated HVAC systems, air monitors and effective air purifiers in active classrooms, cafeterias, etc., as well as education. The current IntelliPure air purifiers are inferior and don't provide sufficient air changes per hour, or ACH. Even a do-it-yourself Corsi Rosenthal box provides more effective ACH. The bill has the endorsements of CTU, SEIU Healthcare Illinois, Chicago Chapter National Black Churches Association, Chicago Westside NAACP, Illinois Black Men of Chicago, Brighton Park Neighborhood Council, Illinois Raise Your Hand, Illinois Families for Public Schools, Activate Chicago Parents and Respiratory Health Association, Illinois Environmental Council, and many more. The bill passed the State House but got stuck in the Senate last session. This session, we reintroduced it, but it looks like we'll be pushing for its passage in the veto session. Regardless of whether it passes, we should implement a similar policy for CPS as soon as possible. It should be included as part of the CPS Green School Initiative. Proper indoor air quality in schools would improve test scores, drastically reduce absences of students and teachers.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
And spread of respiratory viruses, including COVID, measles, and the flu, as well as relieving asthma and allergy symptoms. I'd also like to voice my support for People's Response Network's resolution for vaccine access in every school given by licensed nurses to add to the recommended multi-layered approach of mitigating respiratory and other illnesses. According to IDPH, threshold for measles is actually 96%, not 95%, and it should be for every single school, public or charter, including the South and West Sides and closing racial disparities, not just overall. And since COVID vaccines were removed from the recommended child schedule, which goes against science, they should be still made available. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The last speaker from this group is Dr. Howard Ehrman, who's joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to support the position of Pedro Martinez regarding the ending of all TIFs. Literally, all TIFs need to be ended. All that money needs to go back into the public schools, to the libraries, and to all the other public entities in order to solve a lot of the problems that we all care about. I'm a former student of CPS, and I'm here as the former Assistant Health Commissioner of the City of Chicago under Mayor Harold Washington. The Illinois Department of Health reported at the end of COVID that 44% of all COVID infections happen in schools. There are now over 1 million children with long COVID. That includes several thousand either present CPS students or former students. We used to offer, as Neil Resnikoff and other people said, all students were offered vaccines in the schools. They didn't have to go any other place. This was done by the school nurses and public health nurses until 30 to 40 years ago across the United States, including CPS. The rates of vaccine have dramatically decreased since then, not just during COVID, but before COVID, where we had multiple measles and whooping cough outbreaks in Chicago over the last 30 years, both in CPS and in the general community. It's good to hear from Mr. Martinez that the actual measles rate is higher than reported by DPH, but other rates are dangerously low. Polio is 90% instead of 95%. Meningitis vaccine is by far the most deadly of all in terms of the disease, is only 78.5%. Whooping cough is 81.7%. We have a specific proposal. One is to implement the eye care system, as Mr. Martinez talked about, in every school. Hire every nurse from the 2019 contract agreement. That still has not been done. Replace the chief health officer. We'd like to ask Mr. Martinez to ask why that position is not even being advertised when that position has been vacated since November of 2024. Hire parent nurse assistants who can give vaccines with the nurses and develop a collaborative plan with CDPH, Cook County Health, UIC Miles Square, federally qualified health centers. In the future, CPS needs to become a vaccine for children provider and restart the untimely ending of the CPS LPN, that's Licensed Practical Nurse Program, that was ended over 10 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. The next three speakers are from Acero. We're starting with Andrea Chavaron, speaker number 2.
My name is Andrea Chevarin, and I am a bilingual first grade teacher at Acero and the secretary of our council of Acero educators. This year, on October 9th, Acero Charter Schools announced they were closing half of our schools at the end of this year. Their plan was to close 7 schools and leave 2,000 students and families without a school to call home and 250 educators without a job. This would have been the largest school closure in the Latinx community in U.S. history, and we were devastated. We asked Acero, where would our students, staff, and families go? Acero did not have any answers for us. Acero did not talk to parents, staff, families, or the community about their decision. They announced it after their board voted to close our schools. Acero gave more information to their bondholders in a meeting on October 17th than they have ever communicated to our community. This proves Acero cares more about their financial investors than they do about students and the families they serve. Since October 9th, our schools have been distraught. We launched a massive campaign across the city to save our schools. Thank you to this board for hearing us and giving us the hope we needed for five of our schools that will transition to CPS District 1 schools. However, Acero is moving forward with closing 2 schools, Paz and Cruz. There is nothing in the charter contract between Acero and CPS that protects the 500 students at Paz and Cruz from losing their schools. There is nothing in the charter contract that forces Acero to pay consequences for mismanaging their funds.
You have
Acero
30
was giving
seconds
a
remaining.
3-year renewal term. The length of the renewal did not protect our students. We need accountability and oversight on these operators so they cannot continue to destroy school communities when they are no longer profitable. Protections for students, families, and staff at charter schools must be created in our charter school contract with CPS. This board has the responsibility to hold these operators accountable to the communities they serve. This board represents those communities first, not the charter operators. We must prevent another charter from doing what Acero has done to us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Caroline Rutherford, speaker number 9.
Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Rutherford, and I'm a visual arts teacher at Acero Marquez and the vice chair of the CTU Charter Division. And I'm here to talk about the necessity of the resolution you all have the opportunity to vote on today. We are so grateful to this board for your willingness to chart a new course for CPS students, educators, and families in charter schools. I have been a charter teacher for 15 years, and we have always faced additional instability and fears to our peers in public schools. It began before we had a union. We feared that we would be fired at any time because as workers, we had no protections, no voice, no stability, and no avenue to fight for what we knew was best for our students as the experts in the classroom. When we started organizing across our schools, we feared we would be retaliated against by our employer for speaking up. At UNO, now Acero, we were able to win a voice in our schools because our educators fought hard for the ability to advocate for our students and staff. And because a neutrality agreement was established with our operator that gave us the space to decide as workers what we wanted to do collectively without the fear of losing our jobs. I have organized with other charter educators across the city, Namaste, Noble, Perspectives, Intrinsic, and I have heard firsthand accounts of the employers threatening educators at these schools with retaliation if they vote yes, but these threats happen behind closed doors. Educators are dedicated to their students and live in fear of speaking up when they are threatened by their bosses who hold all the power. We must have an
30 seconds
opportunity for
remaining.
labor peace that creates spaces for folks to talk freely about what students and staff deserve in their schools. This last year, we've also lived in fear that our charter schools would close as we watch Acero, Aspira, and now Passages close their doors on families, students, and educators because the charter model is inherently flawed and it allows operators to close schools at any time. Board members, you were elected to represent the communities and to serve the public good, not to serve the Illinois network of charter school companies and their agenda. The charter community is the parents, it is the students, it is the educators at these schools, not Incs and the greedy operators.
Please
You have
conclude
the
your remarks.
opportunity today to put protections in place for students, families, and staff. Any charter operator that is operating in good faith with the best interests of their students and staff will support the totality of this resolution, but because it provides protections, support, and stability for our students and our staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Reina Rodriguez, speaker number 10.
I'm gonna do it in Spanish. Sorry. Hola, mi nombre es Reina Rodríguez y soy una orgullosa madre de estudiantes que asisten a Santiago. Hoy estoy ante ustedes porque los eventos que experimentamos este año escolar en Acero nunca deberían repetirse para ninguna familia. Se nos informó que nuestra escuela cerraría sin previo aviso, sin discusiones, sin explicaciones, nada en absoluto. No hubo un compromiso con las familias para entender nuestras necesidades. Nuestros sentimientos simplemente no importaron. Y los que realmente sufrieron fueron nuestros hijos, junto con sus familias, maestros y personal. Nuestros hijos estaban llenos de miedo y los maestros quedaron devastados e incapaces de dar respuesta cuando los estudiantes preguntaban sobre su futuro. Los padres estaban ansiosos y nuestro único error fue confiar en Acero. Sin embargo, decidimos no permanecer en silencio. Nuestros maestros, estudiantes y padres y nuestras uniones se unieron y alzamos nuestras voces y luchamos, finalmente salvando 5 de las 7 escuelas que Acero tenía la intención de cerrar. Todo gracias a esta Junta de Educación que intervino y nos escuchó. Y por eso estamos increíblemente agradecidos por esto. Ahora por fin le puedo decir a mi niña de 5 años que asistirá a Santiago. Pero ahora ustedes tienen una responsabilidad aún mayor, asegurarse de que ninguna otra familia vuelva a soportar este tipo de dolor. Necesitamos regulaciones que prioricen a las familias, no a los inversores. Necesitamos que los operadores de charters sean responsables.
Tiene 30
Es
segundos.
crucial que entiendan que si se involucran en acciones como las de Acero, habrá consecuencias significativas, no solamente una bofetada en la muñeca. Requerimos un contrato que abarque todos estos elementos y más, para que la tragedia de Acero nunca se repita. Cada estudiante y profesor merece ser tratado con dignidad. Nuestros estudiantes no son solo signos de $1, son el futuro de este mundo. Gracias.
We'll now have the statement translated.
Hello, my name is Reina Rodriguez, and I am a proud mother of students attending Acero Santiago. I stand before you today because the events we experienced this school year at Acero should never be repeated for any family. We were informed that our school would be closing, with no prior notice, no discussion, no explanations. Nothing at all. There was no engagement with families to understand our needs. Our feelings simply didn't matter. The ones who truly suffered were our children, along with their families, teachers, and staff. Our children were filled with fear, and teachers were left devastated, unable to answer when students inquired about their future. Parents were anxious, and our only error was placing our trust in Acero. However, we chose not to remain silent. Our teachers, students, parents, and unions raised our voices and fought back, ultimately saving 5 of the 7 schools that Acero intended to close. All thanks to this education board that stepped in and listened to us. We are incredibly grateful for that. Now I can finally tell my 5-year-old that she will be attending Santiago. But now you have an even greater responsibility to ensure that no other family endures this kind of pain again. We need regulators that prioritize families over investors. We need charter operators to be held accountable. It is crucial for them to understand that they engage in actions like those of Acero, there will be significant consequences, not merely a slap on the wrist. We require a contract that encompasses all of these elements and more, so the tragedy of Acero is never repeated. Every student and teacher deserves to be treated with dignity. Our students are not just dollar signs, they are our future.
Thank you. As a reminder, I just want to let the attendees know that if you are standing with a speaker, please stand on the X's on the floor, just because we need you standing as close to the glass partition as possible to keep the aisles clear. Thank you. Our next speaker is Luz Sarama, speaker number 3, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la Junta. Estoy aquí para apoyar la participación del Concilio Escolar, maestros y padres de familia que se remueva al director Juan Sayas de la Escuela Interamericana. Ha sido un año marcado por represalias constantes hacia el personal docente y padres, mal manejo de fondos escolares y serios problemas de seguridad que han puesto en riesgo a nuestros estudiantes y personal. Como ustedes ya saben, el señor Juan Sayas ha violado las políticas de CPS y códigos de educación del estado de Illinois. Han transcurrido más de 210 días desde que el concilio presentó cargos en su contra y hasta el día de hoy la comunidad de Interamericana no ha recibido una respuesta clara del distrito sobre los resultados de la investigación. Por eso les pedimos a los miembros que nos apoyen y soliciten una actualización urgente sobre el estado de dicha investigación. Y por favor que paren de reciclar empleados. Basándose en el caso de la escuela Sullivan, un estudiante fue asaltado sexualmente bajo la administración de John Rustenburg, previo administrador de la escuela Marine Leadership. Todo por Laura Lemón, que ordenó se le diera la posición de AP en Sullivan, conociendo el récord que traía desde la Florida
30
y
segundos.
todo lo que hizo en MLA. Muchas gracias por su atención y por su apoyo.
Gracias por tus comentarios.
Un estudiante por la administración de John Rustenburg, previo administrador de la escuela Marine Leadership. Todo por Laura Lemón, que ordenó se le diera la posición de
President Harden and board members, the statement has been changed since the translator had received it. So he's going to translate it and send it to us after the meeting. We'll proceed with the next group of speakers from Perspectives. Speaker number 5, Amir Weeks.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Amir Weeks, and I currently serve as the Access Counselor at Perspectives IIT Math and Science Academy. In my role, I connect students with opportunities and experiences that excite them, enrich the overall high school experience, and help students consider their post-secondary paths. I'm proud to say that Perspectives offers an incredible array of programs for its students. True to our spirit of being a math and science academy, we offer engineering, computer coding, and health sciences classes, including a pharmacy technician and patient care technician certification program. Our school has also partnered with STEAM and Dream Liberation Labs, providing our students with mentorship and culturally affirming programming in the STEM space. One program that I have been personally involved in is our RAP program, short for Recording Arts, where we partner with my good friends from the Remix Project Chicago to bring students this rare programming opportunity. This pioneering program marries learning about music production with social-emotional learning. As a result, our recording studio on the 3rd floor of MSA has become so much more than just a studio. It's a place for students to feel empowered, to create and express their true, authentic selves, and in some cases, heal. The music that our students create in this program is nothing short of incredible, but don't take my word for it. MSA's results speak for themselves, speaks for itself. This year, MSA is proud to share that we had a student earn the Gates Millennium Scholarship and will be attending the University of Wisconsin-Madison. This is our second Gates Scholar within a 2-year span. Students earn full ride scholarships to Hope College, Roosevelt University, IIT, and the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. 6 seniors will graduate having earned 15 or more college credits through dual credit and dual enrollment programs. 3 students earned state pharmacy technician licenses, and 1 of our students will graduate high school this year with an associate's degree, a first for a charter school student here in Chicago.
Please conclude your remarks.
After doing this good work for more than 25 years, the Perspectives model is sustainable and woven into the fabric of the communities we serve. Thank you for your time and for your work on behalf of all of the children in Chicago.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Jamila Levi, speaker number 12.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Education. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jamelia Levy. I am a proud teacher at Perspectives High School of Technology and a proud 2013 graduate of Perspectives IIT Math and Science Academy. Thanks to the foundation I got at Perspectives, I've earned over $20,000 in scholarship money to attend SIU in Carbondale, Illinois, where I received my Bachelor of Arts degree in Mass Communications with an emphasis in digital media and radio and television. Today, I teach graphic design and digital arts to high school students, helping students use creativity to express themselves and explore careers in media. We introduce tools like Youth Science and connect students to real-world pathways like Genesis Works, Chicago Builds, and new courses in cybersecurity and advanced manufacturing. These programs help students understand what's possible and take steps towards their future. What really makes Perspective special is their ADL principles. ADL stands for a disciplined life, and this year I've decided to focus strongly on 2 key principles with my students: using your time wisely and accepting only quality work from yourself. These are habits for life, not just school. I've lived them as a student, as an adult, and now I pass them on to every day in my classroom. I also run a mentoring program called the Chocolate Baddies, which has been a bright spot for student culture. In just 4 months, we've helped young women grow in confidence, form friendships, and feel seen. The results at Perspective speak volumes. 14 seniors graduating this year with 15 or more college credits, 4 ride scholarships to schools like UIC, Urbana, IIT, SIUC, and more. 1 student even earning a Posse scholarship. I know the Perspectives models work because I lived it. And now I help students create success stories of their own. Thank you again for your time and for supporting all of our students.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Anna Rodriguez, speaker number 6, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon. My name is Ana Rodriguez, and I am the English language program teacher at Roosevelt High School in Albany Park, where I've worked for 4 years. As an ELPT, I was thrilled to learn that in our new contract, CPS agreed to additional ELPTs based on the number of ELL students at a school. Roosevelt is a diverse school that also has a dual language program. As such, we have a dual language coordinator and me, an ELPT. We thought that the new contract language would grant us an additional ELPT, which is greatly needed. 70% of our students are ELL, and half of those are part of the dual language program. But instead, the way in which CPS is allocating the new ELPT positions that we won in the contract, they're actually eliminating our dual language coordinator position and every dual language coordinator position at dual language schools that service more than 300 ELLs. Additionally, we lost 2 special ed teachers with bilingual and ESL endorsements who provide services for our dually identified students. Roosevelt is only one of 3 dual language high schools in the city. We're also a neighborhood school that services over 26 languages. Recently, 2 of our students were the first in the state to be awarded the seal of biliteracy in their native language, Pashto and Afrikaans. We should be celebrated and supported for the work we are doing towards academic achievement, bilingualism, and cultural responsiveness. The intent and spirit of the contract language is to expand staffing and support bilingual and dual education, not to shift or cut positions that
We have
provide
30
that
seconds
support.
remaining.
Additionally, OME recently announced that dual language schools will no longer be receiving the 10K, which has helped to acquire curriculum in English and Spanish, Spanish language assessments, resources for newcomers, planning time for the dual language team, workshops for students, professional development for staff, and more. My school and I understood that we would be fighting against Trump, but we did not expect to be fighting against OME, who says that they want to expand the dual language schools, but is cutting the staffing and funding to do so, against CPS, who services over 85,000 ELL students, and a board that promised to invest in neighborhood schools. Unfortunately,
Please
it seems that
conclude
my
your
students at
remarks.
Roosevelt and every other student at a dual language program were deemed expendable. I'm asking the board to review these ELPT and DLC position allocations and make sure that schools like mine are provided the correct support so every student not only survives, but thrives. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Paul Durrani, speaker number 7.
Hi, my name is Paul Derone, and I've taught math and engineering at Lindblom for 9 years now. Educating students to use technology is fundamental, and we need to be thoughtful about how we both implement and restrict access to technology. I have 5 things to bring to your attention, and I'll follow up with an email. I didn't know I could do this little pass out papers thing. The first 3 items are about a misalignment between Illinois SOPA law and CPS policy and implementation. SOPA is the Student Online Personal Protection Act. In the board's SOPA policy, ed tech operators are prohibited from using persistent, unique identifiers for students. The state law says the same, except in furtherance of K-12 school purposes. That exception line is missing from the board's policy, but it is in the state law. The board's policy requires that operators, ed tech operators, become vendors with CPS. There are lots of ed tech providers that are not trying to sell anything and do not want to go through that onerous process. Other districts do not require this, and neither does the state law. There are certain websites and platforms that the state law defines as general audience. These are professional platforms not primarily for K-12 purposes and are exempted from state SOPA law, even if login credentials are needed. But CPS blocks these platforms too. Item number 4 is about CPS's firewall, which is used to block web pages and images. This is a good thing generally for obvious reasons, but some websites that teachers want to use are still blocked, and
You have 30 seconds remaining.
and it can take months to unblock them. Another example is Wikipedia's images and formulas do not load. We need better image blocking and a faster process to whitelist websites. My last item, the first 4 were about granting access to technologies, but the last one is about restricting access, which we should also be thoughtful about. There should be a district-wide 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. student cell phone ban, and unfortunately, this change will need to be accompanied with money for implementation. Thank you very much for your time. I'll follow you up with an email.
Thank you for your comments. You can also submit your handouts through the written comments form on the board website at cpsboe.org. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Angel Alvarez, speaker number 8.
Thank you, CPS Board. The financial projections being provided to you do not accurately reflect the serious long-term problems the district faces. I implore you to demand long-term financial projections for each school under realistic assumptions and share those results with the public. I served on the CPS Parent Leadership Council in 2022 and helped form committees on special education and transportation, budget, and evaluations and accountability. We raise serious concerns that CPS will fail to properly transport students with disabilities and pay more for worse service. We share concerns about the unsustainable budget practices and inaccurate cost estimates the district continually exceeds each year. We raise concerns over the accuracy and utility of many assessments that failed to identify interventions and mitigate learning loss. Despite the seriousness of our concerns, the council was disbanded in 2023 when we escalated our questions to CPS leadership. These inequities are not new. However, despite CPS's large budget increases, we do not see a closing of the achievement gap. The algebra pass rate for students reflects poor planning by the district and a lack of accountability and resource allocation. Latino student gains have lagged, and English proficiency rates for English language learners begins to decline after the 4th grade. Multiple equity initiatives failed and had unintended consequences that exacerbated some of these problems. There will also be significant unintended consequences with some of the legislation under consideration, including those that reduce testing and seats at selective enrollment schools. We need school-level funding transparency and
You have
LSC
30
empowerment.
seconds remaining.
CPS acknowledged the funding was discriminatory, yet still utilizes funding metrics that inappropriately perpetuate racism. I was elected president of the CPS Office for Student with Disabilities Family Advisory Board. I hope this board will not suffer the same fate as the council, but that's really up to this board and who you put in charge. The person you put in charge should have a proven track record of managing large urban and diverse districts, proof of reducing budget deficits, and improving outcomes for all students, especially those that this system has failed repeatedly. I want to work with you. I also want to take a moment
Please
to thank
conclude
you.
your remarks.
And I want to thank CEO Martinez for his work. Although we disagree on many issues, I appreciate your commitment and where your heart is, as I do the board. I'll be following up again, and thank you again for your service. Bless.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speakers are for Parents for Education regarding budget. Speaker number 14, Ada Flores.
Buenas tardes. My name is Aida Flores. I stand before you as an educator, school leader, and product of CPS, a proud lifelong resident of Pilsen and the daughter of an immigrant mother who believed in the promise of education. Today, I'm here to urge you to stand in solidarity with my community in opposing the proposed Pilsen TIF expansion, an expansion that will continue to exacerbate the CPS structural deficit that we're all facing. Public education transformed my life trajectory. My mother immigrated from Ixtla Huacatengo, Guerrero, and entrusted our neighborhood schools in Pilsen with my education. That trust paid off. Despite becoming a teenage mother, I graduated from Benito Juarez, earned 3 degrees from Georgetown, National Louis, and Harvard University. I entrusted my daughter's education to CPS as a founding student at Suter Montessori and then at Whitney Young and in their academic center, while committing my life to public education as a parent, as a teacher, and as a school leader across the city. Time again, I've watched as CPS asks us to do more with less. The structural deficit we face is not a mystery. It is the direct result of disinvestment and policy decisions that choose to provide private interest over public good. The proposed Pilsen TIF expansion is just the latest example of diverting funds and disinvestment. These
30
are
seconds
policy
remaining.
choices, not inevitabilities. My community has historically fought against TIF, originated in '98 by disgracement Alderman Daniel Solis. TIFs have been a development mechanism that has a long track record of fueling gentrification and displacement. A once staunch critic of TIFs, Alderman Cicho Lopez renewed the existing TIF. Ironically, it was not enough, and the alderman lobbied it in City Hall. The proposal would divert $1 billion from property taxes away from our general fund, approximately $560 million from our public education. I am
conclude
part
your
of a
remarks.
coalition of residents who have been fighting this expansion for over a year, successfully stalled it in the finance committee. We want a school system that reflects the value of every child, not the value of the land beneath them. We ask you to stand in solidarity with us against this Pilsen TIF expansion
Please
and to
conclude
help
your
us
remarks.
address the structural deficit that you are currently facing and we will continue to face. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Melina Pereira, speaker number 15.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la Junta de CPS y CEO Martínez. Mi nombre es Melina Pereira y soy una orgullosa miembro de Padres por la Educación. Estoy aquí hoy para pedirles con firmeza que voten a favor de una resolución que proteja a nuestros estudiantes, familias y maestros de redes charter que anteponen sus intereses económicos al bienestar de nuestras comunidades. Esto no se trata solo de procedimientos o normativas, se trata de confianza, transparencia y responsabilidad. Valores que no recibimos cuando Acero anunció, sin corazón, el cierre de 7 escuelas. No hubo advertencia, no hubo diálogo, no hubo apoyo. Ustedes fueron testigos del sufrimiento de cada individuo afectado por esta decisión. Padres desesperados, estudiantes confundidos, maestros sin respuestas. Pero también marcaron un precedente. Escucharon a las familias. Ustedes se pusieron de nuestro lado al decir, esto es una injusticia. Ahora tienen la oportunidad de convertir esta postura en política para asegurarse de que lo que hizo Acero no vuelva a pasar nunca más. Durante demasiado tiempo las escuelas charters han tomado decisiones importantes a puertas cerradas. Eso debe cambiar. Necesitamos una resolución que exija transparencia financiera, compromiso real y responsabilidad total. Pero por encima de todo, una resolución que ponga a nuestras familias al centro de cada decisión.
Tiene
Hoy
30
tienen la
segundos.
oportunidad de demostrar una vez más que están del lado correcto de la historia, que el bienestar de nuestros hijos vale más que cualquier ganancia, que en Chicago la educación no se negocia, que nuestros estudiantes no son cifras en una hoja de cálculo, sino seres humanos con sueños, derechos y dignidad. El mensaje debe ser claro. En Chicago no vamos a permitir que se juegue con la educación. No vamos a permitir que se repita el dolor. Y no vamos a quedarnos en silencio cuando lo que está en juego es el futuro de nuestras comunidades. Gracias por su tiempo, por escucharnos y defender lo que es justo. Gracias.
We'll have the statement translated.
Good afternoon, CPS board members and CEO Martinez. My name is Melina Pereira, and I'm a proud member of Parents for Education. I am here today to firmly ask for you to vote on a resolution that protects our students, families, and teachers from charter networks who place their economic interests before the well-being of our communities. This is not just about procedures or norms. It's about trust, transparency, and accountability. Values that were not in evidence when Acero announced, heartlessly, that it would close 7 schools. There was no warning. There was no dialogue. There was no support. You were witnesses to the suffering of every individual affected by that decision. Desperate parents, confused students, teachers without answers. But you also set a precedent. You listened to families. You came to our side by saying, this is an injustice. Now you have the opportunity to take this stance and turn it into policy, to ensure that what Acero did never happens again. For the longest time, charter schools have made key decisions behind closed doors. This must change. We need a resolution demanding financial transparency, real commitment, and complete accountability. Above all else, we need a resolution that places our families at the center of each decision. Today, you have the opportunity to show, once again, that you're on the right side of history, that the welfare of our children is worth more than any financial gain, that in Chicago, education is not something to be bargained away, that our students aren't numbers on a ledger, but human beings with dreams, rights, and dignity. The message must be clear. In Chicago, you will not be allowed to play games with education. We will not allow that pain to be felt again. And we will not be silent when the future of our communities is at stake. Thank you for your time, for listening to us, and for defending what is right.
Thank you. And the speaker, Luz Sarama, speaker number 3, who also spoke in Spanish, our translator does have the statement now translated, and we'll go ahead and read that.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Education. I am here to support the call made by the LSE teachers, and parents for the removal of Principal Juan Sayas from Inter-American School. It has been a year marked by constant retaliation against teachers and parents, mismanagement of school funds, and serious security problems that have endangered students and staff. As you know, Juan Sayas has violated CPS policies and Illinois Education Code. More than 210 days have passed since the council filed charges against him, and to date, the Inter-American community has not received a clear response from the district about the investigation results. This is why I call on board members to support us and request an urgent update about the state of that investigation. Additionally, I ask that you stop the recycling of staff, as occurred in Sullivan, where a student was sexually assaulted under the administration of John Roseboom, former administration at Marine Leadership Academy, all because of Laura Limone, who ordered that he be made AP at Sullivan, knowing his record in Florida and all he did at MLA. Thank you for your attention and support.
Thank you. Our next speakers are from Illinois Network of Charter Schools. We'll start with speaker number 11, Joanna Smith.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanna Smith, and I have here, and we are with the Illinois Network of Charter Schools. Today, I would like to speak about the importance of the charter renewal process and what it means for the stability and the future of schools like Urban Prep. Chicago Public Schools has developed a Black Student Success Plan in recognition of the urgent need to better serve Black students who make up 1/3 of the district's population and yet face the widest disparities in reading, math, graduation rates, and disciplinary actions. The plan aims to direct targeted resources to where the greatest inequities exist. Key goals include ensuring every classroom incorporates culturally responsive practices and increasing the number of Black students who report a strong sense of belonging in school climate surveys. This is the work Urban Prep does every single day. I've had the opportunity to visit Urban Prep's campuses a number of times, and each time I leave inspired. There's a palpable sense of joy, energy, and purpose throughout each campus. I'm consistently greeted by young Black boys, soon to be young men, who are confident, intelligent, and fully aware that they are being prepared to lead. Urban Prep has maintained a 100% college acceptance rate for its graduating seniors year after year, an achievement not easily matched by many high schools in Chicago. With over 25 intelligent Black and brown young men accepted into four-year universities and colleges upon graduation. Further, alum of Urban Prep are not only enrolling in college, but graduating from great schools like Morehouse College and Harvard and Brown. Go Bears. Additionally, graduates of Urban Prep are returning back to Chicago as mentors, educators, and change makers, demonstrating the long-term impact of the school's
conclude your
mission.
remarks.
That's why it's essential to recognize Urban Prep as a vital part of Chicago's educational landscape, as its mission aligns with the city's broader equity goals. As a city,
Please conclude your remarks.
I'm concluding. We must champion schools that are making a measurable impact. That support begins with the renewal process. If CPS is truly committed to advancing outcomes for Black children, then supporting Urban Prep must be part of that commitment. All charter schools that are up for renewal must receive a minimum
Thank
of
you for
3
your
years.
comments.
This creates stability and certainty for students, families, and teachers, and creates conditions that schools need to thrive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Jody Cantrell, speaker number 18.
Good afternoon, President Hardin, CEO Martinez, and members of the board. My name is Jody Cantrell. I am the Chief Public Affairs Officer at the Illinois Network of Charter Schools. Today, you are voting on a resolution that is just the latest in a long line of baseless attacks on charter schools. It's the same playbook and same tired strategy designed to destabilize schools where students are thriving and educators, including many CTU members, are making a difference. Let's be clear, this resolution is not about students. It's not about equity, quality, or accountability. It's about power and control. It's an attempt to bypass federal and state laws, pushing an approach that flies in the face of established legal precedent, best practices, and democratic policymaking. Governing by resolution without public debate or meaningful stakeholder input mirrors the worst habits of executive overreach. It's the exact same approach happening in Washington, D.C. today. The result is confusion, instability, and no accountability to the families most affected. Charter schools are public schools. That fact is clear in state law. And they are part of CPS and serve over 55,000 students, the vast majority of whom are Black and Brown, low income, and first-generation college-bound. These families deserve respect and not the political games. They deserve options and not ultimatums. It's time for a different conversation in our city, one focused on what works for kids. As we said last month, when the CTU tried to push
You
these
have 30
changes
seconds
behind
remaining.
closed doors and without the charter community, and we will say it again today, policymaking should happen in the open with the public and not through backroom deals or power plays. Charter leaders remain ready to engage in real, student-centered discussions, but we won't be silent while political interests come at the expense of student opportunities. Chicago deserves better. Our kids deserve better. Let's focus on solutions that put kids first. We urge you to stand with Chicago's families today and uphold your legal and fiduciary duties as board members. Vote no on this illegal backroom resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Austin Bonson, speaker number 27, who's joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon. My name is Austin Bunson, and before I begin, I'd like to thank the school board for giving me this opportunity to speak. I am a resident of Albany Park and a student at Hagen. I'm speaking with concern about the Aspira Middle School, which is located at 3729 West Leland Avenue. This building is being given to a different school, North River. We students at Hagen would like part of this school to be shared with the Hagen community. We have seen an increase in students who have been attending Hagen. As the years pass by and more people come to Chicago, there will be an increase in the number of students at Hagen year by year. You have already seen signs of this issue, such as running out of space to install new classrooms. This has led to classes being packed and full of students while not having the amount of teachers needed. It is due to these reasons that us students at Hagen believe that we should have part use of the Aspira building. This will help us greatly as it can house more students as more come in. The building of Aspira could provide a place where we can send students and teachers. This will help alleviate the packed classrooms at Hagen, which will lead to less packed hallways and more space. This extra space can make sure that teachers aren't being overwhelmed by the great amount of kids that they'll have to teach. This will help guarantee that each and every student can build a personal one-on-one relationship with each student. This could lead to better performances on tests and higher understanding of the courses they are taking. With these requests,
You have 30
please
seconds
consider
remaining.
North River share with the School of Aspira with Hagen. Thank you for listening. Sincerely, me, Austin. Bye.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Carlos Alanis Ortiz, speaker number 13.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Carlos Alanis, and I'm proud to stand before you today as a senior student at Instituto Health Science Career Academy, a member of the boys soccer team, a current student in the EMR program, and a participant in the Medical Wings International program. Instituto is more than just a school to me. It's my second home. From the moment I walk through the doors, I feel a sense of belonging. The staff here don't just teach, they support, inspire, and challenge us to go beyond what we think we're capable of. They believe in our potential and push us to reach it every day. These past 4 years at Instituto have truly been life-changing. The school has opened doors for me and for so many of my classmates through clubs, after-school programs, sports, college visits, and more. Instituto, along with Medical Wings International, helped me discover the career path I want to pursue, dentistry. I found this passion thanks to Mr. Mendez, who introduced me to the incredible MWI program. Through this opportunity, I was able to travel to underserved communities in countries like Panama, Honduras, and Peru, where access to medical care is limited. While on these trips, I had the chance to work alongside professionals, meet mentors who are now guiding me through the college progress, and even help care for children. Some of the most memorable moments was teaching little kids how to brush their teeth and how to floss. Ishka truly cares about its students and is committed to continued improvement. The school is actively working to elevate the voices of students, staff, and parents, making sure we're all included in the process of shaping our future. What we
You have
need now
30
is
seconds
time.
remaining.
Time to implement meaningful changes and to continue growing in the areas that need support. That's why we are respectfully advocating for a minimum 5-year charter renewal. If our school didn't matter, you wouldn't see so many passionate stakeholders of students, staff, family, and community members standing here today united in support of Ishka. I also want to state that it's unfair you only allow 10 of us to stand together when we have over 50 of us present wanting to stand in front of you. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Michael Bunson, speaker number 17.
Thought y'all had forgot about me. How y'all doing today? So it's a new day. We have a board of 21 members, almost half by election. And I can think of no better way for you to truly realize your duty as public servants doing a public service than to fully promote and develop the democratic ideal, an expression that captures the voice, the will, and the concerns of the people that you were elected to serve. I want you to actually include the voice and participation of as many persons as possible from the public that you serve. And I can think of no better concept that realizes this idea than grassroots participatory democracy. And for that, we already have a model in place that only needs to be developed. And I'm here to ask you, once again, to engage with the local school councils in your respective districts, and also to engage with the local school council advisory board, the LSCAB. There have been recent elections in the 6 geographic areas for the local school council members. 6 have prevailed and in the vote, but there are 9 more that need to be
You have 30 seconds
selected by
remaining.
you, I know. And as stated here, and I have something that I would like, can I pass a paper out or do I have to email it to everybody? Okay. According to Public Act 89-15 and Board Resolution 96-0228-RS7 that I have also given a copy for you to examine. It
Please
is part
conclude
of
your
your
remarks.
duties to oversee the local school councils, advisory board, and engage with them as stated in that. And so I just wanted you to look it over. And so in my most humble opinion, the voice of the local school councils are the missing link that we need to make Chicago Public Schools a world-class operation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next two speakers are from Noble Schools, joining us virtually. Speaker number 19, Claudia Rodriguez. Please enter *6 to unmute. Claudia Rodriguez, speaker number 19, please enter *6 to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Hello? Oh, perfect. Thank you. Hello, President Hardin, CEO Martinez, and members of the Chicago Public Schools Board. My name is Claudia Rodriguez. I am proud to serve as the Chief of Public Affairs at Noble Schools, and I'm also a proud alumna of Chicago Public Schools. As someone who grew up in this city and graduated from CPS, I know firsthand the life-changing power of a strong public education. It's what motivates me every day in my work at Noble. Over the past few months, we've had the pleasure of welcoming several of you into our schools. It's been a privilege to share the work we do every day, and we're grateful for your time and engagement. In the weeks ahead, we're excited to welcome more of you to our graduations, where the class of 2025 will join a network of over 28,000 proud Noble alumni making a difference throughout Chicago. Today, I'm here to respectfully urge you not to move forward with the proposed resolution regarding the authorization and renewal of charter schools. We believe this resolution represents a step backward in a city that has long strived to expand access to high-quality education. When I led Noble's most recent charter renewal process, we worked hand in hand with the Office of Innovation and Incubation. That process was rigorous, deeply collaborative, and marked by an extraordinary level of transparency and accountability. Charter schools already operate under one of the most transparent systems in public education. Annual publicly audited financial statements, performance-based evaluations, in full compliance with state and federal laws. In many ways, these expectations surpass those for district-run schools. Noble currently serves 30% of all high school students in Chicago. Our mission is both simple and powerful, to provide an exceptional public education.
You have 30
to every
seconds
student,
remaining.
regardless of background or zip code. We are free, public, and open to all. That means we are directly accountable to this board, our authorizer, and to the people of Chicago. In recent board meetings and public forums, Noble families and staff have spoken openly and constructively. Their message is clear. We are committed to partnership with you. As we move forward, think of us as a thought partner and include charters in the process of developing resolutions that will directly impact charter students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Natasha Dunn, speaker number 24, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Hi, before I start, I would like to thank CEO Pedro Martinez and Cito Bogdana for your service. Specifically, Pedro Martinez, thank you so much for getting schools open in 2021. I'm here today. My name is Natasha Dunn, and I'm here today to speak on the issues facing Black students in CPS. In 2020, I worked with CPS creating the Foundation for Black Student Success, and in 2020 fought for the draft legislation that created the BSA committee under the Board of Education. I am here today with an urgent and uncomfortable message. Over 65,000 Black students have endured relentless school disruptions that has destabilized children's education and has devastated entire communities. Black students are traveling far than any other racial group to attend school. This burden affects everything, including attendance, academic performance, friendships, and parent involvement. And yet, buses were taken from these very students and given to new arrivals. That choice didn't just create inconvenience, it created displacement. It further purged Black students from CPS. Schools like Black, Randolph, Carnegie, Burnside, and Smith have all lost students as a direct result. The South Shore neighborhood is ground zero for resettlement of migrants, and transformation is rapid and real. Schools like Bradwell have gone from 98%
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Black to 70% in 2 years. Black students are being pushed out physically, culturally, and systemically. And what does that mean for the remaining students? They are forced to watch as migrant students receive targeted funding for academic language support, while Black students are left to struggle unsupported, invisible, and expendable. Since the 2000s, Chicago Public Schools has purged 120,000 Black students and more than 15,000 Black teachers. If this trend continues, by 2030, there will be fewer than 80,000 Black students left in CPS. This is
Please
not just a
conclude your
data
remarks.
point. This is dismantling. I am issuing a clear and urgent warning to the board. If you don't implement a reparative strategy that reflects in your budget, policies, and practices, you will be remembered as the board that finished what the predecessor started, the destruction of Black education in Chicago. We don't need more reports. We don't
Please
need
conclude
more
your
promises.
remarks.
We need actions. We need investment. We need repair. The time is now. You can either be the board to make history or the one that helps to erase it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speakers are from the Safe Passage Program. Speaker 25, Monica Brown.
Good evening, board, or should I say good afternoon. We have been waiting here anxiously and excited to talk to our new board members. I am Monica Brown from the Safe Passage community. Safe Passage has and will continue to be a viable resource for the students of Chicago. We are we are thankful and extremely grateful for the partnership with CPS. Our commitment and dedication to ensuring that our students get to school safely, to and from school, goes beyond just Safe Passage. Our team members often are giving hats and gloves and book bags and meeting the needs of students that they see. It has become a tremendous amount of work for all of us. I get a little emotional when I think about it because when this program started about 15, 16 years ago, no one knew that it would evolve into being what it is today. Safe Passage has been boots on the grounds, and we will continue to do that and are blessed and thankful for that opportunity to build relationships with our community. We know that it's no secret that our students are challenged when they're traveling to school, but those challenges also go far beyond just the travel, just their in-home environment. Our Safe Passage team is there to welcome them and usher them into the school.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Giving them encouragement. It has increased the attendance, and it has helped to make some of these achievement goals. So we're here. We've brought some gifts. They are letters from principals and community members. We have about 10,000 petitions just to let you know how much support we have and how we want to continue to be partners with Chicago Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Juana Villegas, speaker 26.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Juana Villegas, operadora de base de la Escuela de la Comunidad de Gays Park de Sawyer. He trabajado en el programa de Pase Seguro por 7 años, donde he visto venta de drogas, peleas, estudiantes atropellados y varios tiroteos donde ha perdido la vida algunos estudiantes y hasta un policía de Chicago. Somos padres de la comunidad que trabaja y vive alrededor de la escuela. Nuestros hijos fueron y se han graduado de esas escuelas y queremos que otros estudiantes se sientan seguros al caminar a su escuela o casa. Los padres de Pase Seguro sin tener capacitación como los policías, médicos, terapeutas, somos los que llegan al lugar del incidente y apoyamos a los estudiantes cuando hay una emergencia. Somos los que a diario hacemos cientos de llamadas al 311 para nuestras comunidades que ponen en peligro a los estudiantes. Somos los ojos de los directores y personal de la escuela, los que hacemos cientos de llamadas al centro estudiantil para reportar emergencias de los estudiantes. El programa de Pase Seguro no solo brinda seguridad a los estudiantes camino a la escuela, apoya al personal interno el prevenir que los niños falten y no lleguen al edificio, aumentando la asistencia en las escuelas. Gracias al programa de Pase Seguro, los padres estamos más involucrados en la comunidad y los estudiantes se sienten seguros al pedir ayuda cuando nos ven en su camino. Si siguen los recortes en el programa, no solo
quedan
están
30 segundos, por favor,
trabajo
concluye.
para los padres, también están poniendo en peligro la vida de los estudiantes. Les pido su apoyo para que el programa continúe, que los mejores capacitaciones, mejor paga, ya que en invierno difíciles nosotros seguimos trabajando afuera a temperaturas bajas, brindando seguridad a nuestras escuelas y merecemos que CPS valore este gran programa. Gracias.
We'll have the statement translated.
Good afternoon. My name is Juana Villegas, base operator at Sawyer School at Gage Park. I've worked with the Safe Passage program for 7 years, in which I've seen drug trafficking, fights, students run over, and several shootouts in which students and even a Chicago police officer have lost their lives. We are community parents who work and live near the schools. Our children attended and graduated from these schools, and we want our other students to feel safe as they walk to their schools or their homes. Safe Passage parents, despite not having the training of a police officer, medic, or therapist, are nevertheless the ones who, when there's an emergency, arrive to the site of the incident and support students. We are the ones who on the daily make hundreds of calls to 311 to improve our communities which endanger our students. We are the eyes and ears of school principals and staff, and the ones who make hundreds of calls to the student center to report student emergencies. The Safe Passage program not only provides security to students heading to schools, but also support internal personnel in preventing children from being absent or failing to arrive at school, increasing school attendance. Thanks to the Safe Passage program, we parents are more involved, and the community and the students feel safe asking for help when they see us along the way. If the cuts to the program continue, not only are you taking jobs away from parents, you're also endangering students. I ask for your help so that the program can continue, so that we get better training and better pay. We're out there, still working in the harsh winter temperatures, making schools safe, and we deserve to have CPS appreciate this great program. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker from the Safe Passage program is Patrick Brosnan, speaker 28.
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Patrick Brosnan. I'm the executive director of the Brighton Park Neighborhood Council. We're a community-based organization serving the Southwest, predominantly immigrant communities of Brighton Park, Gage Park, Archer Heights, McKinley Park, back of the yards. Since the 2010 school year, BPNC has been partnered with CPS to implement the Safe Passage program in schools throughout our communities. We have hired over 70 plus parents and community leaders from our schools to ensure the safety and security of students and the whole community. I'm not just representing BPNC, however, I am representing all 17 community partners with CPS who are implementing this program throughout the entire city of Chicago in over 191 schools. I'll say that again, 191 schools in CPS and employing over 2,000 parents and community leaders throughout the city. One of the challenges is that many don't see the crimes and the violence that the Safe Passage program is preventing. But our workers are out there in the rain, sleet, and snow and sun every single day. And I assure you, when you look at the Safe Passage logs and you look at the incident reports, you will see hundreds of incidents being prevented every single week. I want to thank Board Member Lopez for coming out to our,
You have 30
to our
seconds
community
remaining.
to walk the post with our Safe Passage workers. And I encourage all of you to do the same so you can see the powerful impact of this program. We have over 14,000 petitions signed. We have a packet that's being distributed to all of you with hundreds of letters of support from elected officials, principals, and community leaders across the entire city of Chicago for this program. I want to thank the mayor, CPS, and the board for your continued support. We know the budget is tight, but we got to keep funding this critically important program for our city. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Markayla Henton, speaker number 22, who's joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Markayla Hinton. I'm the parent of two scholars at Ray Elementary School in Hyde Park, On February 11th, around 8 p.m., my son began crying and screaming, saying his head hurt. I went to console him only to find he had a large knot on his head. My son explained that the same boy who had choked him, kissed him on the cheek, and punched him prior had pushed him into a concrete wall, resulting in a knot. During a consequential parent conference, it was revealed that the attendant asked my son, a 6-year-old, if he wanted to go to the nurse or to recess. Of course, he chose recess. No one checked my son for a concussion. He hit his head, he complained of a headache, and yet no one engaged the nurse. There are clear definitions for nurses' roles, but there is no protocol on when a nurse should be engaged. The school staff failed to comply with Section 704.9. However, CPS has failed to create measures that hold staff and teachers to engaging medical professionals. I know it should be common sense, but honestly, no staff should have to bear the weight of deciding if it's the right time to get a nurse. Today, the principal at Ray looked at me and said that nothing would happen here except the information would be forwarded back to her. She said in a parent conference that Black woman to Black woman, I went hard on her. And I want to be clear. I do expect for this board to do something for children who are injured in CPS buildings.
You have 30 seconds
and
remaining.
I plan to be difficult, as difficult as I have to be, so that parents, staff, and students don't have to wonder if a nurse is going to be called. I know that you all are discussing board situations, renewal of programs, you're talking about budgets, but the policies of CPS should also be considering how to make what's functioning in the building function even better. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And our last speaker from the registered speakers list is Brooke Rourke, speaker number 29.
I have 4 children that teach me patience every day, so I'm glad to the mic, sorry. Thank you for having me. My name is Brooke Rourke. I'm speaking on behalf of the Chicago Family Dyslexia Collaborative and as well as the 224,000 CPS students who are struggling to read. CEO Martinez, thank you for centering students in your leadership at CPS. Research proves that with the appropriate instruction, 95% of all individuals are able to read and write, but only 31% of CPS students read proficiently. We graduate over 10,000 students each year who cannot read at a level expected for their age. 40% of students with an IEP are classified as having a specific learning disability in reading. I have 3 of those children. Dyslexia is a neurological-based difference in the brain, and that's what I'm here to talk about. In 2021, CPS and ODLSS at the time made a significant commitment to improving support for struggling leaders. However, since becoming CPS's special education chief in January of 2024, Chief Long has eliminated or communicated the plans to replace those. It's not because the programs weren't working. It's not because of loss of money. It's presumably because of not aligning with personal beliefs. On May 14, 2025, parents of students in the CPS multisensory structured literacy programs received an email letting them know those programs were being cut starting next year. I know as an LSC member and as a parent that they will not receive that level of instruction starting in August. There was a pilot through the virtual academy that was successful. 90% of
Sorry, you
students
have 30 seconds remaining.
were able to meet their stretch goal. That program was also ended.
There was collaboration between ODLSS or OSD and the CPS Parent Collaborative, or CPS Dyslexia Collaborative. That was also ended with no communication. We are pleased asking that immediate training and learning disabilities, correcting misinformation sent to parents, and restoring programs that were cut, or
Please
plans to
conclude your
ensure
remarks.
that students are getting the education that they deserve. Please prioritize the outcomes for all CPS students so that no child leaves not being able to read or write proficiently. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. President Harden, we also have several elected officials who would like to address the board. We will begin with Alderman Lamont Robinson from the 4th Ward, who is joining us in person.
Thank you very much, President Harden, Superintendent Martinez. Thank you so much for your service to this district. School board members, also thank you for your service. I'm so proud of the work that we did in Springfield to create elected school board, and it's certainly so good to see so many friends in front of me. I also want to thank the advocates, parents, and students for being here today. I am here to urge the Chicago School Board members to give urban prep the 3 to 5 year renewal term that it deserves. For almost 2 decades, urban prep has stood as a symbol of hope, structure, and opportunity for Black boys on the south side of Chicago. I not only speak as an advocate, as an educator, also as a Black man who was once one of these young Black men. I also worked alongside of Urban Prep when I ran a mentoring program called the Capital Leadership Institute of Chicago that also sent hundreds of young men to colleges all across the country. I know that you all know that it's important that our students have a place to be able to call home, a place that they know that they can come back to each year. It also is important to make sure that our educators have a stable work environment. And so, board members, colleagues, if I may, I ask again that you take a closer look at this renewal and make sure that we have consistency at Urban College Prep. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. The next elected official is Alderman Byron Sigcho Lopez from the 25th Ward, who is here in person.
Good afternoon, members of the board. CEO Martinez, it's always good to be here, especially in a time like this. I think that we all can feel proud to be in Chicago. There is a beacon of hope in the midst of the attempts to dismantle public education. I am here on 2 topics. First, I'm going to touch on the importance of charter accountability, and I'm here in full support of the resolution. And the reason why is because history said so. We all remember the infamous United Neighborhood Organization, UNO, that used educational dollars for kids for political campaigns, political purposes. So we cannot have different rules for different people. Public dollars privately managed by organizations that oftentimes are more interested in politics, that are not in the best interest of our kids, because I'm all for politics, but to use public dollars in the way that United Neighborhood Organization used them, it is just uncalled for. We all are aware how 50 schools closed in the poorest areas of the city of Chicago at the same time as organizations like UNO were expanding and building new schools with public dollars. We cannot allow to go back to those times. I am urge you to make sure that we have accountability and the board takes adequate time to review those contracts, to hold them accountable. We just saw the same group, Uno, that had to change their name. Now they're called Acero. And wonder why they had to change their name. That was so shameful what happened. The fraudsters, some of them already left the room when I came to talk. Because they know it's true. $43 million in reserves this organization Acero had. With no audit, with no accountability to the parents, in meetings where the board shut down the mics, not only for parents, but elected officials. So what is that money for? I'll remind you, Uno was also guilty of defrauding investors, lying to people, taking money away from diverse learners for political campaigns. The CEO actually ran Rahm Emanuel campaign for re-election as CEO of an educational school. The fraudsters of the past cannot come back to tell us what to do. I am glad that we have an elected school board. You have my full confidence that if you look at the facts and I hold them accountable, you will see what is the best interest of our children. Now let me just refer very quickly to some of the lies that continue to be spread out. TIF money, we like it or not, has been used to balance budgets. What is incredible to me is that districts like mine receive amendments from CPS. The Chicago Public Schools voted in favor in a CDC, the Community Development Commission, so that our schools can receive capital infrastructure dollars. When those assumptions are not made, those funds are not allocated. So the principles are right. So those budgets are fake. And now we have, in my community, and that's what I'm here, not to ask for TIF dollars, not to ask for anything, to make sure that we have a plan, for God's sake. How Mr. Martinez goes and votes in favor of an amendment so schools depend on that TIF dollars only to retrieve that commitment and leave us unfunded. By the way, Mr. Martinez, the Great Cities Institute is still waiting for an answer to that. So we researched this. I asked the board to make sure that schools like us, immigrant kids, the same opportunity anybody else. If we can get every alderman to give away the TIFs and make sure that they go to the schools, you have my support. But I cannot in good faith allow that the fraudsters here that now said disgrace Alderman
You have
Solis,
30 seconds remaining.
but just yesterday had his support, tell us that they represent a coalition of parents and people. They represent a coalition of billionaires, realtors, and charter organization networks that don't want accountability but enrich themselves. So I'm here asking to make sure that we have a plan for every single school and district. I supported the plan of CTU. Abolish your TIFs and be equitable. And let's ask the alderman downtown to see how they feel about it, because they continue to soak our resources while immigrant
Please
kids
conclude your remarks.
are neglected. So I'm here to ask to make sure that we have a plan and that we talk to each other to make sure that we go to Springfield so the governor, the senator, president, and then the speaker of the house work to tax the rich and corporations so the kids and the various learners don't get the crumbs that we continue to see. We just went to Springfield with members of my community. That's a coalition of parents and people, not the fraudsters. And I ask you and urge you to the Board of Education to come with us to Springfield, to look at the facts and develop a plan that has accountability for charter schools and public funding for every child in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. The next elected official is Alderman Gilbert Villegas from the 36th Ward, joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I want to take a moment to offer my heartfelt thanks and appreciation to Pedro Martinez for his remarkable leadership during this time as CEO of Chicago Public Schools. Pedro stepped into this role at a critical time when our students, teachers, and families were still navigating the deep challenges of the pandemic. He faced those challenges head-on, working tirelessly to keep our schools open, to prioritize student learning, and to rebuild trust in our public education system. Under Pedro's leadership, we've seen important progress. There was expanding access to early childhood education, strengthening support for diverse learners, for focusing on equity and opportunity for every student across the city. He made it a point to listen, to engage with communities, and to always put students first. His strength and tenacity as a leader have been on full display throughout his tenure, but especially this past year. While powerful special interests attempted to bully and intimidate him, he did not back down. And his focus was always crystal clear. Do what is right for the children in our city, while being a responsible fiscal steward and ensuring our school district remained on track to cutting its deficit. And at the same time, was a competitive option for parents to send their kids. We are forever grateful for your leadership and time as CEO, Pedro. And as Pedro embarks on his next chapter, we know he will continue to make a difference wherever his journey takes him. But remember, here in Chicago, his impact will be lasting, and he will be greatly missed. Pedro, on behalf of our entire city, thank you for your service, your vision, and your heart for our children, for our students and families. We wish you all the best in this next chapter, and know that you will always have a home and community that supports you here in Chicago. All the best, my friend, and keep up the great work, Board.
Thank you for your comments. The next elected official is Alderwoman Nicole Lee from the 11th Ward, who is joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute. Alderwoman Nicole Lee, please enter *6 to unmute.
Sorry about that. I thought I did. Good evening, everybody. President Hardin, members of the board, distinguished guests, CEO Martinez, it's an honor to join you today, not only as the alderman of the 11th Ward, but also as a proud graduate of Chicago Public Schools, and more importantly, as a parent of CPS students. I'm here today to recognize and thank CEO Pedro Martinez for his outstanding leadership, vision, and service to our city's children and families. Pedro came into this role, as my colleague said earlier, at one of the most difficult moments in public education. Our schools and our city were still reeling from the impacts of the global pandemic. But from day one, Pedro has brought stability, compassion, and a fierce determination to make things better for our students. Of course, because he himself was a product of the Chicago Public Schools and a proud son of Pilsen. He knew that recovery wasn't just about reopening buildings, but also about reopening possibilities. He prioritized safety, while also championing academic growth, equity, and mental health. He listened to families. He showed up for teachers, and he never lost sight of students at the heart of this system. Under his leadership, we've seen graduation rates rise, test scores begin to rebound, and important investments made in our neighborhood schools. He helped lay the foundation for a more inclusive and accountable school system, one that is better equipped to serve all of our kids in every zip code across the city. As a parent, I've seen that firsthand. As a CPS graduate, I'm deeply grateful for the way Pedro's honored our school communities, not just with words, but with real action. Pedro, your commitment to public education and to Chicago has left a lasting mark. While this is going to be your final board meeting, I know that your legacy is going to live on in every classroom and school and with every student who was given the opportunity to succeed because of your leadership. On behalf of the 11th Ward and families across this great city, I want to join my colleagues in thanking you for all that you've done and wish you all the best in your future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next elected official is Alderwoman J. Gutierrez from the 14th Ward, joining us virtually. Please enter *6 to unmute.
Good afternoon. CEO Martinez, President Hardin, and members of the board. I'm Alderwoman J. Gutierrez of the 14th Ward on the southwest side of Chicago. I'm here to speak in strong support of the Safe Passage program and call for CPS to continue fully fund the Safe Passage program. Safe Passage is a vital program that ensures our students can travel to and from school with peace of mind. Their consistent presence provides a sense of security not only for students, but also for parents, educators, and school staff, because they report and deter crime. In my ward, we have 4 schools that take part in this program, in collaboration with Brighton Park Neighborhood Council. With the assistance of BPNC, Safe Passage has flourished outside of Brighton Park and into neighborhoods like Gage Park and Back of the Yards. With 53 community watchers, the program's success is rooted in the team's deep knowledge of the community and their strong relationships with local residents. We as elected officials have to serve our community and ensure that the Safe Passage program continues across the city, because no child should have to navigate a dangerous path to access their education. Before our children can learn in school, they have to arrive safely. We need to continue funding Safe Passage because when safety is a barrier to education, we are failing our students before they even step foot in the classroom. I would also like to thank the CPS School Board for stepping in and saving our Acero schools. In a time where our families were not given clarity on their students' futures, I thank the board for keeping 5 of these schools open and providing the clarity that Acero has not. There are 7 charter schools in the 14th ward. That is over a third of the total schools in my ward. And I'm humbly asking that the board vote in support of the resolution to hold Acero and all charter schools accountable so we can protect our students and families, increase parent and community voice, prohibit abrupt school closures during the renewal term, protect workers' rights, and promote union neutrality so our staff have the resources to teach and care for our students. Passing this resolution will ensure that no other families have to face uncertainty that our Acero families went through this academic year. Finally, I would like to thank you, CEO Pedro Martinez, for your dedication, hard work, and collaboration in leading CPS for the past 4 years, and for always looking out for our children and families. May your new chapter in Massachusetts bring you success and appreciation. Thank you to the board and advocates here today. I look forward to continuing working together for the betterment of our schools and communities.
Thank you for your comments. The next elected official is Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor from the 20th Ward and the Education Chairwoman. Joining us virtually, please enter *6 to unmute. Alderwoman Jeanette Taylor, please enter *6 to unmute.
Good evening to everybody who is listening. It's really mind-boggling how we rewrite history. I've been disappointed in every CEO, BEO, AEO who's ever been in Chicago public school, and that's because we have winners and losers in education. And after being on a local school council for 23 years, being in the space as an elected official, you all are doing the same crap y'all been doing for years, which is why we're infighting. Our young people get left behind. And so I don't care if you're at charter, I don't care if you at public, you at private. Our responsibility is to make sure young people are educated and that we work together. And while we fought for over 30 years for an elected school board, you all are putting that in chaos. And so let's not forget the young people who got left behind during COVID. They look like me. And so while I wish you well in your endeavors, you could have done a better job with starting with the forensic audit for CPS, because you all are wasteful. You all don't think about all the schools in the city of Chicago, which is why we have things like Black Student Success. And why people feel like that's racist, we know those are the young people that you all will continue to leave behind. It never ceases to amaze me that I'm hearing parents fight for safe passage. Remember, that's the thing that you gave us when you all closed 50 schools. And so those schools are still closed. So please explain to me why we're taking away safe passage. Because you all got a budget deficit, start at the top. Let's start with that building that you all spend millions of dollars on. Go into one of those schools you closed. And of course, it's the new elected school board. And while we know this is not going to be the magical wand that's going to fix it all, my advice to the elected school board is you all are elected officials. You are no different than me. And so it is your responsibility to talk to every constituent, every school, to see what the needs are. The thought that y'all doing the same thing over and over again is ridiculous. And so I have not been to Chicago Public School Board meeting since 2013 when I went on a hunger strike to save Dyer High School. The young people that y'all counted out who are now the state champions. Absolutely. Silence. That's what you all need to do, is be silent. Allow local schools to make those decisions. Allow those principals and teachers and parents to make those decisions. Every time I turn on the TV, y'all doing more infighting than they doing in D.C. And why? You know what great schools look like? They just ain't a priority on certain parts of the city. And we know that. And so it's funny how we'll get over here and say, you've done an amazing job. When? Y'all the equivalent of what goes on in D.C. When has America ever been great for people that look like me? I'll wait. It hasn't. And so what I say to all of you all is, while we pussyfooting around and arguing and fighting with each other, our young people are getting killed in the streets. You see it every day. And some of the things that have saved them, because Safe Passage has been safe passage for young people who live in communities where schools are closed and they still have to walk to the school that was designated the better school, which we know was not true. In my time at being in city council, I asked Pedro Martinez to have a report about what happened during the school closings. Of course, we haven't gotten it because y'all don't want to say the truth, that it was a mistake and we were wrong. And so my recommendation to you all, and what I'll fight each and every last one of you on, is making sure that you are sitting at the feet of community and listening to what young people need, what teacher support need, and what families need. That's our responsibility. I don't care what color you are and what side of the city you live on. CPS shouldn't be still standing for closing public schools, because that's what it's always stood for me. Y'all put students first. How is taking away the other support that families need, putting students first? It's not. You all continue to do the same thing and expect different results. I expect more and I expect better. And so stop picking and choosing what elected officials you talk to and you want to work with, and work with us all. I'll take you can have those 30 seconds, because at the end of the day, y'all ain't going to listen and y'all not going to be satisfied. Two parents just not allowed you to educate their children at all. And then we'll see where you all work.
Thank you for your comments. President Harden, that was the last elected official, and this concludes public participation.
Board members, are there any questions or comments related to public participation? I'll just say briefly that we certainly recognize the value of safe passage, and to our charter community, we recognize the value that you bring to the district, and me and fellow board members look forward to our convening tomorrow to strengthen our relationship. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Member Lopez.
Thank you, President. Just want to thank the Safe Passage parents, community organization, when I had the opportunity to visit and also follow their route and seeing how the children were greeting them as they were walking in, also the staff and the teachers. Thank you for that. And the day that I showed up, it was warm weather, but I can only imagine what they're going through when it's negative 10 degrees and they're still showing up in every post, just to ensure that our children have a safe way to get to their school. Thank you.
We will now move into a short recess. Board Member Rosenfeld, do you have motion MO1?
I move that the board take a 30-minute recess.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Lozano?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Thomas?
Aye.
Member Boyle?
Yes.
Member Wallace?
Aye.
Member Custer?
She's not on right now.
Member Pope?
Yes.
Member Rosenfeld?
Yes.
Member Rivas?
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra?
Aye.
Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Bannon?
Aye.
Vice President Bautista?
Yes.
Member Gutierrez?
Aye.
Member Biggs?
Yes.
Member Thodakura?
Yes.
Member Blaze?
Aye.
Member Zakor.
Yes.
18 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board. This meeting will now go into a 30-minute recess.
The meeting of the Board of Education is reconvened. We will now proceed with the business portion of the meeting. CEO Martinez, we are ready for a presentation.
Thank you, President Harden. We'll start with our progress monitoring and early learning led by our Chief of Early Childhood, Leslie McKinley.
Good afternoon. My name is Leslie McKinley, and I serve as the Chief Officer for the Office of Early Childhood Education. I'm joined here today by my colleague, Nicole Milberg, Chief Officer for the Office of Teaching and Learning, along with several members of the Teaching and Learning team. We are here this evening to share more about our ongoing efforts to strengthen access, enrollment, quality, and quality programming in early learning grades, pre-K through second grade. This work is a key priority in our Together We Rise 5-year vision. As we all know, early learning sets the stage for lifelong success. Foundational skills developed in pre-K through second grade are critical for future academic achievement and student growth. Research shows that supporting our youngest learners early reduces the need for intervention later, saving time and resources. Our visionary goal is to ensure every student enters third grade equipped with strong academic and social-emotional skills. To achieve this, we're concentrating on 4 key areas: ensuring universal access, increasing enrollment, delivering high-quality curriculum, and implementing research-based interventions. Next slide. Thanks to the expansion of our universal preschool, we've seen consistent growth in enrollment over the past several years. Now we're approaching a natural plateau as we're nearing our seat capacity. This tells us that the demand is strong in the city, and we've definitely aligned our seats availability to meet that demand. Today, we have more than 370 elementary schools offering pre-K programming across the district, serving more than 19,000 students. Next slide. Our data confirms that we are reaching the students who benefit most from early learning opportunities. Currently, 84% of our pre-K students meet the Early Childhood Block Grant criteria for being at risk for academic failure. 71% are considered economically disadvantaged. 35% of our students have an IEP, and 28% of our students are English learners. These numbers demonstrate that we've not only expanded access, but we are serving a diverse, high-need population, reinforcing our commitment to equity. We've officially launched, next slide please, we've officially launched our pre-K application for next year on April 8th. Families receive their offers on May 22nd, and those applying now will receive their offers within a 24-hour period. Next slide. And here's some preliminary data around our application launch. As of May 22nd, we've released 66% of our full-day seats and 75% of our half-day seats to families. And typically, we don't see that type of those types of numbers until late June. So we're really excited about the families' response to our application. While this process is exciting, we know that there's still work to do. We know that there's work to do to ensure that not only families apply for our seats within the district, but also that they accept those seats and that they enroll in the fall. Next slide. So we have some application support and resources available for families and for those who would love to join us in sharing the outreach of our application. Our Chicago Early Learning Hotline can assist in both English and Spanish. Families are able to apply for an application directly. They're also able to answer questions and also confirm their seats. We also have a digital toolkit that's available for those who want help and promoting our outreach on social media and also supporting us through community events. And we know that getting into the door of preschool programs is a major success. And we also know that high quality programming is what sustains that success. And so now that I've shared how families are able to access pre-K programming, I'll turn it over to Chief Milberg to talk more about the daily student experience and what pre-K through second grade students can expect to experience once they enroll in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Good evening. A daily student experience that is rigorous, joyful, and equitable is the core to our work. This must be particularly true for our earliest learners. This is how we build a strong foundation and a relationship of trust with our students and families from the start of their CPS journey. Next slide. The quality and consistency of the instructional materials we ask our students to engage with matters. This is our 6-part definition of a high-quality curriculum. Every student deserves access to grade level, culturally and linguistically sustaining and cohesively aligned learning with instructional materials that support this vision. Our goal is to empower educators with high-quality instructional materials and curriculum-based learning so teachers are able to make the decisions they know are responsive to the needs of their students. This is how we strengthen the instructional core, by continuously improving and supporting the interaction between educators, students, and the content. Next slide. Over the past 3 years, our schools and educators have worked tirelessly to adopt high-quality curriculum in almost all of our primary classrooms. And we have expanded to provide a foundational skills supplement, which is now being used in more than 200 pre-K programs to support kindergarten readiness. To share more about what this looks like in literacy, I'm very honored to turn the mic over to Dr. Jane Fleming.
Thank you, Chief Milberg. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to share. In English language arts and in Spanish language arts and CPS, we've focused on enacting some research-based literacy key practices in every classroom. We can go to the next slide, please. These include the abundant reading of diverse and engaging texts, coupled with systematic and explicit foundational skills instruction in pre-K through 5th grade, along with extensive discussion to support language development and comprehension, lots of writing to support reading development, engagement in rigorous and authentic learning experiences, and opportunities to communicate and create content in a modern digital environment. These key practices are going to look different in kindergarten than they do in 9th grade, for example, but they are key practices that we can expect to see in any CPS classroom across the district, and we're leveraging high-quality, comprehensive curriculum to help us get there. We often get asked if we are following the science of reading, and as many of you probably know, this typically refers to the science that speaks to the importance of that explicit and systematic foundational skills instruction to build reading accuracy and fluency in the early grades. So yes, we are definitely doing that. We're also paying attention to the science of oral language proficiency and its contribution to reading and writing development, and the explicit teaching of comprehension strategies and text structure for meaning making, and the research on the contribution of writing to reading development, and the importance of vocabulary development and knowledge building through science and social science instruction, for example, and the research on biliteracy and learning to read in a second language. So I say all this to say we're taking a comprehensive approach to literacy instruction in CPS and grounding our instructional vision in the sciences of literacy. And this is also strongly aligned with the Illinois Comprehensive Literacy Plan. We're also following the science on cultural relevance as a key factor in developing early literacy skills. We often think about culturally responsive instruction as helping students feel connected and included in school, and that is, of course, very, very important. But there is plentiful research to show that culturally and linguistically responsive instruction actually supports reading and writing development. So when learners are engaged with culturally relevant content, for example, student interest and engagement increases. Their motivation and persistence is stronger, even when things get challenging. The productivity of literature discussion increases. Our young people have lots to say about things that are important to them, as you can imagine. Depth of comprehension increases when students can connect new learning to their lived experience. Writing productivity goes through the roof. All of these factors are not just nice ideas. They are tangible cognitive benefits for reading and writing development. So our approach to early literacy is to embed the literacy key practices in the context of culturally and linguistically responsive curriculum. Our Skyline curriculum, as you can see, is built on beautiful, contemporary, diverse texts and compelling essential questions in which students can find themselves, their families, their communities, and their experiences represented and valued. So we're confident that this approach to rigorous and relevant instruction, along with the many investments that CPS has made in early learning over the past many years, is contributing to the reading growth among CPS students that CEO Martinez referenced earlier. And now I'm pleased to invite my colleague, Dr. Corey Morrison, CPS Director of Mathematics, to talk a little bit about our approach to early mathematics instruction.
Thanks, Dr. Fleming. Good evening, board. Thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited to share with you our strategy around K2 mathematics. And if we can go to the next slide. Fluency is also a key word in it, but it's very different than literacy. How we need to engage students in fluency is around flexibility and confidence to solve problems in many different ways and not just produce what their teacher does, not just memorize or mimic to learn through rote memorization. And so one of our key readings or findings or things that we've been leaning into is around Baruti's phases of fluency, which came out in 2006, saying that we often jump and skip the most important phase in math fluency development, which is phase 2. This idea that students get plenty of time to practice and play and select strategy and think about the strategies that they're deriving from foundational facts and how they apply into different scenarios. That strategy selection is what builds confidence and strengthens math identity and gives students the ability to be flexible and confident in solving problems in later years. So often we see what's on the left of your screen. Folks go from teaching it really well, jumping right to memorization. And what we've shifted is spending a lot of time intentionally in phase 2. How we spend time in phase 2 is the fun part. Leaning on Jenny Bay Williams' work around fluency games as a way to improve instruction and assessment and give feedback to students. Through games, we can hear students talk. We can understand what they misunderstand. We can give actionable just-in-time feedback to improve instruction and improve learning for students. We lean into games. So I wanted to share a video with you of my team and the promo video. My team is responsible for running the professional learning for teachers. We've served over 300 teachers this year and teaching how to use these games. And this is a snippet, about 4 minutes long, I guess a little shorter, of how those fluency games happen.
The biggest goal of K-5 math is to build computational fluency. And some of the ways teachers have done this traditionally include things like time tests, drills, flashcards, and research has shown us that while students may remember those facts in that moment, they do not retain them.
These strategies actually lead students to develop math anxiety, which includes things such as math avoidance, low test scores in math, and just overall student having a negative affect when it comes to math.
This is where fluency games come in.
Math games provide for students a fun, just non-threatening way for them to engage in math and really work on developing their fact fluency.
They actually give students an opportunity to interact and engage with one another. They give them an opportunity to practice reasoning strategies involved when you actually play a game.
Students are also collaboratively working with other classmates and really learning what does it mean to have a discussion with somebody? What does it mean to work with a group? So that social emotional learning piece is embedded within it as well. There are over 40 math games within the Skyline math curriculum, and any teacher in CPS has access to these games. All they have to use is their CPS login within the Safari Montage ecosystem.
They are located in every TFG and unit plan for grades kindergarten through 5th grade.
Another way that teachers can get familiar with fluency games is to come to our fluency game days.
Fluency game day sessions are amazing. Teachers get to think deeply about fluency with colleagues from around the district.
We also give them ample opportunities to engage with other teachers and really lean into the expertise that's in the room.
The most valuable thing I learned today about math fluency was just like more ways to incorporate it than just worksheets.
Math fluency can be done by any student, any grade, any level, with all access and at a low risk. Playing games is going to be a really great lead-in to get students excited and motivated to either win or learn some math, or both.
One of the best parts about Fluency Game Day with teachers get to actually play the games themselves. And as we're playing, you can actually see how teachers are shifting their own mindsets.
Maybe if I were to share these games with students, we would play the game boards with potential related facts, like a 2, a 4, and an 8, or a 3, and a 6.
Teachers leave our Fluency Game Day session with copies of the games as well as the materials inside of a Ziploc baggie so that they can actually play those games as soon as the very next day with their students.
This PD made it easy to see how to implement it, so it's something that I'm just going to implement right away.
I didn't expect to receive material, so that's really great to be able to have that. I didn't have to print something off. I didn't have to look for it.
We're so excited to bring it back to the classroom right away and share it with our other teachers at our school.
While games is one of the great ways that Skyline helps you promote fluency in your classroom, Skyline offers multiple ways to support fluency development.
Lessons and resources are embedded throughout the Skyline math curriculum, such as the math toolbox, math talks that are embedded within the TFGs, transition to math tasks, which are embedded within the TFGs, and math connections.
I would love to see teachers come to our Fluency Game Day.
We are hosting them around the networks in CPS, and we would be more than delighted for educators to come out with us, to learn with us, to engage with us, and to leave with some resources to share the love and joy of math fluency around the Chicago public school system.
That's my amazing team. So shout out to them for putting that on. Yes, that sounded a little promo-y, but we've seen it work this year. Like I said, we've had over 300 teachers. We are setting up our cycle for next year to offer more, and we're also starting our community engagement to offer games to take home for families. And now I'll pass it over to my colleague, Peter Leonard.
Good evening, board members. My name is Peter Leonard. I'm the Executive Director of Student Assessment and MTSS. I was actually just talking to a principal the other day about their assessment plan. They told me they just sent 4 teachers to Fluency Games, and they're excited for them to come back and share that learning with their staff. So I get to talk to you about some of the evidence and some of the results we're seeing about how our students are progressing in the early years, some of the promising findings that the strategies that my colleagues talked about are bearing fruit in what our students know and are able to do. So the data you're looking at here reflects student growth based on Teaching Strategies Gold. This is an observational assessment conducted by pre-K teachers throughout the year. This is data collected, again, observationally by teachers as they watch students playing and learning in whole and small group settings. TSG evaluates development across 6 key areas: social emotional, physical, language, cognitive, literacy, and mathematics. We're seeing clear growth from fall to winter, confirming that our youngest learners are building their foundational skills. We're in the process of collecting our spring data, and we're going to be excited to share that growth with you in the future. As we look ahead, these pre-K students are the ones who will soon be our K2 learners, making alignment across pre-K and the early years essential. As we move forward, we're going to shift to those K through second grade students currently. And the data we're looking at now in this next slide is for students' reading performance for kindergarten, first and second grades in the middle of year iReady assessment administration. This is administered by about 95% of our schools, and this data comes from an assessment given in January. These scores are reported across performance levels, with the graph you're seeing spanning from 2 grade levels below, the pink section, all the way up to mid or above grade level, the dark green section. The graph helps us see both CPS student performance in relation to the standards, but also helps us see comparisons of CPS students to those in other large districts, as well as across the nation. A couple highlights to call out on this slide. You'll notice that CPS outperforms the other large urban district comparison group. What you'll see there is CGCS across all 3 grade levels, with the largest difference in kindergarten. And then you'll see in kindergarten even, the CPS students outperform the testing group across the nation, what you show there as national YTD. If we go to the next slide, we'll be looking at math. So for the math data, you'll notice that kind of overall performance in math for across the nation is lower than in reading. And that's consistent for CPS, large urban districts in the nation. But the highlights here are that CPS outperforms both the large urban district comparison group and the national testing group in all 3 grade levels. Again, we see the largest positive difference for CPS in kindergarten, signaling that there's something successful happening, right, in our pre-K strategy and the supports for the transition to kindergarten for our youngest learners. Chief McKinley and Chief Milberg talked about those connected supports from pre-K through the early years. And this next slide helps us see the success of CPS for students who are consistently within our schools and served by our educators. So this slide is a cohort analysis for middle of year testers in both reading and math. So students are included in this data if they participated in middle of year testing the past 3 years, as a kindergartner, then as a first grader, and now as a second grader. What we see here is that the students who receive instruction in CPS over consecutive years are growing, with the average performance increasing 7 percentage points in reading and 4 percentage points in math. The Curriculum Associates team who makes iReady confirmed that this is not a typical finding. They've actually shared that this is rare across all their partner districts to see a cohort analysis growing this significantly. Just underlining the amazing work our CPS educators are doing to move learning forward for our youngest learners. This concludes our early years presentation, and we welcome any questions or comments from the board. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I think a lot of us board members are especially excited about hearing about the early learning updates. When it comes to the exact goal that's in our strategic plan, it is about increasing the percentage of kindergarten and through second grade students, their performance on iReady from 37 to 45% in math and 42 to 50% in reading. So where are we on that specific metric that's in the strategic plan?
Thank you for the question. So that goal was set with baseline data, and we will know progress on that shortly. So that is based on the end of year data. That end of year window is actually open now. So it's the last day of administration for end of year is tomorrow. So we'll be working to analyze that data according to the strategic plan target, and we'll be able to provide an update based on that analysis in the coming months.
Is there one given the mid-year data?
The middle year data is not analyzed through that lens. So the way iReady is reported is that mid or above grade level data. And so using the end of the year for our target allows us to be comparable year over year. So we'll be able to look when we look at middle of year to see how we're doing in relation to previous years, but about where we are versus the target, we update that once a year with the end of year results, and we look forward to doing that shortly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, I have two questions. One is about the IEP. When children are in pre-K, does that IEP get tracked from pre-K to kindergarten? And in what ways does that IEP go and grow with that child to assess what their needs are? That's the first question.
Hi, Rebecca Parker, Deputy Chief in the Office of Early Childhood. Thank you for that question. I think so for our students in pre-K that have an IEP, that IEP is then they're reassessed every year or reevaluated, and that IEP, those goals will lead from pre-K. The IEP is written, and then the goals will be reevaluated in kindergarten. And a new IEP is written at that time. I want to understand your question a little bit more.
Yeah, I think you kind of answered it because I think what my concern sometimes is when that new IEP is written, there are things that get lost in terms of what the child needed or what their issue was in pre-K to that next stage.
Got it. So the team has copies. So we have a system, it's SSM.
Okay.
The team has copies of all of the previous documents. So, typically the team, including the teacher, they will review the one that is current in order to write the next one. And they use the data that they've collected along the way. So that in addition to teachers in kindergarten, first and second can actually go back and review previous years if they choose to, from first grade, kindergarten, pre-K as well.
Yeah. And then my second question was, in terms of Skyline and the math fluency, if a child falls behind in that Skyline program, what opportunities do they have to catch up if that program continues going forward, but the child couldn't keep up?
Thank you for that question. The Skyline curriculum is, as outlined, a high-quality curriculum. So it has the vertical and horizontal alignment, which allows us to provide just-in-time supports and build other resources into the curriculum to support students that fall behind. One of those would be possibly mini lessons or using fluency games as a way to help students get caught up during their intervention time or small group time. So it's a part of the curriculum is the protected 60 minutes of Tier 1 instruction, which uses the curriculum. There's also intervention time outside of that 60 minutes where schools can leverage some of those resources to help students get caught back up into the curriculum.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'd like to thank you for your presentation on the early fluency. I'm looking at as you mentioned, the CPS login, and any teacher can log into it. Is the login going to be available to parents as well? So they can help support the instructors or teachers with their
Thank you for
children?
that question. No, at the moment for the Skyline curriculum, it's only available to the CPS teachers, but many of the teachers make these materials available for parents via their Google Classroom or their other classroom management systems that they have. As far as the fluency games go, the way we've engaged families is through the math back to school nights. We were able to launch a couple successful ones last year where students actually led the games and activities with the parents. And then my office was able to help facilitate and prepare students to lead that work. And then families were able to walk away with some of the same kits that teachers walk away with. So they have those kind of play the board games and the materials at home to continue their learning. Does that answer your? Okay.
Member Brown.
Board Member Thomas kind of inspired a question from me. Are there any tools to help parents assess whether curriculum is culturally relevant and responsive? Are there any tools that exist within the district to do that?
That's a great question, Board Member Brown. I would say, one of the things we talk about cultural relevance a lot as being sort of in the curriculum, but the relevance actually resides within the learner, as you know, right? And so whether a particular unit, a particular text, a particular experience is culturally relevant to a particular learner depends on their identity, their experiences, et cetera. So, the best judge of that would probably be the parent. In terms of having access to some of the materials to see how those materials or those learning experiences resonate with them. Similar to what Dr. Morrison shared, we are working through Skyline ELA with Chicago Public Libraries and with some other cultural institutions across Chicago to increase access to Skyline ELA resources to families. We've also worked with the CPS parent universities to outfit them with many of the tech sets that are included in Skyline so that parents can get their hands on some of those materials, read those texts with their children, and really be the judges for themselves about how those texts resonate. So I don't want to blanket term like a cultural relevance being universally relevant, but we have a diversity of texts and a diversity of essential questions and a diversity of experiences that are represented in the curriculum that we feel are more reflective of the CPS student population and of Chicago students' experiences.
So, no, I appreciate that. And let me know if this is helpful, because I don't want to be swinging above my weight class. But if I understand anything correctly, a group that I work with in New York called the Alliance for Quality Education. It's a large community organization. They have a sister group called the New York Coalition for Education Justice. What they did in 2014 is they did a series of family nights throughout New York. And they had developed sort of this, I don't know if it would be called a survey, but it has certain metrics for parents to look at to say, is your child's curriculum culturally relevant and responsive? Like, who's the antagonist?
Yeah.
Who's the protagonist? Who wrote the book? Was it written by a person that from that impacted community? So I don't remember all of them, but it got so big that they ended up winning $23 million from the city of New York to actually spread this throughout the district to transform, because they found out that most of the books that children were reading were not written by people that look like them.
Absolutely.
Right? And so it was an excellent tool to actually build parent leadership. And I'm thinking about with the parent universities, there could be community-based organizations. That could be a way to really, because these parents were really inspired then to make sure that their child's education was culturally relevant and responsive. And as a teacher, if you got a partner at the home that believes what you believe, then it helps the child even more. So I just wanted to offer this, the Alliance for Quality Education and the New York City Coalition for Education Justice.
Thank you so much for that. And I'll just say you're not swinging above your weight class at all. And those kinds of questions that you're asking are like the similar kinds of tools that we used for the text selection and the essential questions development in Skyline. But to your point, now having opportunities for families to experience the curriculum for themselves and to provide us with feedback on that is an avenue that we want to pursue for sure.
Okay.
And I just wanted to add, yes, absolutely appreciate your comment and feedback. We have begun doing family engagement. So this year, for the first time, we did Skyline training through our local school councils, and now we are working with the PACs. But there's more work to be done. But we did a first session with parents on feedback on the Skyline curriculum as well. So we've done some training and done some feedback. But we have much more to do. So thank you.
Okay.
Member Wallace.
Hi, I was wondering if the culturally responsive curriculum is the only way that you define or measure joyful learning educations? If that is not the only way, what are some of the ways that you measure the joyful learning experiences of our students?
I think because math is also considered the most feared. subject. And so bringing joy into math, I think if we can bring it there, we can bring it anywhere. I think joyful has multiple points of definition, that it's not just fun. It is also pride in work and accomplishing hard things, working through struggle. So productive struggle is one of those metrics. We do have tools around how teachers engage students in productive struggle, how do students persevere and persist through challenging problems. Those can all fall under the category of joyful, as students take pride in their work and are excited to share all of the things that they do. And we know that to be true from how they engage in our family nights and student leaders in the math classroom. So it's one of the ways that we talk about joy, at least on the math side of things, but it's not just limited to fun.
Perfect. And I just want to say that my kindergartner is absolutely a fan of math. So you guys are doing something right.
Member Rivas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to highlight and say how grateful I am to see that so much of this is available in Spanish. As someone who did pre-K and kindergarten in Spanish in our bilingual program many years ago, it's really beautiful to see. Also, as someone who worked in our migrant response when we first started receiving our migrants to our city, we saw a huge influx of Spanish speakers, right? Primarily from Central America and South America. We also saw an influx of children who don't speak Spanish but speak other languages than English. So I'm wondering, what are the supports that exist for our youngest learners who speak maybe Haitian Creole or some other language that's not English or Spanish?
This is something that we are challenged by and working on as we speak. So there are language supports built into the Skyline curriculum to support, as you know, we have an equivalent Spanish language arts curriculum. So we have English language arts and Spanish language arts. But for students who speak a myriad of languages, as they do in CPS, there are language supports built into Skyline related to language mini lessons to support English learners, et cetera. These are more geared towards learning English. There are also student-facing translation kinds of tools, right? Text-to-speech type tools, those kinds of things built into the curriculum. And there are supports for teachers around language learning and WIDA standards and universal design for learning expectations to support learners at various language levels in engaging with and responding to the curriculum. Having said that, we are working right now on trying to build our access to aligned text sets, so text sets that are aligned to the Skyline unit themes that could be available in the top 8 languages in CPS. This is an extraordinarily difficult task in terms of actually finding publishers of children's books, especially for young children in those various languages. But that is a project that we're working on now with the Office of Multilingual and Multicultural Education and our CPS Libraries team. So we hope that we'll have more resources coming this year with respect to that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Member Rosenfeld.
Yeah, I want to compliment you guys on an excellent rollout on April 8th for the pre-K applications. I heard from a lot of families that were trying to do it. That site didn't crash. You were responsive in your calls. So thank you so much. It doesn't go unnoticed. My question on this is, how many families got their first choice? And if they didn't get their first choice, how many got their second and third? And are there families that didn't get any offer?
Thank you so much for that question, and appreciate you acknowledging that the site did not clash. That was something we were excited about as well. So we're in the process of averaging out how many families receive first choice, second choice, third choice. So we'll be able to provide that shortly. What I will say is there are some families that were waitlisted at all 5 choices, and we are in the process of working with those families to identify available seats throughout the district.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions or comments from the board members? Thank you.
President Hart, now we're gonna present our charter school renewals with Chief Carmona.
Good evening. Okay, I was expecting a more energetic response. Good evening.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. Good evening, President Harden, Vice President Bautista, and other board members. Before starting the presentation, I would like to officially introduce the team that has been leading the charter renewal cycle. This time, we have here with me, I have Conrad Timbers, our Deputy Chief of Portfolio. We have also here Sabrina Evans, who is the Executive Director of the Office of Innovation and Incubation, and also Rochelle Washington, who is the Director of Authorization. I also wanted to take a couple of seconds to thank you for taking the time to reading the hundreds and hundreds of pages of reports that we send you, and for providing valuable feedback to us through this process. So really thank you for taking the time to do so. As you are aware, my name is Alfonso Carmona, and I serve as the Chief Portfolio Officer for Chicago Public Schools. Today, we present to you the renewal recommendations for the 24-25 charter renewal cohort. Next slide. This cohort comprises 16 operators managing a total of 21 campuses located across 15 distinct neighborhoods in Chicago, servicing approximately about 9,000 students. It is worth noting that the contracts for these operators are set to expire at the end of this school year on June 30th, 2025, hence the fact that we're presenting this to you today for your decision-making process. Next slide. Let me pass it to Deputy Chief Timbers. He will be speaking about the renewal process and the current evaluation criteria that we have in the district.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, board members. Good evening, CEO Martinez. I'm going to talk to you all about the overview of charter and contract renewal process, and also the renewal evaluation criteria and its origins. Charter and contract schools are governed according to the provisions and applicable laws established in the school agreement. Schools are held accountable to academic, financial, and operational performance measures outlined in an accountability plan. The renewal process allows for comprehensive review of the school's academic, financial, and operational performance. The outcomes of this comprehensive review inform the final recommendations presented to you and what we will discuss today. To the next slide. I&I is committed to designing and implementing best in-class school renewal process that ensures every CPS authorized charter and contract school meets high academic, financial, and operational standards. The renewal process is evidence-based, aligned with national authorizing best practices, and is continuous. Our approach has improved upon through learning cycles and valuable feedback from the board, CEO, and other authorizers and charter operators. School and campus evidence is evaluated consistently across 4 renewal evaluation domains: academic, financial, inclusive programming and equitable systems, also known as IPES, and organizational compliance. Each renewal evaluation domain has specific criteria and results in performance ratings, which was approved by the prior full appointed board. Academic performance is based on the Illinois State Board of Education summative designations, where a school can earn a rating of exceeds, meets, approaching standards, or a rating of needs substantial improvement. Financial performance domain evaluates financial performance based on standards set forth in their charter accountability plan, where there is an emphasis on 3 key financial indicators: financial, contractual expectations, loan delinquency, and an annual audit. A school can earn a rating of exceeds, meets, or approaching standards, or a rating of needs substantial improvement. When we look at IPES, or Inclusive Programming and Equitable Systems, we're looking at the alignment with the district's strategic plan, CPS's senior leadership, and board feedback. Starting in the 2022 cycle, there has been a focus on special education students, English language learners, student discipline, and most recently, the 75% teacher licensure requirement as created by the state's mandate. I has collaborated with previous boards to create a process that elevates these areas and evaluates them separately. Despite being a newly established performance domain, the process of reviewing these items is not. Organizational compliance measures school compliance that is grounded in federal and state law, as well as applicable CPS policies. Legal compliance, governance, students in temporary living situations, parent issues reviews, student admission and enrollment, student transportation, student safety, facilities, ADA compliance, and agreement conditions. In the IPS organizational compliance domain, a school can earn a rating of meet standards or approaching standards. Our evaluation process spans several months during which data is analyzed across 4 domains, yielding the comprehensive evaluations that you received. At this moment, I would like to turn the podium over to my colleague, Executive Director Sabrina Evans.
Good evening, board members, CEO Martinez, the CPS leadership. For the record, my name is Sabrina Evans, and I serve as the Executive Director in the Office of Innovation and Incubation. Thank you, Deputy Chief Conrad, for giving an overview of the charter renewal process and also explaining the revised evaluation criteria. So I do want to take some time to talk through the impact of the revised evaluation criteria on this year's cohort. So as Chief Alfonso mentioned, there are 16 operators that are up for renewal this year. 7 of them are new to the revised evaluation criteria for the first time. However, this is not, as Deputy Chief mentioned, the first time that schools were evaluated for student discipline, English language learners, students with disabilities, and teacher licensure. It is by which we are putting greater emphasis and weight on these particular areas, as Deputy Chief mentioned, which was approved by the previous board. Of the 7, 6 are receiving a need substantial improvement rating for the IPASS domain. However, this does not mean that the school does not have any practices in place or doesn't meet some thresholds regarding student discipline, English language learners, students with disabilities, or teaching licensure. Of the 9 remaining operators who've experienced the revised evaluation criteria in their previous renewal cycles, we are seeing that their renewal recommendation is equal to or longer than the previous renewal recommendation term. In addition to, we are seeing that these operators are making key adjustments aligned with revised expectations. Next slide, please. In this slide, I do just want to provide an overview of what the charter renewal process consists of. At minimum, there are 14 major components that the Office of Innovation and Incubation leads with district stakeholders as well as external external consultants. I do want to emphasize that we provide training to charter schools in regards to the performance criteria as well as our rubrics. We provide this information not only to charter school leaders, but also to their boards. We meet with charter schools to provide preliminary findings as to what we are seeing based upon the renewal criteria that Deputy Chief explained. In addition to, we have charter schools to do state of the school meetings where they are hosting public meetings pertaining to charter renewal, and as well as our office conducts a presentation during that time as well. Next slide, please. Of the charter renewal process, I do want to take a little bit of time to talk through the charter renewal site visits. We are extremely proud of this work. This is some pioneer work that a lot of other authorizers are not doing. We have converged with different partner departments within CPS, as well as subject matter experts, external consultants to conduct a more comprehensive and rigorous examination of how schools are implementing their educational programs, focusing on particularly the IPASS domain, which aligns to CPS priorities as well as the board priorities. This slide displays the type of renewal site visits that a school can receive. Findings from the RSV site visits for special education as well as the EL domain really evaluates and it directly informs the evaluation for for those two particular areas within the framework. So the special education visit informs the IPAS domain for special education, as well as the EL visit informs the rating for the EL domain within the EL criteria for the IPAS domain. The renewal site visits are targeted and responsive based upon the school's specific needs. Depending on the school's identified areas of concerns, schools may receive multiple site visits. They may receive a special education visit, an academic visit, a EL visit, as well as a cultural climate visit. We utilize special education for all schools, as I mentioned before, as this is the premise of the criteria for special education within IPAS. We look very deeply across these areas. Not only do we analyze quantitative data available to us, but within these site visits, we conduct full site visits, multi-day site visits that consist of a lot of document review, classroom observations, focus groups with students, teachers, school leaders, as well as charter board leaders and parents. This type of conversions is what is needed within the district. We targeted our approach to ensure that we are implementing a robust and comprehensive renewal site visit review of the practices that charter school leaders are implementing every single day. Next slide, please. So we talked about the overview of the revised criteria. We talked through a little bit about what the process entails. I do want to now shift to the potential recommendations. So the first potential recommendation, as Deputy Chief mentioned, is the recommendation of 5 years or more. The Illinois State Code allows for charter schools in Illinois to be renewed up to 10 years. While the Illinois school allows charter schools to receive renewal terms for up to 10 years, Chicago Public Schools ensure that we have rigorous performance standards before granting longer terms. A 5-year renewal term is the standard recommendation for a school meeting standards in the performance domain. So for an example, a school must meet standards in academic performance, financial performance, IPAS performance, and organizational performance to receive a 5-year recommendation. As stated in charter law, a charter must meet all standards and goals for academic, organizational, and financial performance set forth by the charter authorizer in order to receive a term in excess of 5 years, but not more than 10. To be eligible for a term greater than 5 years, school operators must receive the highest possible rating across all performance domains. This information is not new to charter schools. It's not new to the community. We provided this information to schools during the renewal kickoff meeting. Subsequently, we provided this information during our preliminary findings, and all presentations were provided to charter board leaders as well as their board chairs. The idea that CPS has placed arbitrary caps or ceiling of 5-year recommendation does not exist. CPS has never received that directive or applied it. There has always been an opportunity, and we look for charter schools to receive greater than 5 years based upon their performance. So with this, I do want to talk about the next potential recommendation, which is shortened renewal terms. Conversely, schools who do not meet the standards in the 4 performance domains may receive a lesser term. Per Illinois state law, charter schools who fail to meet academic, organizational, and/or financial standards must remediate up to 2 years before any potential revocation or non-renewal decisions are made. This gives schools who are not meeting expectations time to remediate. In this year's cycles, schools with a 2-year recommendation are in either academic or financial remediation, which is in alignment with the framework identified by the state. There are 2 outliers, however, in this year's cohort that are receiving a 2-year recommendation, and that is Elaine Locke and Epic High School, which is not triggered by financial or academic remediation, and the rationale for those 2 will be discussed later by Rochelle Washington. The purpose of this is to provide clear expectations, more focused and targeted oversight, more increased accountability, and a cycle of continuous improvement to build a path towards improved performance. This shorter term holds the network more accountable, and we have the urgency for improvement, and it allows the district to closely monitor the strategies within the charter operator, as well as do this in a collaborative effort. As mentioned, 2-year renewal terms aligns with the state remediation timeline, and by leveraging this statutory framework, an underperforming charter school can be given a fair and structured opportunity to correct its deficiencies, and also receiving support from the district while ensuring accountability to students, parents, as well as the community. We also recognize that a 2-year term presents challenges to charter operators. A short term may not look favorable to lenders. It may not be favorable to parents. It may impact their staff. In addition to the increase of frequency and the amount of work on schools, we believe that a 2-year recommendation allows us to work with charter schools along with their strategies that are tied to continuous improvement. We understand that these challenges and limitations are prevalent. However, a short-term renewal ensures that charter organizations are prioritizing corrective actions that address the deficiencies identified through renewal and ultimately promoting continuous improvement within a charter system. So CPS utilizes the statutory guidance to support targeted improvement to schools in this situation by assessing and issuing 2-year terms. Next slide. The next potential recommendation is a non-renewal. Per Illinois state charter law, a charter school may be non-renewed for any one or combination of 4 reasons. The first one, a charter operator may commit a material violation of any of the conditions, standards, or procedures set forth in a charter. The second reason for a non-renewal could be fail to meet or make reasonable progress towards student achievement. The third reason could be fail to meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management. The fourth reason could be violations of any provision of law from which the charter school was not exempt. I will say with these potential recommendations, we have seen that ISB is allowed and granted an appeal right to overturn any local district decisions. We find also that ISB does want authorizes to allow charter schools to cure, and along with that, have a remediation period of 2 or more years. Next slide. Before we move into our recommendations for this evening, I do want to take time to talk about the board authority. The recommendations being presented today are coming from the Chief Portfolio Officer, District Leaderships on behalf of the Chief Executive Officer. We want to reaffirm that the Board of Education has the authority by majority vote to accept, deny, or modify the recommendations that will be presented this evening. We sincerely appreciate the feedback provided by board members, which help us to reflect and strengthen our charter renewal process moving forward. Our teams remain deeply committed to ensuring that our work aligns with the board's mission and vision, district priorities, national charter authorizes standards and best practices, and most importantly, the needs of students and families and school community feedback. We value this collaboration, and we remain focused on serving our communities through a continued transparent and student-centered decision-making process. Before I turn it over to Rochelle, I do want to make mention, you could go to the next slide, please. Just to remind everyone that our charter renewal process is transparent, is rigorous, and we collaborate with stakeholders. We ensure that we are meeting expectations of the charter school agreement as well as state law. And also just to be reminded that to be eligible for a 5-year term, an operator must meet standards across all 4 criteria domains, and to receive a renewal term of greater than 5 years, an operator must receive the highest performance standard across all renewal domains. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rochelle, who's going to walk us through the potential recommendations for this evening.
Thank you, Sabrina, and good evening, board members, CEO Martinez, as well as executive leadership. I'm Rochelle Washington, Director of Performance and Accountability with the Office of I&I, and I will be walking us through the preliminary charter renewal recommendations for the 16 operators in this year's cohort. Next slide, please. Before we get into the recommendations, I want to provide a brief overview of what you will see on each slide. You'll see the operator up top, the rating received in each of the 4 performance domains: academic performance, financial performance, inclusive programming and equitable systems, as well as organizational compliance, a short narrative speaking to those ratings, and the overall recommendation. Our first operator is Elaine Locke Charter School. They currently operate a K-8 traditional charter school in the East Garfield Park community. The school received an ISB summative designation of commendable in 2024, rendering a rating of meet standards in the academic performance domain. As Deputy Chief Timber stated earlier, the academic performance domain is directly tied to the summative designation that is the ISB generated report card metric for schools on an annual basis. The school received a rating of exceed standards on the financial performance domain. While the school received a rating of weak performance in the special education renewal site visit led by the Office for Students with Disabilities, it met standards for English learners, student discipline, and teacher licensure, leading to a rating of approaching standards in the IPES domain. The school didn't satisfy all of its prior contractual conditions, but it did meet all other areas within the organizational compliance domain, leading to a rating of approaching standards. It's important to note here that Elaine Locke's term length is affected by the Charter Academic Accountability Policy. Elaine Locke's performance would garner a 4-year renewal term. However, provisions within the board's charter school academic accountability policy shift the recommendation to a 2-year renewal term with conditions. This policy states that any charter school that has not executed a renewal agreement based on the board's most recent renewal authorization may be renewed for no more than 2 years. With that, based on the parameters set forth in the charter school academic accountability policy, the recommendation for this operator is a 2-year term. Next slide, please. The next operator is Trellis Passages Charter School. They currently operate a K-8 traditional charter school in the Edgewater community. The charter operator for this school was formerly known as Asian Human Services, but is now doing business as Trellis Schools. The school received a designation of commendable, rendering a rating of meet standards for academic performance. Due to its FY24 financial performance outcomes, the school is entering year 1 of financial remediation, triggering a need substantial improvement rating for financial performance. Schools that are involved in this process are required to host a root cause analysis session and submit additional documentation to the district for additional oversight. And so, as Sabrina shared, again, schools that are in the remediation processes are offered that 2-year term in alignment with the state's recommended timeline for remediation. The school received a rating of weak performance on the SPED renewal site visit led by OSD and a minimal rating on the EL program review conducted by the Office of Multilingual Multicultural Education, leading to an overall rating of need substantial improvement in IPES. The school did not satisfy its previous contractual conditions, as well as had deficiencies in its legal compliance audit, leading to a rating of need substantial improvement in the organizational compliance domain. Based on the established renewal criteria, the recommendation for this operator is a 2-year term. The next operator is our first replicating multi-site operator, the Aspida Charter School Network. Aspida currently operates 3 traditional charter school campuses, 2 high schools, and the Haugen Elementary School. Before we get into the ratings, I want to note that on January 8th, the Board of Directors of Aspida voted to voluntarily close the Haugen Middle School Attendance Center at the end of this school year. Aspida, and as a result, their Board of Directors will not seek a charter renewal for the Haugen Campus Attendance Center. With that, I&I removed the Haugen campus from the SY25 renewal cohort. Aspida's other 2 operating campuses, Business and Finance and Early College, will remain in the cohort. As Aspida is a multi-campus replicating charter, the removal of one attendance center from the renewal application has no bearing on the remaining campuses. Getting into the findings here, within the network, all of the campuses received a designation of commendable. However, we did conduct an academic site visit at business and finance and early college due to some lower rates of student proficiency that we observed. Due to its 2024 financial performance outcomes, this network is also entering year 1 of financial remediation, therefore receiving a needs substantial improvement in financial performance. All 3 campuses received a rating of weak performance on the special education site visit and a minimal rating on the English Learner Program review conducted by OME, and this led to an overall rating of needs substantial improvement for the IPAS domain. The school didn't satisfy all of its previous contractual conditions, but met all other areas within organizational compliance, leading to a rating of approaching standards. With this, based on the established renewal criteria, the recommendation is a 2-year term. The next 2 operators are operated by Catalyst Charter School Network. However, because they came into play after a legislative change that allowed charter operators to replicate, they do have 2 separate charter schools, 2 separate campuses, contracts with the Board of Education, and are evaluated separately. So the first is Catalyst Circle Rock. This is a K-8 traditional charter school in the Austin community. The school received a designation of commendable and a meet standards rating for academic performance. The school also received a rating of meet standards in the financial performance domain, as well as a rating of meet standards in the inclusive programming and equitable systems domain. However, the school did not satisfy all of its previous contractual conditions, but it met all other areas within that 4th domain, leading to a rating of approaching standards for organizational compliance. So again, as Sabrina shared, the criteria to receive a rating of 5 years is a meet standards across all 4. So with that, based on the established renewal criteria, the recommendation is a 4-year term. The next school is Catalyst Maria Charter School. This is a K-12 traditional charter school in the Chicago Lawn community. This school also received a commendable rating and meet standards for academic performance, as well as a meet standards for financial performance. However, this school received a rating of weak performance on that special education renewal site visit led by OSD and received a minimal rating on its latest EL program review conducted by OME, leading to the overall rating of needs substantial improvement in that IPAS domain. And then finally, while the school did not satisfy its previous contractual conditions, but it met all other areas in the organizational compliance domain, it got a rating of approaching standards for that 4th piece. And based on our established renewal criteria, the recommendation for this school is a 3-year term. Next slide, please. The next school is Epic Academy Charter High School. This is a 9-12 traditional charter school in the South Chicago community. The school received a designation of commendable and a rating of meet standards for academic performance. However, the school received a combination academic and culture and climate renewal site visit due to some lower rates of student proficiency, as well as high rates of exclusionary discipline. The school was also required to complete the supplemental discipline application and provide information on the structures being put in place moving forward, which is a requirement for all schools that we observe a higher level of exclusionary discipline for and who have received a rating of needs improvement for the student discipline subdomain. The school received a rating of meet standards in the financial performance domain. But for the IPAS domain, the school received a rating of needs improvement across all 4. As Sabrina shared, this is the 2nd outlier of schools that is receiving a 2-year term for this reason, as they did not meet any of the IPAS areas by having high rates of exclusionary discipline, receiving a rating of weak performance on the special education renewal site visit, a minimal rating on the EL program review, as well as not having the required number of licensed teachers that triggered that rating of needs substantial improvement for IPAS. The school did not satisfy all of its previous contractual conditions, but met all other areas in organizational compliance, leading to a rating of approaching standards there. Based on our renewal criteria, the recommendation is a 2-year term. Our next operator is Erie Elementary Charter School. This is a traditional K-8 charter school in the West Town community. The school received a designation in 2024 of comprehensive, which leads to a rating of needs substantial improvement in the academic performance domain. Due to this summative designation, Erie will enter I&I's academic support process. This process requires schools to submit a self-reflection and a continuous improvement work plan, that's CIWP, that addresses academic areas needing improvement and participate in various continuous improvement activities with the I&I team, which includes goal setting and additional site visits. They will also be required to receive school improvement support through ISBE School and District Improvement Initiative. So with that did, of course, generate that need substantial improvement rating of academic performance for this school. We also conducted a culture and climate renewal site visit due to some historically high rates of exclusionary discipline, and it was required to complete that supplemental discipline application, again, to give us additional information around the systems and structures being put in place moving forward. It is important that these rates of exclusionary discipline at the school declined by the end of the term. The school received a rating of meet standards in financial performance. The school received a rating of weak performance on that SPED site visit and a minimal rating on the EL program review, leading to that overall rating of need substantial improvement in IPES. And then finally, the school did not satisfy its previous contractual conditions, as well as had some deficiencies in its legal compliance audit, leading to a rating of need substantial improvement for organizational compliance. Based on our established renewal criteria, the recommendation for this operator is a 2-year term. The next school is Horizon Science Academy Southwest Charter School. This is a K-12 traditional charter school in Gage Park. As they received a commendable designation, this garnered a meet standards performance rating for academic performance. The school received a rating of exceed standards in the financial performance domain. However, we did conduct a culture and climate site visit due to prior high levels of exclusionary discipline and had that school complete the supplemental discipline application. While the school maintains higher levels of exclusionary discipline, it did meet standards for diverse learners, English learners, and teacher licensure, triggering that rating of approaching standards in IPES. And the school met all of the subdomains within organizational compliance, rendering that rating of meet standards for the 4th performance domain. Based on our established renewal criteria, the recommendation for this operator is a 4-year term. The next operator is Instituto Health Sciences Career Academy Charter High School. This is a 9-12 traditional charter high school in the Lower West Side community. It received a 2024 designation of commendable and an academic performance rating of meet standards. However, we did conduct an academic site visit there due to, again, some proficiency rates that we observed in the data. The school received a rating of meet standards for financial performance, but did receive a rating of weak performance in the SPED site visit, as well as a minimal rating on the EL program audit, leading to the overall rating of need substantial improvement for the IPES domain. And lastly, the school didn't satisfy all of its contractual conditions, but met all other areas in organizational compliance, leading to a rating of approaching standards. Based on our established renewal criteria, the recommendation for this operator is a 3-year term. The next school operator is Moving Everest. This is a K-8 traditional charter school in the Austin community. The school received a designation of comprehensive, leading to that overall rating of needs substantial improvement in the academic performance domain. As with the other school in this situation, Moving Everest will enter I&I's academic support process. The school received a rating of meet standards for financial performance, but a rating of need substantial improvement in IPES due to its performance on the special education renewal site visit. The EL program review conducted by OME has some increasing rates of exclusionary discipline, and so all 3 of those being a need substantial triggered that need substantial improvement rating for IPES. The school was also required to complete that supplemental discipline application, so we did receive information around the structures being put in place to reduce that exclusionary discipline that we observed. The school didn't satisfy all of its previous contractual conditions, but met all other areas in organizational compliance, leading to a rating of approaching standards for the 4th domain. Based on the established renewal criteria, the recommendation for moving Everest is a 2-year term. The next school operator is North Lawndale College Preparatory Network. As this is our second multi-site operator, we renew them as one despite them operating 2 different campuses. They have the Collins and Christiana campuses, both serving grades 9 through 12. Both campuses received a designation of commendable. However, we did conduct that academic site visit due to proficiency rates that were observed. The network received a rating of meet standards for financial performance. But the network received a rating of weak performance on the SPED site visit and does not have the required licensed teachers per what's codified in Illinois charter school law, leading to an overall rating of needs substantial improvement in that IPES domain. The school did not satisfy all of its previous contractual conditions, but met all other organizational compliance areas, leading to a rating of approaching standards. Based on our established renewal criteria, the recommendation for this operator is a 3-year term. It's important to note that NLCP also seeks to relocate its Collins campus into the vacant portion of the Christiana facility for the upcoming school year. This action is proposed to the board along with renewal and will be reflected in the renewal agreement. Our next operator is the Perspectives Charter School Network. This is another multi-site replicating charter school. So while it has 4 campuses, they are assessed and a rating is generated for the network as 1. They have, again, 4 campuses, 3 serve grades 6 through 12, and 1 is a high school serving grades 9 through 12. All 4 campuses received a designation of commendable, generating a rating of meet standards for the academic performance domain. However, we did conduct the academic and culture and climate combination renewal site visit at all 4 schools due to the proficiency rates that we saw, as well as rates of exclusionary discipline that has been observed. The network was required to complete that extra supplemental discipline application to give us additional information on what they're doing moving forward to reduce those rates of exclusionary discipline. This network received a rating of meet standards for the financial performance domain. While the campuses in the network have had levels of exclusionary discipline that are on the higher end, they did meet standards for the other 3 IPES areas: diverse learners, English learners, and teacher licensure, leading to a rating of approaching standards for that 3rd IPES domain. And the network had some deficiencies in its legal compliance audit, but did comply with all the other subdomains, including meeting all of its prior contractual conditions, leading to a rating of approaching standards in that 4th organizational compliance domain. With that, based on the established renewal criteria, the recommendation for this operator is a 4-year term. The next school operator is Providence Inglewood Charter School. This is a traditional K-8 charter school in the West Inglewood community. This school received a summative designation of targeted, leading to an overall rating of approaching standards for the academic performance area. As schools that received a rating of comprehensive, schools that receive a targeted rating also enter into INI's academic support process. So we'll be working with Providence Inglewood over the next year on all of those deliverables. This school did receive a culture and climate renewal site visit due to some higher rates of exclusionary discipline and was required to complete that supplemental discipline application. However, it's important to note with this school that the rates of exclusionary discipline declined by the end of its contractual term. The school received a rating of meet standards for financial performance, but did receive a rating of weak performance on the special education renewal site visit. Again, that coupled with the fact that they do have some high rates of exclusionary discipline over the term, this led to an overall rating of needs substantial improvement in that IPES domain. And then lastly, the school didn't satisfy all of its prior contractual conditions, but it did meet all the other subdomains of organizational compliance, leading to a rating of approaching standards in that 4th domain. With that, based on the established renewal criteria, the recommendation is a 2-year term. The next operator is Rowe Elementary Charter School. This is a traditional K-8 charter school in the Westtown community. This school received an academic summative designation of targeted, which again places that school in the I&I academic support process, and triggers that rating of approaching standards for academic performance. The school received a culture and climate renewal site visit due to the historically higher rates of exclusionary discipline and was required to complete that supplemental discipline application to provide information on what they're doing to reduce that moving forward. It's important to note that for this school, we have also seen a decline when it comes to rates of exclusionary discipline. The school received a rating of meet standards in the financial performance domain. However, received a rating of need substantial improvement for IPES due to their performance in the special education site visit, on the EL program review, and again, as well as the high rates of exclusionary discipline that were observed. The school did not satisfy all of its prior contractual conditions, as well as had some deficiencies in its legal compliance audit, leading to that rating of need substantial improvement for organizational compliance. Based on the established renewal criteria, the recommendation for Rowe Elementary Charter School is a 2-year term. The final school operator in this year's cohort is Urban Prep Academies. As like Catalyst, they were initially authorized after the legislative change. While they do operate 2 campuses, we evaluate them separately, and they each have their own charter agreement with the Chicago Board of Education. The first campus here is Bronzeville. This is a 9-12 traditional charter school in the Bronzeville community. The school received that designation of commendable and generated a rating of meet standards for academic performance. But we did conduct an academic site visit here due to some rates of student proficiency that were observed. Due to their FY24 financial performance outcomes, the network is re-entering our financial remediation process, triggering that need substantial improvement rating for financial performance. The school received a rating of weak performance on the special education renewal site visit, has had some increasing rates of exclusionary discipline, and does not have the required number of licensed teachers, leading to a rating of need substantial improvement in the inclusive programming and equitable systems domain. And finally, the school did not satisfy its previous contractual conditions, as well as had deficiencies in governance, student transportation, and student safety domains, leading to a rating of need substantial improvement in the organizational compliance domain. And based on the established renewal criteria here, the recommendation is a 2-year term. And our final school is the Urban Prep Inglewood campus. You'll see here that the outcomes are very similar, pretty much identical to what we saw on the Bronzeville campus, but I will reiterate them once more for you. They did receive a rating of commendable, triggering that meet standards rating for academic performance. The school is in financial remediation, triggering that need substantial improvement for the financial performance area. Same outcomes as the other campus. We have some concerns when it comes to the performance on the special education site visit, some increasing rates of exclusionary discipline, as well as teacher licensure rates. And so that triggered that need substantial improvement rating for inclusive programming and equitable systems. And then again, for the same reasons as the other campus, had some deficiencies across a few areas of organizational compliance, leading to a rating of need substantial improvement for that 4th domain. Based on the established renewal criteria, the recommendation for this operator is also a 2-year term. That was the final operator out of the 16. I will now pass it back over to Chief Carmona to discuss some of the updates that we've made to the charter renewal agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Rochelle. Take a deep breath. I know that was a lot. Going over all of the operators. So let's talk a little bit about the contractual updates. And as you know, in every single year, we improve our processes. And right now, we have a template that includes 16 different changes to the contracts moving forward. And of course, some of these changes, some of them are included in the resolution, but some others are not. And pending the resolution, we will include those changes also into the contract updates. Let me enumerate all of them because I think they're very important. We have extended to 18 months the lead time that is required for charter schools to notify the district if they intend to self-close the campuses. We have updated the wind-down protocols to ensure that family and community engagement is part of that process. we have required, and this is something that was in previous contracts as well, but we specify now the number of days schools have, in this case, 45 days, to return any unspent funds to CPS. Another clause that was in some of the conditions, not necessarily in the contract, but now we include it in the contracts, is the fact that we are prohibiting personnel from holding a position as a board member and also as an executive within the school. We have provided now specific guidelines for transfers, dropouts, and removals from enrollment, including the requirement to have a receiving schools identified before a student is transferred out of the charter school. We have codified a prohibition of school officials from advising, encouraging, or otherwise influencing students to transfer voluntarily due to attendance or behavior concerns. We have improved our record keeping to ensure the implementation of fair, effective, and safe disciplinary policies and procedures. We have also included a prohibition of encouraging students to withdraw from a charter school as a substitute from due process for expulsion. We have also updated the language regarding the suspension of students with disabilities. We have included also engagement and documentation requirements for students considered as a lost child or unable to locate. We have more specific language regarding reporting to, compliance with, and action steps for Title IX, OIG, and OSP investigations and reports. We also included a requirement to provide the district with real-time access to a student emergency contact information. We have also included publication or asked charter schools to post the charter school board meeting minutes within 10 days of a meeting. We have also updated language regarding the new accountability system for charters and technical requirements to support data validity and reporting requirements. We have also updated language regarding the periodic intervals of background checks for staff. And finally, we have a more expansive explanation of the prohibition of monetary gifts as incentives for students' recruitment. So again, 16 specific pieces that we have already codified in the new contract and the new template that we have for the 24-25 cohort and moving forward. And we're just waiting and expecting for your approval of the resolution to add anything else that you feel is necessary to make these contracts stronger. Next slide. And that's all. Now we would like to open the floor for any questions that you may have for the team.
Okay. Thank you, President Harden. Thank you so much, Chief Carmona and the whole team who obviously did a lot of work. I have a question regarding academic performance. So I know that a school is going to be rated as meets standards as long as ISB rates them as commendable. But I've read through a bunch of the academic site visit reports that you all created, and there's a lot of criteria within them. And I noticed that in general, the schools are rated basic, but sometimes unsatisfactory, occasionally proficient. I'm just wondering, so then what do you do with that, since maybe they already got, meets because they were commendable? So what are you doing with the report information?
Thank you so much for the question. The academic side of the house within I&I takes all of the charter renewal reports, and we do we analyze the results. From there, we create scope and sequences in regards to professional learning opportunities for charter schools to participate in. So for an example, if we see that there are a high number of charter schools, and we don't look just through 1 year, we look across the span of like the last 3 years to create the scope and sequence. So we work with partner departments to internal partner departments as well as external consultants to see if we could create a scope and sequence that support the gaps that we are seeing within the site visits. So for an example, there are a number of schools where we see that there's not a lot of student voice and student agency. We are collaborating with the district's Office of Student Voice to create a working group with charter students as well as school leaders to understand what is needed, what our strategies or best practices we can implement within the charter sector to increase student voice that is needed for decision-making as well as just culture and climate. Another example of how we utilize the reports is looking at specific interventions. So if we see that charter schools within the last 3 years need more support around MTSS. So we partner with the district MTSS office or even hire an external consultant to perform those learning cycles. We also host twice a year a day of learning for charters where we also utilize that data to ensure that we have sessions that are important to improving the outcomes that we are seeing within the renewal cycles. Thank you for the question.
Member Thomas.
Let me just add one more piece I think is important too, and it has been a transition, and you hear some of our charter schools when they come here asking this, is the fact that they would prefer to focus just on students' outcomes, which is the all SQRP, as you remember, all the damage and the harm that the SQRP system created in our district. We are moving away from that. We have this temporary situation with accountability, but the goal is to move into CIDT, in which we actually also take into consideration practice very similar to what Sabrina just mentioned, and is to make sure that we actually have a good connection between what's happening in the classrooms and the student outcomes. You heard a lot this morning, a couple of minutes ago, almost an hour ago, from the early childhood team, thinking about the joy of what students are doing in the classroom. We want to make sure that we also measure that. So we hope that we can transition into CIDT in the next year or so to make sure that we actually are capturing those pieces that you have mentioned that are not necessarily just coming from the perspective of getting a designation from the state. We do not like the way how it's measured right now. We would like to change it. We just don't have the mechanisms to do so at this moment.
Member Thomas.
Thank you so much for your presentation. You've done a lot of work. There are a number of charter schools that are getting 2-year renewal times. Are they all going to receive supports? And in addition, are there going to be timelines so they don't get to the end of their renewals and they haven't made it? How's that going to be? How are you going to chart that out?
Thank you so much. This is something that our office has been doing the last 3 years. I was having a conversation with a board member this morning about this, and it's this idea that before, I'm going to say 3 years ago, 4 years ago, there was a ceiling of 5 years, meaning that basically almost by filling out the application, a charter school would get 5 years. That was eliminated. Right now, the process is we have a rubric, a really strong process to go along. And our goal is to support the charter schools. This is not about penalizing them. This is about giving them the different conditions and the different elements that for whatever reason are not necessarily up to standard, and for our team to provide that support along the way. One piece that we are trying to do and implement, unfortunately, sometimes charter schools don't necessarily listen to us. Do you hear a lot this consistent piece of not meeting the conditions from previous contracts? Is that part that they are not necessarily meeting those conditions because sometimes they feel like they are being penalized at the end of the process. Our jobs, the way how we see it, is to support them along the way. These 50,000 students that are in charter schools, these are our babies. These are CPS students. We cannot forget that part, and that's why we continue providing the support. So yes, we do that support along the way, and our intention is that the schools, and I believe that the team mentioned some statistics, some schools that were in 2-year renewals before, they actually getting longer terms this time precisely because of the support that they're receiving from our team.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Not quite. Member Lozano.
Yes, my question was, I heard a lot about exclusionary discipline. What is being done with these charter schools to reduce that or to, get that to where there's, I don't know, not so much exclusion of these students?
Yes, that is a great question, Board Member Lozano. One piece that I do want to highlight is the fact that we've implemented a culture and climate renewal site visit. This is the second year that we have done this for schools who we've observed high levels of exclusionary discipline. So we worked with the Office of Social Emotional Learning, as well as took some standards from the Castle rubric and other high quality tools around how to support students to create this rubric, this site visit. Rubric that we used to conduct those visits. And so with that, they are getting some qualitative information from us, some feedback from us to highlight some of the areas that we see when we come on site and observe classrooms and documentation that they submit. Again, we're not just doing classroom observations, but we're doing focus groups with parents, with students, with school staff, as well as reviewing documents. So for example, documents that could be tied to the school's MTSS structures, or even handbooks around how they do behavior escalation in the classroom. And so this is newer work that we are really doing to dig deeper into what's happening at the schools outside of just providing those quantitative metrics to them. We think that this is a great way to, again, identify trends that we see across, as Sabrina shared before, using those trends to partner with partner departments and find resources that are specifically targeted to the areas that we think that the schools need to really drive change in terms of classroom practice and even the mindsets of some of the teachers who may have been used to resorting to, exclusionary discipline as the kind of the first line of defense for classroom management. So we are doing some great work in partnership with our partner departments to not just address the quantitative outcomes for schools, but really dig into the why and the root cause behind what we see in the numbers. And so we hope to see some great change from that. We have actionable feedback that's in those reports that schools can engage with us on and with each other to create some better systems and structures for the students.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
President Harder, before you proceed, I would like to note for the record that, I'm sorry, Board Member DeBerry joined the meeting at 8:00 p.m. Thank you.
I'd like to note that the following agenda item, RS7, resolution addressing various improvements needed to the board's authorization and renewal of charters, will be a separate vote. So you can provide your questions and comments for that item before we proceed with that vote. So board members, are there comments or questions on the other public agenda items? Or are there any reports that you wish to be removed from the consent agenda as a separate vote? All right, we'll now proceed with the vote on public agenda items. Board Secretary, please proceed.
Thank you, President Harden. I will proceed with the items on the public agenda, read the board report numbers and brief titles. I believe Board Member Zakor has motion MO2 regarding record of proceedings.
I move that the record of proceedings of the Agenda Review Committee meeting of April 9th, 2025, and board meeting of April 24th, 2025, prepared by the board secretary, be approved, and that such records of proceedings be posted on the Chicago Board of Education website in accordance with Section 2.06B of the Open Meetings Act.
Is there a second?
I second the motion. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Lozano?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Thomas?
Aye.
Member Boyle?
Yes.
Member Wallace? Aye. Member Custer?
Aye.
Member Pope?
Yes.
Member Rosenfeld?
Yes.
Member Rivas?
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra?
Aye.
Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Bannon?
Aye.
Vice President Bautista?
Yes.
Member Gutierrez?
Aye.
Member Biggs?
Yes.
Member Thodakura?
Yes.
Member Blaze?
Aye.
Member Zakor?
Yes.
Member DeBerry?
Aye.
20 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board. President Harden, I'll continue with a resolution that does not require a vote. RS1, Resolution Ray Carolina Carci, Honorary Student Board Member, Chicago Board of Education, June 27, 2024 to May 29, 2025. President Harden, this item just needs to be accepted by the board.
Please mark received and filed.
President Harden, I'll continue with items that do require a vote. As you noted earlier, a separate vote will be taken at the end of all consent agenda votes. RS2, resolution authorizing payments for special education services to various state-approved non-public facilities. RS3, resolution providing for the issue of one or more series of unlimited tax general obligation bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $650 million for the purpose of paying the cost of capital improvements. RS4, resolution authorizing the issue of one or more series of unlimited tax general obligation bonds, refunding bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $1,800 million for the purpose of paying the cost of refunding outstanding bonds. RS5, resolution authorize appointments of members to LSCs to fill vacancies. RS6, resolution authorize appointment of members to the LSCAB for the term of office July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2027. PO1, authorize the commencement of the public comment period for the accelerated placement policy. President Harden, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Lozano,
Yes.
Member Smith,
Aye.
Member Lopez,
Aye.
Member Thomas,
Aye.
Member Boyle,
Yes.
Member Wallace,
Aye.
Member Custer,
Aye.
Member Pope,
Yes.
Member Rosenfeld,
Yes.
Member Rivas,
Yes.
Member Rios Sierra,
Aye.
Member Brown,
Yes.
thank you. Member Bannon,
Aye.
Vice President Bautista,
Yes.
Member Gutierrez,
Aye.
Member Biggs,
Yes.
Member Thodokura,
Yes.
Member Blaze,
Aye.
Member Zakor,
Yes.
Member DeBerry.
Aye.
20 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. President Harden, I'll continue with communications and read them into record. These items do not require a vote. CO1, Communication Ray 2025-2026 Schedule of Regular Board Meetings, Board of Education, City of Chicago. I am hereby submitting the 2025-2026 Schedule of Regular Board Meetings, Attachment A. The board meetings will be held on the fourth Thursday of each month unless otherwise noted. The board meetings will be held at CPS Loop Office, 42 West Madison Street, Garden Level Boardroom, and will begin at 3:00 p.m. unless otherwise noted. The board president and CEO have determined that registered speakers who wish to present during public participation may have the option to participate in person at the location of the board meeting or virtually via an electronic platform. The public will have access to the meeting via live stream at cpsboe.org. Advanced registration to speak will open the Tuesday preceding the board meeting at 3:00 p.m. and will close Wednesday at 3:00 p.m. Anyone interested in speaking can sign up. After the 24-hour registration period, a lottery will randomly select a set number of speakers from those who registered. For example, if 100 people register, the lottery might select 30 of them to speak. This process gives everyone a fair chance to address the board. Advanced registration during this period is available by the following methods, online or by phone. To ensure equity of access to address the board, an individual may not speak at back-to-back meetings and more than one meeting per month. If you register for back-to-back meetings and more than one meeting per month, you will not be included for that meeting lottery. In the event an individual registers to speak at a consecutive meeting, the individual will not be called to address the board. However, if less than the allotted number of speakers register for a meeting, the limitation on speaking at consecutive meetings and for more than once within a month will not apply, and those previously ineligible to speak will be reinstated in the lottery and may be eligible to speak. Advanced registration to observe will also be available will be available beginning the Tuesday preceding the board meeting at 3:00 p.m. and will close on Wednesday, 5:00 p.m. or until all slots are filled. Advanced registration during this period is available by the following methods, online or by phone. Although advanced registration is recommended, you can also register to observe a meeting on the day of a board meeting via same-day in-person observer registration, 42 West Madison Street lobby. Registration time opens at 2:50 p.m. and will remain open for the duration of the board meeting. Same-day in-person observer registrations are taken on a first-come, first-served basis as seats become available. The public participation segment of the meeting will begin as indicated in the meeting agenda and proceed for no more than 30 registered speakers for 60 minutes for board meetings in accordance with public participation guidelines. Board meetings will be live streamed to the general public on the board's website, cpsboe.org. Public participation guidelines have been issued by the President of the Board of Education of the City of Chicago in accordance with Board Bylaws 1-74. These guidelines are effective April 24th, 2025, and are available on cpsboe.org. Chicago Board of Education is committed to increased transparency and promoting additional opportunities for the public to provide their input at Board of Education meetings. To this end, members of the public who wish to submit written comments for Board of Education meetings can do so via the written comments form on board website at cpsboe.org. Written comments received between the posting of the public agenda and notice through 5 p.m. the day after the Board of Education meeting will be submitted to the board members for their consideration. Further, let the official record reflect that the 2025-2026 planning calendar has been prepared in accordance with the Illinois Open Meetings Act and will be available for public distribution. Attachment A, the regular board meetings schedule 2025, July 24th, August 28th, September 25th, October 23rd, December 18th, which is a consolidated November-December meeting, and it's on the third Thursday. The 2026 schedule is January 29th, February 26th, March 19th, which is a third Thursday, April 23rd, May 28th, June 25th, July 23rd, August 27th. CO2, Communication Ray 2025-2026 schedule of agenda review committee meetings, Board of Education, City of Chicago. I am hereby submitting the 2025-2026 schedule of agenda review committee ARC meetings, attachment A. The ARC meetings will be held on the second Wednesday of each month unless otherwise noted. The ARC meetings will be held at CPS Loop Office, 42 West Madison Street, Garden Level Boardroom, and will begin at 10:30 a.m. unless otherwise noted. And the times may be updated based on the standing committee start times. The board president and the CEO have determined that registered speakers who wish to present during public participation may have the option to participate in person at the location of the ARC meeting or virtually via an electronic platform. The public will have access to the meeting via live stream at cpsboe.org. Advanced registration to speak will open the Monday preceding the ARC meeting at 10:30 a.m. and will close Tuesday at 10:30 a.m. Anyone interested in speaking can sign up. After the 24-hour registration period, a lottery will randomly select a set number of speakers from those who registered. For example, if 100 people register, the lottery might select 30 of them to speak. This process gives everyone a fair chance to address the board. Advanced registration during this period is available by the following methods, online or by phone. To ensure equity of access to address the board, an individual may not speak at back-to-back meetings or for more than one meeting per month. If you register for back-to-back meetings and more than one meeting per month, you will not be included for that meeting lottery. In the event an individual registers to speak at a consecutive meeting, the individual will not be called to address the board. However, if less than the allotted number of speakers register for a meeting, the limitation on speaking at consecutive meetings and for more than one within a month will not apply, and those previously ineligible to speak will be reinstated in the lottery and may be eligible to speak. Advanced registration to observe will also be available beginning the Monday preceding the ARC meeting at 10:30 a.m. and will close on Tuesday at 5 p.m. or until all slots are filled. Advanced registration during this period is available by the following methods, online or by phone. Although advanced registration is recommended, you can also register to observe a meeting on the day of an ARC meeting via same-day in-person observer registration, 42 West Madison Street lobby. Registration time opens at 10:15 a.m. and will remain open for the duration of the board meeting. Same-day in-person observer registrations are taken on first-come, first-served basis as seats become available. The public participation segment of the meeting will begin as indicated in the meeting agenda and proceed for no more than 30 registered speakers for 60 minutes for ARC meetings in accordance with the public participation guidelines. ARC meetings will be live streamed to the general public on the board website, cpsboe.org. Public participation guidelines have been issued by the President of the Board of Education of the City of Chicago in accordance with Board Bylaws 1-74. These guidelines are effective April 24th, 2025, and are available on cpsboe.org. Chicago Board of Education is committed to increased transparency and promoting additional opportunities for the public to provide their input at Board of Education meetings. To this end, members of the public who wish to submit written comments for Board of Education meetings can do so via the written comments form on the board website at cpsboe.org. Written comments received between the posting of the public agenda and notice through 5 p.m. the day after the Board of Education meeting will be submitted to the Board of members for their consideration. Further, let the official record reflect that the 2025-2026 planning calendar has been prepared in accordance with the Illinois Open Meetings Act and will be available for public distribution. Attachment A for the Agenda Review Committee meetings. 2025 schedule, July 9th, August 13th, September 10th, October 8th, December 3rd, which is a consolidated meeting for November, December, and it's on the first Wednesday. The 2026 schedule is January 14th, February 11th, March 4th, April 8th, May 13th, June 10th, July 8th, August 12th. President Harden will continue with items that do require a vote. EX1, transfer of funds. ED1, amend the February 2024 academic calendar for the academic calendar for the 2025-26 school year. President Harden, this amendment is necessary to, 1, move the elementary school report card conferences so that both the elementary and high school report card conferences are on the same days, and 2, move Teacher Professional Development Day to April 3rd, 2026. I'll continue with FN1, authorize placement of the board's FY 2026 excess liability, property, and specialty insurance programs. PR1, authorize the first renewal agreement with various vendors for the purchase of library books, ebooks, and related services. PR2, authorize new agreements with Lakeshore Parent LLC. PR3, authorize the pre-qualification status of and new agreements with various vendors to provide educational technology and digital resource services. PR4, authorize the first and second final renewal agreements with UTJ Holdco, Inc. PR5, authorize a new agreement with National Louis University. PR6, report on the award of construction contracts and changes to construction contracts for the capital improvement program. PR7, amend the April 2023 agreement with CDW Government LLC. President Harden, this amendment is necessary to increase the not-to-exceed amount to $40 million. I'll continue with PR8, amend the May 2024 second and final renewal agreement with various vendors for field support services. President Harden, this amendment is necessary to increase the not-to-exceed amount to $11,261,006 and to extend the term by 1 year to end June 30th, 2026. I'll continue with PR9, authorize the first renewal agreement with various vendors for the purchase and/or lease of network service and hyperconvergence. PR10, authorize the first renewal agreement with Curriculum Associates LLC. President Harden, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved. Is there a second?
I second the motion. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Lozano?
Aye.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Thomas?
Aye.
Member Boyle?
Yes.
Member Wallace?
Aye.
Member Custer?
Aye.
Member Pope?
Here,
Stepped away.
yeah.
Member Rosenfeld?
Yes.
Member Rivas?
Aye.
Member Rio Sierra?
Aye.
Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Bannon?
Aye.
Vice President Bautista?
Yes.
Member Gutierrez?
Aye.
Member Biggs?
Yes.
Member Thodakura?
Yes.
Member Blaze?
Aye.
Member Zakor?
Yes.
Member DeBerry? I'm sorry, was that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. 19 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. President Harden, I'll continue with additional items on the public agenda that do not require a vote. PR 11, Chief Procurement Officer Delegation of Authority Report for March 2025 and Chief Financial Officer Report for March 2025. EX2, Report on Principal Contracts New. EX3, Report on Principal Contracts Renewals. AR1, I'm sorry, AR1, Report on Board Report Rescissions. President Harden, these items just need to be accepted by the board. I'm sorry, can you turn your mic on?
Please mark received and filed.
Thank you. President Harden, I'll continue with items from the General Counsel that do require a vote. AR2, appoint Assistant General Counsel Clara Kent. AR3, appoint Assistant General Counsel Andre Smith. AR4, appoint Assistant General Counsel Alberto Vargas. AR5, amend Continued retention of various outside counsel law firms. President Harden, this amendment is necessary to amend law firms listed in attachments B, D, E, F, G, and H. I'd also like to note for the record, Board Member Gutierrez will abstain on the law firms Burke, Warren, McKay, and Saratella PC, and Greenberg Traurig LLP. I'll continue with AR6, Workers' Compensation Payment for Lump Sum Settlement for Esmeralda Marrero. AR7, Approved Settlement between the Board of Education and Nancy DeGracia. President Harden, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll proceed with a roll call with the noted abstention from Board Member Gutierrez. Member Lozano?
Aye.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Thomas?
Aye.
Member Boyle?
Yes.
Member Wallace?
Aye.
Member Custer?
Aye.
Member Pope?
Yes.
Member Rosenfeld?
Yes.
Member Rivas?
Aye.
Member Rio Sierra?
Aye.
Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Bannon?
Aye.
Vice President Bautista?
Yes.
Member Gutierrez with the noted abstentions on the law firms on AR5.
Aye.
Member Biggs?
Yes.
Member Thodakura?
Yes.
Member Blaze?
Aye.
Member Zakor?
Yes.
Member DeBerry?
Aye.
20 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. President Harden, I will continue with items from the Chief Executive Officer that do require a vote. EX4, Warning Resolution for Antonina Luzak, tenured teacher assigned to Skinner North Classical School. EX5, Report on Principal Contract, ALSC Renewals. President Harden, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Lozano?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Thomas?
Aye.
Member Boyle?
Yes.
Member Wallace?
Aye.
Member Custer?
Yes.
Member Pope?
Yes.
Member Rosenfeld?
Yes.
Member Rivas?
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra?
Aye.
Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Bannon?
Aye.
Vice President Bautista?
Yes.
Member Gutierrez?
Aye.
Member Biggs?
Yes.
Member Thodakura?
Yes.
Member Blaze?
Aye.
Member Zakor?
Yes.
Member DeBerry?
Aye.
20 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. President Harden, I will continue with items from the board that do require a vote. RS8, Resolution approving Chief Executive Officer's recommendation to dismiss educational support personnel. President Harden, this resolution is being updated to remove Gregory Lee from the dismissal resolution. Gregory Lee resigned effective May 17, 2025. The final resolution will be included in the agenda of action. I'll continue with RS9, Resolution to approve Chief Executive Officer's recommendation to dismiss non-renew probationary appointed teachers at the end of the 2024-2025 school year. President Harden, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Lozano?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Thomas?
Aye.
Member Boyle?
Yes.
Member Wallace?
Aye.
Member Custer?
Sorry. Aye.
Thanks. Member Pope?
Yes.
Member Rosenfeld?
Yes.
Member Rivas?
Aye.
Member Rio Sierra?
Aye.
Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Bannon?
Aye.
Vice President Bautista?
Yes.
Member Gutierrez?
Aye.
Member Biggs?
Yes.
Member Thodakura?
Yes.
Member Blaze?
Aye.
Member Zakor?
Yes.
Member DeBerry?
Aye.
20 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. President Harden, I believe Board Member Smith has motion M03.
I move that the board adopt the minutes of the closed session meetings of April 9th, 2025 and April 24, 2025 pursuant to Section 206 of the Open Meetings Act. Board members review these minutes and determine that the need for confidentiality exists. Therefore, the minutes of the closed session meetings held April 9th, 2025 and April 24th, 2025 shall be maintained as confidential and not available for public inspection.
Is there a second?
So moved.
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Lozano?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Thomas?
Aye.
Member Boyle?
Yes.
Member Wallace?
Aye.
Member Custer?
Aye.
Member Pope?
Yes.
Member Rosenfeld?
Yes.
Member Rivas?
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra?
Aye.
Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Bannon?
Aye.
Vice President Bautista?
Yes.
Member Gutierrez?
Aye.
Member Biggs?
Yes.
Member Thodokura?
Yes.
Member Blaze?
Aye.
Member Zakor?
Yes.
Member DeBerry? Member DeBerry?
Nay.
Member DeBerry, is that an aye?
Yes.
Thank you. 20 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board. President Harden, we will now proceed with a separate vote as noted earlier with a separate vote on RS7, resolution addressing various improvements needed to the board's authorization and renewal of charter schools. For the record, RS7 has been updated and the final resolution will be included in the agenda of action. Changes have been made to the now therefore clause in section 4N. The section now reads, following the voluntary recognition of a bona fide labor organization based on a showing of majority status, the charter school shall not file or support any petition with the National Labor Relations Board that seeks to challenge the majority status of the bona fide labor organization within 1 year of the organization's initial request for recognition. Nothing in this provision shall be construed to limit the rights of employees under the National Labor Relations Act to file a decertification petition. This item does require a vote.
Is there a motion?
I motion. I second.
I'm sorry, who seconded? Member
Anisha.
Thodokura?
We'll now open this matter up for discussion. Board members, any comments before proceeding with the roll call? Member Lopez.
Thank you, Board President and fellow board members. I just wanted to, and I had this conversation with many of you already, but I just wanted to say for the record, as I introduce this resolution, RS7, not only as a board member, but as someone who has lived and is representative of the communities that were mostly impacted by the recent actions by Acero charter operators, announcement to close, and the aftermath that we've been hearing for months. Since the announcement, I've heard the fear and frustration directly from parents, students, and teachers. Families have been left scrambling for answers, educators unsure about their futures, and children forced to navigate uncertainties, all because of the process that lack transparency, accountability, in regards to community it serves. Schools, including charter operators, must be held accountable to families and the public through a transparent process. And that's exactly what this resolution aims to do. It addresses the loopholes that were identified. And it also adds forward transparency in these decisions that they're not made in the shadows. It's a fair process that is asking I to come up with the policies that will be presented to the public and to us to vote in a later meeting. Chicago has one of the highest number of charter schools compared to other major cities, and many of them operate in neighborhoods like mine in the Southwest Side. I was selected to be responsive, to uplift the voices of families who have too often been left out of the rooms, and to make sure no community endorses what my community went through. This resolution, it's not anti-charter. It's pro-student, pro-family, and pro-accountability. It ensures that public dollars serve the public in good faith, and no school operator can walk away without consequences. We shouldn't, what we did, which ended up bailing out Acero schools, we shouldn't have to do that for any other operator, right? And also I want to be clear, I'm not saying all charter school operators are like Acero. There are some operators that I've heard directly from the community. They're happy with the services that I provide, the education provided to them. This is for us as a board and a district to be able to identify those bad players that just want to take advantage of the system. I want to thank also the co-sponsors that include board member Anusha, Karen, and Debbie for the long conversations that we've had since everything started unfolding. I also want to thank the board staff, my fellow board members, for engaging in numerous of opportunities and conversations and hearing where I was coming from this. And I also want to say that just for the record purposes, for 4Q, it is inclusive of the maintenance staff as well. I respectfully ask for your support in passing this resolution for the families who deserve answers, for the students who deserve stability, and for the communities who deserve a voice. Briefly, I'll say something in Spanish. Hola, mi nombre es Yesenia López y estoy introduciendo esta resolución porque la comunidad me lo pidió. Las acciones que Acero tomó y anunció el octubre pasado impactaron las comunidades que yo represento. Y me eligieron para asegurarme que tome acciones que es para el bienestar de nuestros estudiantes, nuestras familias y también los que trabajan para nuestras escuelas públicas. Esta resolución es para ayudar al distrito y a esas familias para protegernos, que no haya otras charters como Acero. Quiero ser muy clara. Esta resolución no es contra los charter schools, porque hay muchas escuelas que son charters en mi distrito, que ayudan a las familias en mi distrito. Esto es para prevenir otra situación como Acero. Gracias.
Member Rosenfeld.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion, but before I do that, I want to thank Board Member Lopez for bringing forth this resolution that'll help address issues that parents, students, families are subject to when a CPS school closes, especially a CPS charter school. I wholeheartedly agree that we need a thoughtful plan operationally to address these issues when they arrive. I also wholeheartedly agree that labor neutrality in all our schools, including our charter schools, is something that's very important, and I strongly support it. It's codified in the school code and in our collective bargaining agreement with our teachers union. Considering we're near the end of the legislative session, it just doesn't make sense to me to dictate to the district legislative changes and take the time to study what legislative changes are needed to bring up during veto session. I support labor neutrality, but I oppose this 18-month provision. We must engage the community before it is that we decide to, govern by resolution. We need authentic community engagement. I don't believe we had this here. Therefore, I'd like to make a motion to amend RS7. I propose that RS7 be amended to only include the following resolve clauses: 2A through 2D, 3A through 3B, 4A through P.
Somebody will need to second that motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I second the motion.
And that's seconded by Board Member Custer.
Point of inquiry. Wasn't there already a motion that was made and seconded? So would that need to be an amendment to the motion?
This is an amendment.
This is an
Yes.
amendment. I just proposed an amendment to RS7.
To the motion, not to the item.
No.
There's a motion on the floor to amend the language of RS7. And so now the floor is open to discussion for board members who want to discuss the amended language.
So my understanding, and please someone correct me if I am incorrect, that we would have to vote on the amendment up or down and then vote on the motion either as amended or in its original form. Is that correct, President Harden?
That is correct.
Thank you.
If there's no discussion, we can go on the vote for the amended language.
Member Lopez.
Thank you. Just wanted to do a quick response to the board member Rosenfeld. a lot of those conversations and why even the 18 months came about with conversations with the Chief Carmona and also hearing previously as to why it is important to have that certain number of, whether it be months, weeks of notice. I believe that the language as presented for the resolution, it's a strong, solid resolution. And I will ask my board members to support the full resolution as it was presented with the change that was read by the secretary.
Member Rivas.
Thank you, Mr. President. So from my understanding from Chief Carmona's presentation, the contract updates that we've requested from our charter operators moving forward. So these charter operators that are subject to renewal today. So if we look at page 30 of Chief Carmona's presentation, the first item there is an 18-month lead time is required to notify the district of its intent of self-closure to self-close the school or an attendance center. So if this is already required in the contracts we're requiring of the charter operators, why are we making a resolution today right now for this?
Member Lopez, you have a response?
Thank you. With that is, so we can have it also in writing in a resolution, which it was guided from numbers of conversations. And it helps protect our district, right? The district that we have a resolution where it states this, that also, as you could tell from, and I agrees that 18 months is the way to go with this. I also want to mention briefly that some of the other items that are being asked not to be included would have take away some of the key aspects that the community has asked, which is the community engagement aspect of the process. And I just don't think it's fair that we are being asked to leave that from this resolution.
Third quarter.
Chief Carmona and his team have been very collaborative in terms of sharing some of the concerns that they've had throughout the charter renewal processes about information that they don't have access to because it's not part of the current charter contracts. And that has helped inform Board Member Lopez and other co-sponsors of this resolution in drafting the resolution about what kind of information would be helpful to have. So Chief Carmona and his team have been involved in giving feedback about what are the kinds of changes that we would need to make sure that operators can be held accountable to serving our students and to giving us the information that we need as a district as an authorizer. And then in terms of the legislative session and legislative changes, none of these changes are legislative and are quite separate from anything that we would need to work with the legislature for. As a district, we have the opportunity to pass resolutions to work alongside the district to inform their work in executing the guiding principles that we put forward.
Mr. President, I have
Member Board.
You know, I have a concern. I went back and forth with Yesenia about this, asking questions. She gave me answers. But I still have a concern about possibly opening the district up to risk of litigation here with some of the language. So I'm not comfortable with that possibility. Thank you.
Member Rivas.
I'd actually like to get, sorry to put our general counsel on the spot, but our general counsel did provide us via email her feedback around specific changes that would be best to ensure that our district is not opened up to liability. And I'd like to get that on the public record, what our general counsel, who we hire to advise the board and prevent us from having exposure to liability, let us know what in this resolution would be better for us to have to ensure that we're not open up to liability. We want to avoid is having more lawsuits, more money taken away from classrooms through expensive litigation and outside counsel costs.
Unfortunately, I can't give my legal advice in public that would cut off the confidentiality and privileged nature of the advice. You all received it via email so that you could all be informed of my advice with respect to this resolution. So I would defer back to that email for all of you to refer to. Thank you.
Thanks.
Member Zakor.
Yeah, I guess I just want to get some clarification on what the real concerns are because Board Member Rosenfeld, you said you, well, you gave a list of what you did want to include, but then you expressed concern about the 18 months, which is in one of the sections that you do want to include. And just to highlight that this is not really significantly different from what Chief Carmona was saying, you'll notice in 4D, it talks about kind of graduated terms depending on how long the renewal term is for. So I feel like that's in cooperation basically with what Chief Carmona was sharing with us. Also, I noticed that you left out 4Q, which is about all contractors providing various services shall, as a condition of the contract, be consent to be bound by the terms of section 4G through 4P, which is an element of union neutrality.
Member Rosenfeld, do you have a response to that?
My issue with this is, we have a fiduciary responsibility. This resolution, Board Member Lopez, I appreciate your response, feels too full. We're talking labor and we're talking renewals. I want to take the time to understand, to separate these out so that if I were to vote yes, I feel conflicted on the two. If I were to vote no, I feel conflicted on the two. They feel like they're smushed into one. There's too much muckety muck or riffraff, and it's too big for me. And that's why I want to separate out. That's why I want to take time to step back and relook at it, and we have time to do that.
Member Thomas.
Mr. President, the discussion has been lengthy. The resolution is taken time, and it's been really, really complete in trying to give us some guardrails on what charter schools shouldn't be doing and what they should do, and to give us some teeth in terms of how to look at their operations. Motion to cease debate.
Second.
All right, let's move forward with the vote.
So this vote is to vote on the motion from Board Member Rosenfeld that to amend the language to only include 2A through 2D, 3A through 3B, and 4A through P.
Just a
Member,
moment, Board Secretary. General Counsel would like to speak. Custer?
Yeah,
No.
did you have your hand raised?
I did before, but Carlos said actually what I was going to say, and for the sake of not repeating, I put my hand back down.
I appreciate that.
Thank you for that. So we're going to go ahead with the vote on the amended language. Member Lozano?
No.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Nay.
Member Thomas?
No.
Member Boyle?
Yes.
Member Wallace?
Nay.
Member Custer?
Aye.
Member Pope?
No.
Member Rosenfeld?
Yes.
Member Rivas?
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra?
Nay.
Member Brown?
No. Nay.
Member Bannon?
Nay.
Vice President Bautista?
No.
Member Gutierrez?
Aye.
Member Biggs?
No.
Member Thodakura?
No.
Member Blaze?
Nope.
Member Zakor?
No.
Member DeBerry?
Nay.
Six ayes, 14 nays. This motion is failed of adoption. We'll now vote on the resolution as it was read into record earlier with the update to 4N. Do I have, can we call for a motion?
A motion.
I'm sorry.
So
who motioned?
moved.
Lopez and Sotokura? Member Lozano?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Abstain.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Thomas?
Aye.
Member Boyle?
Abstain.
Member Wallace? Aye. Member Custer?
Aye.
Member Pope?
Yes.
Member Rosenfeld?
Abstain.
Member Rivas?
Abstain.
Member Rio Sierra?
Aye.
Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Bannon?
Yes.
Vice President Bautista?
Yes.
Member Gutierrez?
Abstain.
Member Biggs?
Yes.
Member Thodakura?
Yes.
Member Blaze?
Aye.
Member Zakor?
Yes.
Member DeBerry?
Nay.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. 15 ayes, 5 abstentions. This matter is adopted by the board. We're on page 15.
I'd like to note that the following unfinished business items from April 24th, 2025. Authorized renewal of Urban Prep Charter Academy for Young Men High School, Bronzeville campus, and authorized renewal of Urban Prep Charter Academy for Young Men, Inglewood campus will be separate votes. So you can provide your questions and comments for those items before we proceed with that separate vote. Board members, are there any comments or questions on any other unfinished business items? Or are there any reports you wish to remove from the consent agenda as a separate vote?
I'll proceed. 250424 EX3, authorized renewal of the Passages Charter School Agreement with conditions. 250424 EX4, authorized renewal of the Aspira Charter School Agreement with conditions. 250424 EX7, authorized renewal of the Epic Academy Charter High School Agreement with conditions. 250424 EX8, authorized renewal of the Erie Elementary Charter School Agreement with conditions. 250424 EX11, authorized renewal of the Moving Everest Charter School Agreement with conditions. 250424 EX14, authorized renewal of the Providence Englewood Charter School Agreement with conditions. 250424 EX15, authorized renewal of the Rowe Elementary Charter School Agreement with conditions.
President Harden, I'd like to motion to amend board reports as read earlier by the board secretary. The amendments are as follows. For 25024, 0424 EX3, EX4, EX7, EX8, EX11, EX14, and EX15. In the renewal term section for of each report, the term charter and agreement is extended for a 3-year term commencing on July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2028.
Is there a second to move the amended language on the floor?
I so
move.
That Board Member Gutierrez?
Yes. Are there any questions? It's been moved to the floor. Board Secretary, please take the roll call.
All right, I am taking a roll call on unfinished business 250424 EX3, EX4, EX7, EX8, EX11, EX14, EX15. The motion to amend language for the renewal terms from 2 years to 3 years. Member Lozano?
Abstain.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Lopez?
Abstain.
Member Thomas?
Abstain.
Member Boyle?
Yes.
Member Wallace?
Abstain.
Member Custer?
Yes.
Member Pope?
No.
Member Rosenfeld,
Yes.
Member Rivas,
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra,
Aye.
Member Brown, Member Bannon,
No.
Vice President Bautista,
No.
Member Gutierrez,
Aye.
Member Biggs,
Yes.
Member Thodakura,
No.
Member Blaze,
No.
Member Zakor,
No.
Member DeBerry,
No. No. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry about that, Member DeBerry. We're going to need to have the president cast a vote because there is a tie with 8 ayes, 8 nays, and 4 abstentions.
Turn on your mic.
I thought I did.
Counsel.
Sorry, I apologize. I thought I did. The motion fails as it didn't get 11 votes.
I thought because a majority of those voting.
They're non-votes. The 4 abstentions were non-votes.
Okay,
So
so this motion fails of adoption.
Maybe.
Yes.
Yes.
Right. The matter has failed of adoption. We will now vote on board reports 250423 EX3, EX4, EX7, EX8, EX11, EX14, and EX15 as they were posted on the public agenda. Need to call for a motion?
Can we have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Lozano? Yes. Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Thomas?
Aye.
Member Boyle?
yes.
Member Wallace? Aye. Member Custer?
Aye.
Member Pope?
Yes.
Member Rosenfeld?
Yep. Yes.
Member Rivas?
Aye.
Member Rio Sierra? Aye. Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Bannon?
Aye.
Vice President Bautista?
Aye.
Member Gutierrez?
Aye.
Member Biggs?
Aye.
Member Thodakura?
Yes.
Member Blaze?
Aye.
Member Zakor?
Yes.
Member DeBerry?
Aye.
20 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board as they were posted in the public agenda. (250424) EX12, authorized renewal of the North Lawndale College Preparatory Charter High School Agreement with conditions.
President Harden, I would like to motion to amend board report as read earlier by the board secretary. The amendment is as follows. For 25-0424-EX12, authorize renewal of the North Lawndale College Preparatory Charter High School Agreement with conditions. In the renewal term section of the report, the term charter and agreement is extended for 4-year term commencing July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2029.
Is there a second to move the amended language to the floor?
I second.
It's been moved to the floor. Board members, are there any questions? Board Secretary, please take the roll call.
Oh. I'm sorry, was there?
No, please
Okay.
take the roll.
Roll call will be taken on 250424 EX12, intervening motion to amend language from a 3-year term to 4-year terms. Member Lozano? Member Lozano? Yes. Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Lopez?
Abstain.
Member Thomas,
Yes.
Member Boyle,
Yes.
Member Wallace,
Aye.
Member Custer,
Yes.
Member Pope,
Abstain.
Member Rosenfeld,
Yes.
Member Rivas,
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra,
Aye.
Member Brown,
Yes.
Member Bannon,
Aye.
Vice President Bautista,
I abstain.
Member Gutierrez,
Aye.
Member Biggs,
Yes.
Member Thodakura,
Abstain.
Member Blaze,
Aye.
Member Zakor,
No.
Member DeBerry,
Yes.
Guys are awesome. Thank you.
15 ayes, 1 nay, 4 abstention. This matter, the amended language to EX12 has been adopted. And now the vote to vote on the board report with the amended renewal terms. Can you call for a motion?
Yes, can we have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Was that Gutierrez that seconded?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll call for a roll call vote on the EX12 with the amended term from 3 years to 4 years. Member Lozano,
Yes.
Member Smith,
Yes.
Member Lopez,
Abstain.
Member Thomas,
Yes.
Member Boyle,
Yes.
Member Wallace,
Aye.
Member Custer,
Yes.
Member Pope.
Yes.
No, this is all the, can we get clarification on what this is real quick?
You're voting on the board report with the amended renewal terms from 3 years to 4 years
On
on
all of them?
For North Lawndale. Only
for
North
North
Lawndale.
Lawndale.
Just North Lawndale.
Yes.
Okay.
Member Rosenfeld,
Yes.
Member Rivas,
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra,
Aye.
Member Brown. Member Brown,
Yes.
Member Bannon,
Aye.
Vice President Bautista,
I abstain.
Member Gutierrez,
Aye.
Member Biggs,
Aye.
Member Thodakura,
Abstain.
Member Blaze,
Aye.
Member Zakor,
Abstain.
Member DeBerry. Member DeBerry,
Yes.
16 ayes, 4 abstentions. 250424 EX12 with the amended language from a 3-year term to a 4-year term has been adopted. $250424 EX6 authorize the renewal of the Catalyst Maria Charter School Agreement with conditions. 250424 EX10 authorize renewal of the Institute of Health Sciences Career Academy Charter High School Agreement with conditions.
President Harden, I would like to motion to amend board reports as read earlier by the board secretary. The amendments are as follow. For 25-0424 EX6 and EX10, in the renewal term section of each report, the term charter and agreement is extended to 4-year terms commencing July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2029.
Is there a second to move the amended language to the floor?
I second.
It's been moved to the floor. Are there any questions? Board Secretary, please take the roll call.
Thank you. I will take a roll call on the amended language from 3-year terms to 4-year terms for board reports 250424 EX6 and EX10. Member Lozano,
Yes.
Member Smith,
Yes.
Member Lopez,
Abstain.
Member Thomas,
Yes.
Member Boyle,
Yes.
Member Wallace,
Abstain.
Member Custer,
Yes.
Member Pope,
No.
Member Rosenfeld,
Yes.
Member Rivas,
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra,
Yes.
Member Brown,
No.
Member Bannon,
No.
Vice President Bautista.
No.
Member Gutierrez,
Aye.
Member Biggs,
Yes.
Member Thodakura,
No.
Member Blaze,
No.
Member Zakor,
No.
Member DeBerry,
No.
we have 10 ayes, 8 nays, 2 abstain. I'll defer to General Counsel with 8 nays, 2 abstains, 10 ayes. Will we need a vote by the president?
No, the motion fails.
The motion fails.
Yeah, it doesn't have a majority of full membership. It doesn't have 11 votes.
Motion fails.
Mr. President,
Yes.
can I just ask for clarification as to what the meaning and implication of the failure of the motion is?
Goes back to the preceding.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what I wanted to make sure I
Yes.
understood correctly.
So now the vote will be taken on the board reports 250424, EX6, and EX10 as they were posted on the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, taking a roll call on the reports that they were posted on the agenda. Member Lozano?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Boyle?
Yes.
Member Wallace?
Aye.
Member Custer?
Aye.
Member Pope?
Yes.
Member Rosenfeld?
Yes.
Member Rivas?
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra?
Aye.
Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Bannon?
Aye.
Vice President Bautista?
Yes.
Member Gutierrez?
Aye.
Member Biggs?
Yes.
Member Thodakura?
Yes.
Member Blaze?
Aye.
Member Zakor?
Yes.
Member DeBerry?
Aye.
20 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board.
Mm.
250424 EX5, authorized renewal of the Catalyst Elementary Charter School Circle Rock Agreement with conditions. 250424 EX9, authorized renewal of the Horizon Science Academy Southwest Chicago Charter School Agreement with conditions. 250424 EX13, authorize the renewal of the Perspectives Charter School Agreement with conditions.
President Harden, I would like to motion to amend the board reports as read earlier by the board secretary. The amendments are as follows. For 25-0424 EX5, EX9, and EX13. In the renewal terms section of each report, the term charter and agreement is extended for 5-year terms commencing July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2030.
Is there a second to move the amended language to the floor?
A second.
It's been moved to the floor for discussion. Are there any questions? Board Secretary, please take the roll call.
This roll call is on the intervening motion to amend the language from 4-year terms to 5-year terms on 250424 EX5, EX9, and EX13. Member Lozano?
Abstain.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Abstain.
Member Thomas?
Abstain.
Member Boyle?
Yes.
Member Wallace?
Abstain.
Member Custer?
Aye.
Member Pope?
No.
Member Rosenfeld,
Yes.
Member Rivas,
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra,
Nay?
Member Brown,
No. No.
Member Bannon,
No.
Vice President Bautista,
No.
Member Gutierrez,
Yes.
Member Biggs,
Yes.
Member Thodakura,
No.
Member Blaze,
Abstain.
Member Zakor,
No.
Member DeBerry,
No.
I'm sorry, what was it? What was the number? 7 ayes, 8 nays, 5 abstentions. This motion fails of adoption. So the vote is on the reports as posted on the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, who seconded? Zach?
Member Brown?
I'll take a roll call vote on the items as posted on the agenda. Member Lozano,
Yes.
Member Smith,
Aye.
Member Lopez,
Aye.
Member Thomas,
Aye.
Member Boyle, Member Wallace,
Aye.
Member Custer,
Aye.
Member Pope,
Yes.
Member Rosenfeld,
Yes.
Member Rivas,
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra,
Aye.
Member Brown,
Yes.
Member Bannon,
Aye.
Vice President Bautista,
Yes.
Member Gutierrez,
Aye.
Member Biggs,
Yes.
Member Thodakura,
Yes.
Member Blaze,
Aye.
Member Zakor,
Yes.
Member DeBerry.
Aye.
20 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. President Harden, we will now proceed with the unfinished business items from April 24th, 2025. For the consent agenda, I will read the board report numbers and brief titles. These items do require a vote. EX2, I'm sorry, 250424, EX2, authorized renewal of the Elaine Locke Charter School Agreement with conditions. OP 250424, OP1, approved renewal lease agreement with Epic Academy, Inc. for the former South Chicago School Building, 8255 South Houston Avenue. 250424, OP2, approved renewal lease agreement with Northwestern University Settlement Association. 250424, OP3, approved renewal lease agreement with Prospectus Charter School for the former Raymond School Building. 250424, OP4, approved renewal lease agreement with Providence Englewood School Corporation. 250424, OP5, ratify renewal lease agreement with Urban Prep Academies for the former Doolittle West School Building. 250424, OP6, ratify renewal lease agreement with Urban Prep Academies for the former Englewood High School Building. 250424, OP7, amend lease agreement with the North Lawndale College Preparatory Charter High School. 250424, OP8, amend renewal lease agreement with Learn Charter School. President Harden, these items do require a vote.
Is there a motion? Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Lozano?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Board Secretary, could we
Yes.
just confer for 1 second to make sure that we've taken the vote on the renewal of urban prep prior to the lease? I just want to double check that that was called out.
OP5 and OP6.
OP5 and OP6, I did read those into,
Right, but did we read the renewal? So EX16 and EX17 is the renewal of urban prep. We would have to vote on those before the leases.
thank you for calling that out.
Of course, thank you.
I will pull OP5 and OP6 out of this vote and pull them into a vote after the separate votes for EX16 and EX17. My apologies.
So this vote is on 250424 EX2, 250424 OP1, OP2, OP3, OP4, OP7, and OP8. Is there a motion on that one?
I'm sorry, point of clarification. What's OP8?
OP8 is the amend the renewal lease
Got it.
agreement with,
Got it. Thank you.
okay. And then a second.
Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Thank you. I will do roll call. Member Lozano,
Yes.
Member Smith,
Aye.
Member Lopez,
Aye.
Member Thomas,
Yes.
Member Boyle, Member Wallace,
Aye.
Member Custer,
Aye.
Member Pope,
Yes.
Member Rosenfeld,
Yes.
Member Rivas,
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra,
Aye.
Member Brown,
Yes.
Member Bannon,
Getting so close, people. Yes.
Vice President Bautista,
Yes.
Member Gutierrez,
Aye.
Member Biggs,
Yes.
Member Thodakura,
Yes.
Member Blaze,
Aye.
Member Zakor,
Yes.
Member DeBerry.
Aye.
20 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board. President Harden, we will now proceed with a separate vote as noted earlier and begin with a separate vote on 250424 EX16, authorized renewal of Urban Prep Charter Academy for Young Men High School, Bronzeville Campus Agreement with conditions.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'll proceed with, I'm sorry. I think the item is open for discussion.
Are there any comments before proceeding with the roll call vote? Please proceed with the roll call vote.
Thank you. Member Lozano?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Thomas?
Aye.
Member Boyle? Member Wallace?
Aye.
Member Custer? I think she may have dropped. Member Pope?
Yes.
Member Rosenfeld?
Yes.
Member Rivas?
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra?
Aye.
Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Bannon?
Aye.
Vice President Bautista?
Yes.
Member Gutierrez?
Aye.
Member Biggs?
Yes.
Member Thodakura?
Yes.
Member Blaze?
Aye.
Member Zakor?
Yes.
Member DeBerry?
Aye.
19 ayes, 0 nays. This matter is adopted by the board. President Harden will now proceed with the separate vote as noted earlier on 250424 EX17, authorized renewal of Urban Prep Charter Academy for Young Men High School, Englewood Campus Agreement with conditions.
Is there a motion?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Lozano?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Yes.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Thomas?
Aye.
Member
Aye.
Boyle? Thank you. Member Boyle? Member Wallace?
Aye.
Member Custer? She's not on. Member Pope?
Abstain.
Member Rosenfeld?
Yes.
Member Rivas?
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra?
Aye.
Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Bannon?
Aye.
Vice President Bautista?
Yes.
Member Gutierrez?
Aye.
Member Biggs?
Yes.
Member Thodakura?
Yes.
Member Blaze? Member Zakor?
Yes.
Member DeBerry?
Aye.
18 ayes, 1 abstain. This matter is adopted by the board. I will call for OP6 and, I'm sorry, OP5 and OP6. I can read those back into the record. Give me 1 second. OP5 is ratify renewal lease agreement with Urban Prep Academies for the former Doolittle West School Building. And OP6, ratify renewal lease agreement with Urban Prep Academies for the former Englewood High School Building.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll take a roll call. Member Lozano?
Yes.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Thomas?
Aye.
Member Boyle? Member Wallace? Aye. Member Custer? She's not on. Member Pope?
Yes.
Member Rosenfeld?
Yes.
Member Rivas?
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra? Aye. Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Bannon?
Aye.
Vice President Bautista?
Yes.
Member Gutierrez?
Aye.
Member Biggs?
Yes.
Member Thodakura?
Yes.
Member Blaze?
Aye.
Member Zakor?
Yes.
Member DeBerry?
Aye.
19 ayes, 0 nays. These matters are adopted by the board.
We will now move into executive session. Board Member Boyle, do you have motion MO4?
I move for the passage of motion number 250529 MO4 and the commencement of a closed session to consider matters permitted under Section 2C of the Open Meetings Act, subsections 1 and 11, as specified in the motion.
Is there a second?
So moved.
This meeting will,
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Lozano?
Aye.
Member Smith?
Aye.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Thomas?
Aye.
Member Boyle? Aye. Member Wallace?
Aye.
Member Pope?
Yes.
Member Rosenfeld?
Yes.
Member Rivas?
Yes.
Member Rio Sierra? Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Bannon?
aye.
Vice President Bautista?
Aye.
Member Gutierrez?
Aye.
Member Biggs?
Yes.
Member Thodakura?
Yes.
Member Blaze?
Aye.
Member Zakor?
Yes.
Member DeBerry?
Aye.
Member Custer? This is a motion to go to closed session.
Yes, aye, sorry.
Thank you. 20 ayes, 0 nays. This motion is adopted by the board.
Go into closed session.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. First and foremost, I'm listening to all.
Did you have your hand raised?
Yes, I did. Can you hear me?
You're on mute.
Can you? No, I'm not on mute.
Maybe the moment. But
Well,
no,
no, no, I'm not.
Board member,
Can you hear me?
my hands. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think Board Member Thodopoulos said a number of the things that I have been thinking about. Some of this to me is about temperament. I had a long conversation with Bogdana last week. City Hall, whether the mayor or the very distracting.
You look like you were just standing out. You didn't see the door open, so it looked like you were just sitting there, and I'm like, well, that was the thing. I'm like, if she wasn't in her bed, she can't get in, she just gonna stand.
Denny's on?
I'm on, Susan.
Thank you. Board Secretary, please begin. President, oh, can you strike the gavel? I'm sorry.
Sure.
President Harden, I will continue with an executive session item. This item does require a vote. AR8, amend authorized retention of the law firm Cozen O'Connor. President Harden, this amendment is necessary to increase the spend authority to $135,000. This item does require a vote.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll proceed with a roll call. Member Lozano's not on. Member Smith?
No.
Member Lopez?
Aye.
Member Thomas?
Aye.
Member Boyle?
Yes.
Member Wallace?
Aye.
Member Custer?
No.
Member Pope?
Yes.
Member Rosenfeld?
No.
Member Rivas?
No.
Member Brown?
Yes.
Member Bannon?
Aye.
Vice President Bautista?
Yes.
Member Gutierrez?
Yes.
Member Biggs?
No.
Member Thodakura?
No.
Member Zakor?
Yes.
I'm sorry. 10 ayes, 6 nays. This matter is adopted by the board.
No, you need 11. You need a majority of full membership.
This matter is failed of adoption.
So at this point, we are saying that we are no longer have representation?
No, that is not what you're saying, President Harden. We should talk about this matter offline. We should
Okay.
close out the meeting.
President Harden, there are no further items on the executive session agenda.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Is there a
Second.
All in
Second.
favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Adjourn.